Rip Genesect. His viability went with when fucking Xerneas showed up. To be fair, I don't think that was actually the reason that he died in Generation 6. I think it was actually the arrival of Primal Groudon that just completely fucked him up the ass, dude. I mean, he can't even do anything in front of him, for God's sake. He literally he's nothing. I mean, doesn't he have Earth Power or something? He doesn't. I don't think he does. No, I think it was Primal Groudon and maybe Xerneas that probably led to his downfall. I don't know. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, we need to go burn down the rainforest today. I need obsidian, though, to get another portal going. I don't know how far I'm gonna have to go into that stupid fucking jungle, though. I don't know, because, like, there's no coordinates in this. Like, see? Like, there's no coordinates. Those are not coordinates. If you think they are, you're stupid. That's not. That is your C drive, like your computer specifically. I don't know what that is. I know that that's your, like, memory, though, I think. Fuck away. Oh yeah, Quagsire and Ubers. Hilarious. Yeah, I know, it's just beautiful. That goofy fucking blob somehow manages to be the single most scary Pokemon in the tier. It's because it has Unaware, and it has decent defensive stats. It's one of the only things that can actually answer some of the nastiest setup sweepers in the game. Oh my god, get out of here. Go away. I'm not in the mood.
The very concept of an Uber tier was created in
oh yeah, Generation 1 Electrode.
Mewtwo. No, not even Mew. The OU with Mew format, or Mewburst, was much more acceptable for the idea of balanced play
Mewburst?
than Mewtwo running around. Mewtwo cranked every absurdity of
oh yeah, it's because Electrode outspeeds Mewtwo and can get the paralysis off on him. Like, basically guaranteed with Thunder Wave. And it'll slow down your Mewtwo to a quarter of its speed and allow your Mewtwo to come in and destroy it.
It also had Amnesia,
although it does get agility, so if it knows that, you're probably going to be on a timer anyway, so you're kind of fucked. You need to send in your Slowbro if that's the case, because it's the only thing that can actually stand up to it. It'll have to stack agilities to be able to be fast again. And even then, the 25% chance for paralysis could potentially ruin its day. Maybe.
Ubers revolves around trying to not lose to the opponent's Mewtwo, while trying to get the edge with one's own Mewtwo. Shockingly, many games involve the Mewtwo on both sides facing each other, because everything else just gets obliterated. No matter how they try with things like Light Screen Chansey, Mewtwo tends to find a way through thanks to its sheer power and crit rate. Enter Gen 1's very own Allen Iverson, because they've got the answer. Slicing through the competition with blazing speed, Electrode. Okay, not really. Electrode is ranked quite lowly on this list because it is still ultimately quite unreliable. However, the fact that it has this niche at all is astonishing. Gen 1 Mewtwo is arguably the most broken Pokemon of all time, and while you never dream of using Electrode in OU, you could actually conceive of it in Ubers, simply because anything that works against Mewtwo must be considered. Coming in at base 140 speed, Electrode is the only Pokemon in the game faster than Mewtwo. This uniquely allows Electrode to threaten Thunder Wave on Mewtwo without having to take a hit from it at first.
Thunder
Mewtwo
Wave
isn't necessarily a stranger to taking paralysis. It does block freeze, after all, helping it against Chansey and opposing Mewtwo sometimes. But there are many teams and players who don't want their Mewtwo paralyzed, especially when it's got an Amnesia under its belt. Any other T-Waver, they better hope they're in good enough shape to take a hit from Mewtwo, or heck, even if it doesn't have an Amnesia boost, it might very well bust through them anyway with that huge
That's true. If you can get the paralysis off on Mewtwo, you've probably won. Maybe 50-50 on that. Maybe 86 that if the Mewtwo has an agility already.
Somehow Electrode doesn't go down.
Maybe.
Like, thanks to full para, it can actually threaten Mewtwo with its explosion. Now, when factoring Electrode's low attack and Mewtwo's great bulk and Explosion's low power in Gen 1, Electrode isn't actually threatening a one-hit KO, even with the early Gen 1 mechanic.
But it can still chunk it for at least a quarter of itself.
Mustering 50%. It does roughly 42 to 49%.
That's good.
However, anyone in their right mind would sacrifice Electrode to rip off almost half a paralyzed
oh yeah, that's great.
A faster boom in Gen 1 ends the turn, meaning Mewtwo can't move on that turn.
What?
Can't recover it off. If you get a paralysis and an explosion off on Mewtwo, you're probably in good shape. Plus, you know how
it can't fucking recover the damage off if you end the turn and it dies? Oh, that's so dumb,
40,
dude.
Electro's crit rate is even higher, coming in at 27%. So it's more likely that a full paralysis.
Oh yeah, and a crit explosion does like 75% of its health. And even if it does get the recover off, it's still chunked for a quarter of its HP, so you can come in and revenge it then with another Mewtwo, maybe.
Of how it becomes even easier to finish it off after it's paralyzed. Now, of course, Electrode is still very gimmicky in Gen 1 Ubers. It's just about never seen in serious play, mostly because it's so weak and ineffective against just about everything. And it largely doesn't work in
Plus,
Ubers
on top of that, if your opponent sees Electrode, they're gonna switch out their Mewtwo. They're not fucking stupid. A dumb player might not do this, thinking it can one-shot, but then they would be like, oh, okay, the speed's maxed out, fuck.
Come together to form the slightest but incredibly unique and potentially vital niche of letting.
Oh yeah, Electrode's good in Ubers, but it's just not very great. It's okay. It's not great though. I mean, you know. Jumpluff?
Jumpluff is a bad Pokemon
what the fuck?
And in practice. Yeah, it's fast and has access to a bunch of good utility moves, but it's ridiculously frail and littered with major weaknesses, while also being
quad weakness to ice doesn't really help it much.
Forget
no.
being used in OU. Jumpluff barely exists even in the lower tiers of these two gens. You
a shovel!
Subseed your way through everything, even with the help of Sleep. Why does that change in Ubers? Well, first, unlike in OU, there are no grass types in Ubers to block your Leech Seed. Gen 4's
oh yeah, in Ubers there's no grass types to block a Leech Seed. I forgot about that.
Regarding its typing and frailty. Of course, Skyman is a massive threat in addition to being an amazing subseeder itself. So what's the deal with Jumpluff? Well, in Ubers, there's Groudon, whose Eternal Sun activates Jumpluff's chlorophyll. Suddenly, Jumpluff isn't just fast, it's the fastest thing around. Sitting at 700 speed, it outruns
700 speed?
That isn't Choice Scarf Deoxys speed. Whereas Shaman Sky can still be outpaced by every Scarfer.
What?
And even a few non-Scarf Pokemon. Jumpluff sprints past all of that and leaves it in the dust.
Holy shit!
With this in mind and no grass types in sight, suddenly leech seeding everything in sight becomes a lot more feasible, especially since your task is made easier by the added passive damage of Stealth Rock.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. Being able to leech seed everything in your path with no, immunities is just disgusting,
and when
dude.
You're faster than everything in the game
okay, well,
and have Sleep Powder, you'll find it. The fact that there are plenty of Earthquakes running around, especially choice ones, make it even easier for Jumpluff to find entry. If your Scarf Garchomp Earthquakes in Gen 4, you may as well be Smokey from the Big Lebowski, because you're entering a world of pain. If Jumpluff forces a switch and gets a substitute for free,
hilarious,
having to expend its Sleep Powder, things get real nasty, real fast. If it's sweeping you from behind the sub, well, good luck. Even you turning to break the sub, already a tough strategy given the difficulty of switching around with hazards, is getting shut down there. Hazards also meant Kyogre wouldn't have a particularly pleasant time switching in to replace the sun with rain either.
Yeah,
even if you manage
it's gonna get leech
Jumpluff
seeded then if it switches in.
You're almost certain to have sustained so much damage in the process, you'll be easy pickings for its
oh
teammates.
yeah!
This talent of
Jumpluff can also know moves that threaten out Kyogre too. Not greatly, but like it can still do some damage.
For a unique type of strangling stall. Jumpluff was niche certainly, as it required a lot of support, and he had to be precise with bringing it in safely, given how pretty much everything in Ubers could eviscerate it should they actually get a hit off. But that talent in making sure they could never.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't know. 700 speed plus leech seed is fucking disgusting, dude.
Jumpluff a unique niche.
It's a pretty good niche. Hey, better than Electrode, right? I mean, come on.
Gen 4 Ubers is
yes.
for finding lower tier Pokemon that take on Kyogre. For all its flaws, Shedinja is completely immune to all its moves. Parasec's dry skin means even a full power Choice Specs Water Spout actually heals it. Now, as cool as it is to counter Kyogre with either of those two, they are also incredibly flawed and
Quagsire.
a major step in the consistency department and is itself a great Pokemon. Quadruple Water Resist lets it switch into Specs
the blue blob.
while Kyogre's Rain actually makes it more difficult to break by fueling its extra recovery from Rain Dish. Between that, Leftovers, and Leech Seed, Ludicolo effortlessly stays healthy while draining the opponent's health.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. Fucking dumbass Quagsire is one of the most effective Ubers in Generation 4. And heck, it's even effective in other generations too, because it can't fucking die to fucking setup sweepers as easily.
And it can be easily exploited when the weather
it's an anti-setup mod.
often is thanks to Groudon's
oh my god.
Enter Quagsire.
I'm gonna have to wait.
2 heals if hit by even Kyogre's strongest water water moves thanks to Water Absorb. It is also immune to Thunder.
Dude, he is just not having. I'm about ready to smack him. If you don't get out of that door, I'm gonna smack. Okay, you know what? No.
Even Specs Ice Beams go, and this is
Not
largely
dealing with
thanks to
this.
Quagstar's
And fuck off.
incredible longevity.
I think I can make this.
Resistant to Stealth Rock and consistently keeps yourself at high
Oh,
over
never
cover.
mind.
But what a
Okay,
sub-common
no.
Kyogre. Quagstar can't hit it nearly as hard as Ludicolo. In fact, it's quite weak. But see, Quagsire has access to Encore, whose long duration in Gen 4 lets it shut down such Kyogre attempts wonderfully.
Fine, have it your way, chickens. If you're not gonna get out of the door, then I'm just gonna have to do this the hard way, I guess.
By extension, Quagsire
I bet you didn't see that one coming, then, did ya?
That shred much of the
What a
rest
bunch
the
of
metagame,
fucking
like
losers,
Kingdra
dude.
and Kabutops. Quagsire
Sure, that- oh,
also
no, that
has
wasn't
the
totally
ability into
excessive
and
at
taking
all.
on many other threats, like Dialga and Palkia.
Alright, give me your
While its
fucking
natural
dairy
sensing
now.
ability means it's just generally tough to both
Good
switch
boy.
into and
I need to make more
force out.
chocolate anyways. I need to
Groudon
breed more
usually
pigs.
isn't insta-threatening,
Fuck
but
outta
it
here.
doesn't want to switch into its toxic. The Lati twins don't want to switch
Go to
into
hell.
its toxics
Oh,
either.
you think you're hot
Quagsire
shit,
can
do ya?
recover in front of
Well, that's
Giratina
what I
Origin,
thought.
And even mix Rayquaza's Draco Meteor. Darkrai won't be threatening it.
Know
once
your
Supercloud is
place,
active,
you
and
fucking
Quagsire is
pleb.
generally an enormous pain
Little
for
shit.
offensive teams, not just through its
Good.
innate tanking
You all
ability,
gave me
but
how
because
much?
it's
5?
not
That's pretty
determined
good. You both
all
get to
by
live
change of
today.
weather.
Congratulations.
Whereas Ludicolo's fire neutrality leaves it fearing
Yeah, I'm
fire
not going
blast
out that
from
door.
Dialga and Palkia
I've
in
invested
the
in
front,
doing it
and
this way. I'm
its
doing it this way.
vulnerability
I don't
leaves
care.
it fumbling without passive recovery entirely, leaving its Stealth Rock neutrality as
Just
surprisingly
imagine if
bothersome.
blocking when
Quagsire
you
remains
fall, like,
entirely
reduced your fall
unbothered.
damage. That'd be
In
so
fact, Quagsire
stupid.
is by far
That would
most
be so
commonly seen
dumb.
on Sun and Sand teams, holding their defensive core together wonderfully. Funnily enough, Quagsire increases in
Ayo,
viability the
y'all get
higher
to
it
live.
goes up in Gen 4.
I'm
It's
collecting
actually
wool from
NU,
both of
where
you.
it's okay.
Once I get
And
another
increases
sheep, I
in
can
NU,
always,
but
I
it
can
has a
increase the size of
serious
this
niche
pen,
in
right?
OU, and it is
Yeah,
an
there's some
absolute
space, like,
most
in that area
consistent
right there.
best
Hell, I could
in
even maybe,
Uber.
like,
It
cut
has
this.
thoroughly earned
I could
this
maybe
ranking.
cut this down to be like, I could cut this layer right here and just extend the farm a bit. Espeon?
Espeon
Oh, it's got
was
Magic
on
Bounce
Sun
in Gen
Season
5,
to
that's
what
right.
won
Okay, that
OU,
makes sense.
But was completely eclipsed by Xatu, which packed U-turn and had the bulk to actually mess with Tyranitar in Black and White too. And Sun
Yeah,
was
but
eventually
Espeon doesn't have a
neutered
Stealth
to
Rock
non-existent.
weakness.
Beyond that, its
So.
only use was on Baton Pass teams, which were incredibly controversial and wound up being overpowering to the point of it being banned as well. And that resulted in Espeon's complete disappearance from OU. It was too late in the gen for it to drop to UU, so it was stuck being non-existent in OU forever. So how did Ubers find a place for this Pokemon? Well, Espeon was used on Uber Shell Smash Baton Pass teams, yes, but we're not talking
Dude.
about those, because that's the same kind of busted synergy that was an issue in OU. We're talking about its place on a legitimate team style, one that isn't trying to cheese an auto win, but that uses Espeon's
hell?
talents to ends considered more humble, as it was referred to by the player base anyway. This style was called Magic Sun. Funnily enough, Magic Sun was also considered gimmicky and unreliable early on, but as the years progressed and even good players were using it to consistent success, it eventually established itself as the real deal and one of Gen 5 Uber's most iconic team styles.
It
was
did.
an offensive Sun style that aimed to abuse Ho-Oh to the fullest, but its attempt to deal with Ho-Oh's major Stealth Rock weakness would not involve Rapid Spin, given the limitations
It
of
would
the
use
sheer
Espeon's
spin
Magic
and how
Bounce to get rid of
impossible
it,
was to
right?
spin against Arceus Ghost and Giratina Origin anyway. Instead, Magic Sun would attempt to keep Stealth Rock off through sheer offensive pressure. This is where Espeon came in.
Yep.
First and foremost, it completely ruined Deoxys speed. DOS would
Ah!
have to run skill
Deoxys
swaps to
speed
stand
can't
a
get
chance.
fucking
With its
bullshit.
excellent speed, deceptive offensive power, alongside Grass Knot to slam Groudon, and a Focus Sash attached, it adopted a freewheeling playstyle where, if the opponent had the chance to pop a Rocks, Espeon would switch in, and above all else, guarantee Rocks wouldn't go up. At least not
And then
yet.
Ho-Oh
It
wouldn't
played
have to take
nasty
fucking
mind games with the
50%
opponent.
switching
Even if
in.
it
Even
did
with
switch
Regenerator,
into
that's still
attack,
very
or brought down to
crippling.
the sash. Would they sacrifice it to ensure Rocks remained off, or would they pivot to something like Ho-Oh on the would-be KO turn, now threatening you, Rocks still not going up, with Espeon still being available to be sacrificed to block Stealth Rock later on? If you didn't get Rocks up by that point, Ho-Oh would surely destroy you. But did you dare to use Stealth Rock against Espeon, hoping it would switch? You definitely didn't want to get Rocks bounced back, not just because you wouldn't have them to check Ho-Oh, but because you setting up Rocks against yourself saved their Groudon the turn needed to do so, allowing them to pressure you even more. Espeon wasn't alone in this effort, of course. Max speed Groudon, rocking the added power of Earthplay, would counterlead the usual safe rocks of bulky Dialga through an unexpected one-hit
yeah.
KO. Darkrai's high speed and Dark Void would shut down nearly any potential rocker. Even Stealth Rock Arceus Ghost would actually rose in usage specifically because of Magic Sun. Previously, Stealth Rock Arceus as a whole was seen as a waste. The style operated at a fast pace beyond these no matter what else was supporting
Hang
it.
on.
Scarf Genesec's ever-threatening U-turn maintained momentum beautifully. Palkia or a Lati Twin brought the pain, and Extreme Killer Arceus always posed an endgame threat. Even even if rocks did go up. But it was, of course, all about Ho-Oh blasting everything to smithereens in the absence of sneaky
right there.
pebbles. And it largely did this thanks to the deceptively consistent assistance of its good friend and surprise Gen 5 Uber star, Espeon.
Yeah, Espeon makes sense, actually. I can see that 100%.
Gen 4 Ubers has
Ariados.
gained notoriety for the fact that its lead metagame, so often populated by monsters like Deoxyspeed and Darkrai, has a place for Ariados of all things. As a counter, with Stab X Scissor and Priority Shadow Sneak, it limits Deoxyspeed to one layer of hazard, the golden standard for Uber. Meanwhile, its Insomnia ability blocks Darkrai sleep, leaving it free
It has
to run
Insomnia,
focus
bro? What
which
the
lets
fuck?
it throw down Toxic Spikes in front of powerful leads like Rayquaza. T-Spikes are an incredibly threatening hazard in Ubers for many meta.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of poison types in
Sadly,
Ubers,
the
right?
of Tentacruel lead has made Ariados obsolete, but the fact that it is viable at all bears worth mentioning. Meanwhile, of all Arceus' monotypings, the famously flawed Ice is not only what you'd expect to see used at all.
There we
and
go.
It isn't, not commonly anyway.
I'm not gonna need a
All
Cocoa
Ice's
Bean farm because
defensive
we're gonna have
abilities
access
do
to the
indeed
stupid
serve to undercut
fucking
Arceus'
entire
incredibly
jungle here real
bulky
soon.
stature. However,
I don't have to
Stab
work
Ice is
today
also a
either, thank
ferocious
goodness.
offensive weapon, especially in Ubers, where it's cutting through Groudon, Lugia, and a whole bunch of dragons, and indeed,
Yep, he
Arceus
stole my
also
fucking
wields this
block,
weapon
dude. I
with a
swear to
palm
God, I'm
thanks to its
so
great
mad.
power
Oh
and
my
excellent speed,
God.
utilizing a
We need
risky
to go
but
get Obsidian now. I
absolutely
need at least
terrifying
10.
substitute combine recovery
Now, I'm gonna
set
go
with the
far into the
excellent
jungle, though. I'm gonna make
ice.
sure that we go
Whether it's
far
using
enough.
the extra power of Judgment or the freeze potential of Ice Beam, it is amazing how even one of Arceus' worst type can still be not
Arceus
just
Ice?
decent, but potentially devastating. Klefki is a Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
that has
Klefki
no
is
place in
terrifying in
serious
Gen 6
Gen
Ubers,
OU.
dude. It's
They had a
horrifying,
moment
I
in
tell
late
ya.
X and Y when everyone was losing their minds over how to answer Mega Gardevoir. But that moment passed with the arrival of Mega Diancie and Oras, as well as the rise of spike stacking in general, upon realizing that
Ferrothorn.
the Foggers were bad, which came with the desire to use Ferrothorn and Skarmory. A later response to spikes, and Clefable, came in the form of an explosion of Excadrill usage, to the point where it was a top 2 Pokemon in the tier, and Excadrill could not possibly ruin Klefki harder, to say nothing of its limited to non-existent defensive potential to begin with in a metagame that had been largely devoid of Mega Gardevoir for so long, and even answering Mega Gardevoir would have been worth the complete free switch it gave to Excadrill. Klefki was decent in UU, far from a superstar, never going to be flashy or earth-shatteringly dominant, but perfectly decent. So how is that this Pokemon, unviable in OU and pretty good in UU, is one of the very best, most important, consistent, metagame defining
It's because it beats
top-tier
Xerneas.
Pokemon
It can
in
fucking
Uber,
paralyze.
and
It
thus
can
far
paralyze
and away
it.
the best on this list. Well, from day one, Gen 6 has been dominated by Geomancy Xerneas,
Yep.
one of the most outrageously powerful.
If you can get the paralysis on it, that's a quarter of its speed chunk. So even with Geomancy, it's only going to be at it'll be a -1, right? I
There's
think.
nothing Xerneas can do to break Klefki, because that's not true. However, what Xerneas cannot do is break Klefki without getting itself paralyzed.
Yep.
A paralyzed Xerneas is as good as dead. It becomes infinitely easier to take out for any halfway decent team, even if the Xerneas is aromatherapy and switches out to heal itself later. Its power herb will have been consumed, and thus it becomes much easier to stop it when it takes 2 turns for Geomancy instead of 1. Klefki's amazing typing is on display as it resists Moonblast and can withstand anything else quite effectively too.
Except
Even the
Hidden
occasional
Power Ground.
Super effective Hidden Power Ground isn't especially threatening, as it's hitting exactly as hard as the Focus Blast that doesn't cause too much trouble.
Oh,
In
okay,
conjunction
good. Never
with
mind.
Klefki's
That's right, though.
solid
It's
special ball.
unstabbed and
Though
it's only
Step Bulk is
60
not
base
what you
power.
call
Or wait,
uber
was it
grade.
70? I
gets
can't
the
remember
job
when they
done
nerfed it.
beautifully. Special Bulk Thunderwave, is that it? No, far from it. First of all, it's Prankster Thunderwave. This priority is infinitely important. Xerneas, of course, outruns Klefki by a mile, even before a Geomancy boost, but thanks to Prankster, Klefki will always go first and get the T-Wave off. It's even better than that, actually. Thanks to Prankster, even Aromatherapy Xerneas can't get away unscathed. It'll just get T-Waved again. Ah, but what of Substitute Xerneas? Well, Xerneas must use Substitute on the turn Klefki switches in, meaning it will be unboosted and thus unthreatening to Klefki's defenses as Klefki breaks the Substitute with Play Rough. Really, all subbing will accomplish in that scenario is losing Xerneas some health. How does Klefki break the sub with its low offenses? With Play Rough, which is actually boosted by Xerneas' own Fairy Aura, of course. Klefki turns Xerneas' own ability against it to gain the Life Orb level boost that it needs to bust that sub. Ah, but what about Rest Talk variants of Xerneas? Do they not reduce Klefki to pure setup fodder? Also not a problem. That's where Klefki's Heal Block block comes in. Okay,
Heal
Klefki is a
block.
Xerneas stopping machine, cool. But what really launches it to elite territory is how encountering Xerneas so thoroughly, it finds time to support his team with one of the best moves in the
daytime,
game.
see?
That's right, a Yu-Yu Pokemon turns the scariest sweeper around into fodder for spikes. Even if Xerneas boosts with Geomancy, Klefki lives any hit even at +2, so it can T-Wave, then spike before going down. Talk about
yeah, max
positive
spit up
save.
Klefki
Not just
too, I guess.
effectively Klefki for Xerneas, but Klefki for Xerneas, and the Klefki user
Prankster
gets
is
a
such a
spikes.
broken
That's
ability,
only if
dude.
the Xerneas user commits too. Seeing as you generally don't want to put your
Got
Xerneas
Obsidian.
through
Good,
that,
I just need
you'll
one
switch
fire
out,
charge and then we'll be
leaving
done.
Klefki to spike on the
I may
switch.
actually, I
Klefki
need to
is
take
so
like maybe
well and
5 of
truly
them.
designed
Hold
to
up.
answer Xerneas, it almost feels intentional. It thus litters its spikes all over high-level.
I'll take 5 of them so I can burn the jungle to the
and
ground.
it doesn't just counter Xerneas. After Sleep Clause is activated, it is an incredible Darkrai counter. It also stops both Soldu Lati twins, and to make that even better, those are
I need
the
a
tier's
boat.
best, most common
Where's my boat?
defoggers. So all in all, Klefki's design is absolutely perfect for fitting into the Auras Uber's metagame.
Should I take more, or should I take a second boat? I don't think I'll need it. I'll probably be okay. Well, do I need food? Yeah, I'll take some extra food. Fuck
Of course,
them.
there are many more bad Pokemon that manage to find niches in Uber. We'll almost certainly cover them in a future video. Let us know which such Pokemon
I
you'd
don't
like
need
to see.
kibble.
Either way, it is truly a thing of joy to see such Pokemon generally regarded as in-game staples hanging with the
Sorry I have to
five-star
force
legendary.
feed you, bud, but
leave
you
a
need to eat
comment on
before
what
I
else you'd
leave.
like to see below.
Alright,
Thanks so
now,
much for watching,
listen up,
everyone.
bud.
Also, if you're interested in
better
more
hold down
Uber
the fort
stuff,
where I'm
we
gone,
did a video
okay?
of what's the worst Uber's Pokemon, so be sure to check that out.
Can you do that?
And as always, if you liked the video and you want to see more,
Okay,
be
good.
sure to subscribe to False Swipe Gaming for more
See you
weekly
later,
Pokemon
my boy.
content. And thank you so much to our patrons for continued support.
I gotta
of the
go.
video. And thank you to everyone else watching as well.
Alright, well, time to go. I need to make like a dock right here or something. I don't know.
And thank you so much to our platinum patrons.
I could put a
Thank you to
gate right here,
Emperor
maybe.
Zenith,
Something.
Alex Sable, Anthony Belval Renault, Bingleton, Daniel Isbeast, Funky, Glitcherton, Howl, Nurse Jake, Jack G, Mega Man,
Alright, let's get going.
Lord of the Rabbit,
Have
Pencil
everything?
SP, Spavoon,
Yes, I do. Okay,
Kylaria,
good.
Soares and Croxton, Shiwei Miji,
Oh, God.
Stoneface Colin, Kiboflu, and
Oh, wait, that doesn't break it. I always thought that that broke it.
Support of our videos.
I think it's if you
And
hit too many lily pads that it will eventually break your boat.
Everyone.
We really just need to keep sailing. We don't have to do anything fancy, we just have to go around all that shit and call it a day. Even if I have to walk there, it's still not that big of a deal, honestly. Please no rain, please no rain. There was a mountain biome. Please, stop. There was a mountain biome in that direction. I don't know if I want to try to make my base closer to that. I guess we could try, maybe?
But in recent generations, they have been outright dominant, recalling top-tier types of generations past, such as Dragon and Gen 4.
Ooh, I'm gonna get that
Some
sugarcane,
may
that's mine.
argue, especially for Ghost, that they have gone too far in this regard. The Dark type is one of their most reliable checks, but they have become pretty wild themselves.
Fucking dumbass
So we decided
endertards, I
to
tell
explore
ya.
how Ghost and
Fucking
Dark have
stealing my
evolved,
fucking
exploring how games
Dude,
both
why?
Ghost and
Oh my
Dark.
god, stop, please.
But before we start, once again, this video is sponsored by another RPG game with beloved characters from your childhood.
That's so annoying, dude. Like, what if I was in a cave right now without diamond armor? Like, I'd basically just be dead.
Both heroes and villains. They even have your favorite alternate universe versions of them, such as Marvel.
Even with
Zombies,
my render
DCU,
distance being
and
pretty
the
well,
Fantasy
like,
Football
managed
Spider-Man.
most of the
The
time. My
is
game
rich
still
in
does
lore,
lag from
as
time
it
to
has
time if
so
my
many
computer's,
different
like,
aspects
updating
of
shit in the
storyline. And as a
background.
Pokemon player, I particularly
Annoying,
enjoy the
but
different
understandable,
lore
I
character
suppose.
synergy
I'm not gonna
and
complain.
metagaming
I'm not gonna
surrounded
bitch
by
about it.
For example, I use Kingpin and Hell
Better than
as
nothing, I
the
guess.
because they can both summon minions, which tacks on the damage and also makes it so my opponent has to get through more characters to beat me. Also, have you seen the graphics on this game? It looks amazing, and they even have cinematic attacks. But wait, if you're a new player,
Fuck, dude, I don't have my
you can
bedroll.
unlock up to 17
Shit.
total characters
It's not gonna be
within the first
Gloom Night
10
or
days,
anything, but I
including
still really
Spider-Man,
don't want to be out at
Deadpool,
nighttime,
Thor,
dude.
Captain
Fuck
America,
that.
and more favorites. Not only that, but this is the best time to start playing because this January
I sacrificed
there are
all my
free
fucking wood to
character
those
giveaways,
stupid
Team
villagers.
Gray and Hercules.
So I need to
You
get
can start
more.
unlocking them the minute you download the game. They are only
There's
around
no
for a
more
limited
fucking
time,
pigs
and
or
the
any
Team
like
Gray is as
live
broken as
specimens
she
in
is
this
every fighting
swamp,
game
dude. They're all
I
dead.
highly
I
recommend
killed
unlocking
everything.
them. So if you
Except for
want
the
best
trees, but
Marvel
they're
RPG
next.
mobile game and also support the channel to help us produce more content, you can use my link in the description or scan my QR code to download the game for free and unlock free characters. Also, you can use this limited time promo code DEC24 to unlock Captain Carter and Heartless Strange for free. And thank you so much to Marvel.
Isn't that just
Strike Force for
Zombie
sponsoring this
Strange?
Video.
Pretty sure that's just Zombie Strange, but whatever.
sole ghost type was completely bereft of stab, its ghost typing instead serving to provide it an immunity to the hyper beams, body slams, and booms that comprise so much of the tier's scariest offense, despite it, which could be used against high-value targets like Chansey and various psychics. The ghost type as primary utility continued in Generation 2 with the addition of Mischievous. Yes, the ghost type Shadow Ball existed, but it would be some time before it was used to an offensive end. After all, in Gen 2, there were no abilities, and Earthquake was thus the harder hitting move against the levitate lacking Gengar, while being better in general into rock types and still getting the job done just fine against Mischievous. Ghosts were now tasked with taking on not just normal stab from Snorlax and all manner of booms, but also fighting stab, which found its first viable user in the form of Machamp, having gained Cross Chop. Most notably though, Gen 2 introduced an aspect of play for the ghost type that would define them beyond everything else throughout Generation 5.
Be cool, be cool.
Their ability to block
Don't
rapid
aggro.
spin, and in doing so, protect attempted clearing of entry hazards. Given the enormous power of entry hazards in carrying one to victory, Ghosts became, well, not quite
Dude, what is my
necessary,
game
but
doing?
incredibly
Okay, hang on. I need to figure something. I need to figure it out. I do not want to drown if I'm going for clay, dude. Fuck.
So long as it was indeed a ghost
Just give me a
type,
second,
it was practically
please.
just a slot dedicated to deny rapid
Okay.
spin from going
I'm gonna
off.
just
Since
take a
Waco,
guess.
yes,
Yeah,
very
okay,
much
Bit
so.
Defender,
But
of
as far as
course,
waste
of
goes,
course.
it was still
Whatever.
incredibly productive, because such was the
That would
power of
explain the
Hazard.
lag.
All
I'm
you needed
tempted
was
to just
keep them
eject
up,
my
and
fucking
you had
internet
to throw
card
away
so
your
it can't
ghost type
update.
to
What
get
the
it done.
fuck?
It was worth
There's a
well,
live
because you
pig.
then ride that hazard wave to the win. It wasn't
Well,
that
looks
the
like I
ghost
didn't
couldn't
kill
do
everything in
anything
this
without
area.
hazard protection. It was
I
that
am
players
actually
became
very
so hell-bent
surprised.
on tunnel visioning their hazard win that they throw the ghost into
Color
the
me
team builder
impressed.
and into the battle for
I
solely
thought I
that
killed
purpose
everything.
and not playing to their strengths. In Gen 2, Gengar was the more offensive spin blocker for more aggressive teams, and Mischievous the more defensive one for dedicated
Time is
stall
at
teams.
midday?
With its lower offensive output, leading it more in the direction of utility, ranging from Toxic to Parasong.
Yeah, but
Gengar
normal
could
types
find
being
use on
immune to
stall teams as
ghosts
well,
kinda
because
kills
even
its
though it was the more
viability.
aggressive one, though
Gen 2
Gengar's
anyways.
ferocious offense wasn't direct damage, it was still utility. Yes, it had the great coverage of Thunderbolt and Ice Punch, but being super effective wasn't necessarily enough to dish out the major pain in the maxed out bulk Gen 2 landscape. Gengar was more about abusing the spikes itself, along with other tactics like
I'm gonna go for 2
speed,
stacks of wood, then I'll
dynamic
stop.
punch, and of course, it still loved to blow
2
up.
stacks of wood, I'll
In
call it a
Gen
day.
3, spikes
And not
expanded
literally
to
a day.
maximum
Ooh, red
movement
mushrooms,
range, and
give.
thus spin blocking became more important than ever, especially once the simulator's glitch of substitute blocking rapid spin was fixed. Gengar was the spin blocker, not just because it naturally matched up well against
A
horses, but
chicken?
because it was
No
far,
way.
far better than every
Cool,
other
he's
ghost
dead.
type. The tier largely
I've already got
centered around
chickens,
passive
bud.
damage,
You,
and
you
Gengar
are
was one of
completely
the best
obsolete.
at
I don't
dishing
need
it
wild
out, because
chickens.
it had also gained another move that would become a staple in most Ghosts' moveset over time, Will-O-Wisp. It was an incredibly difficult move to safely switch into, given that fires weren't that common, and the tier's best
I
two
do
fires,
not want
Charizard
lily
and Vulture,
pads.
were
Fuck
both
that.
afraid of Gengar's Thunderbolt. With multi-layered
Clay
punch and permanent
and
sand
resources
sword
are all I
protection,
ask
Gengar's
for
Burst
right
was one
now.
of the most oppressive moves in the tier, especially since you couldn't just heal it off easily unless you get stuffed by Gengar's taunt. This was the utility-focused approach of the Ghost type that characterized it before it was broken. Yes, Gengar was more offensively threatening than ever with the new EV system, but it was still a Pokemon without stabs, and its utility
Yeah,
was what
true, it
made
didn't
so
get any
scary.
stab until
In
Gen
addition to
4, right?
Explosion, it now employed Destiny Bond much more commonly, which let it
What
ruin
the
all manner of
fuck?
Pokemon. Nothing quite like having a Calm Mind boosted Jirachi behind a substitute, thinking you have the freest win ever, only for Gengar to Destiny Bond.
I definitely need to get on the water and get over to the other side of land before nighttime falls, or I'm gonna get attacked by squids in my boat. And yes, they can attack you in a boat. It sucks, but they can.
Levitate. Occasionally, Swords Dance Baton Pass Celebi would do the same. Furthermore, since Gengar had gained Levitate and now added Earthquake as
Another pig?
incredibly
What?
common move it would switch
How
into,
are there
which
so
would
many
become a
alive
common trait
still? That
among
makes
many
no
ghosts in the
sense,
future.
dude.
It wielded its fighting immunity far more now as well, with Focus Punch used on many popular Pokemon, not just fighters.
Oh,
So
you're not
Tyranitar
getting
was
away,
its most
bud. Nice
popular
try,
user,
though.
in fact, but there were more fighters used as well, most notably Heracross usage, whose alternative Stab Megahorn
Is that
Gengar
it?
also
Am I really out of
resisted.
space?
Finally, as always, absorbing booms was risky, but more popular than ever with the addition of Metagross. Generation 4 saw the beginning
Okay,
of the
cool. We
Ghost
need to
type
get over to the
shift
other
into
side
the more
now.
offensive focus it would become known for, and that has completely defined it in the past several generations. Shadow Ball was now a special attack, and Gengar delighted in wielding it, along with the necessary focus blasts to crush
Wait.
steel, dark, and even normal types that would stand in its way, especially with
I want that
Light
clay.
Orb pushing
I
it
want
further.
that clay. I
Its
have
base
to have that
130
clay.
special attack finally having its potential realized, Gengar became a dominant threat in its own right, and not just a spin blocker. It wasn't the only potent offensive ghost
I
type.
hate to do this, but I really want that clay.
And they were excellent offensively as well, with solid special attack and another terrific stab in electric.
This may not be a great idea per se.
Hydro Pump was by far the best and most common, though Overheat also
If I have to, I can
use
always just go
Choice
around. It's
Scarf
all
sets with
good.
potent revenge killers and late game cleaners. And
I'm not going
later
for the dirt though, fuck
Choice
that.
Specs and Life Orb sets would find themselves potent additions to their repertoire. These Pokemon most notably had to be wary of Tyranitar's pursuit, as did Gengar against Choice Scarf sets. It, alongside Scizor at the height of its popularity, was what decried Shadow Ball as a truly spammable move. Gengar could get away with it because it wasn't Choice and ran Focus Blast, letting it drop almost every Tyranitar variant in one. Rotom Appliance, on the other hand, often was Choice and could not threaten the one-hit KO on Tyranitar, so it could only use Shadow Ball with extreme caution, lest it get itself deleted from the match without having accomplished anything. Shadow Ball was not its go-to stab option for spamming. That was Thunderball. Shadow Ball was only to be used when necessary or safe. This was such a major defining feature of Ghost offense, having to play around Tyranitar with such caution that it prevented it from ever getting too comfortable. Even
Okay, we have to go now. Now we have to go.
As much as it liked, because it had to watch out for the Scarf or Chople Berry.
Oh yeah, we have enough time. We're
Constantly
good.
had to substitute on the switch or throw out blind Focus Blast that would also catch attempted
More
pivots from
clay, you
steel types
say?
like Heatran and Skarmory. The emphasis
Don't
on
mind
pursuit
if I
to remove
do.
Ghosts also played directly into the hazard game. No Ghost around, and you have an easier rapid spin.
It should not be Gloom Knight. It was Gloom Knight the other day before I left to go to work.
Extra reason to be wary of getting trapped. Now, as much as we've emphasized Gen 4 as the shift to a more outright offensive Ghost type, we must also stress the continued presence of Ghost as utility. This was most clear with Rotom A. Yes, it was known for Choice Scarf, but its most prominent sets were bulked out Rest Talkers with Will-O-Wisp, combining bulk with longevity and status.
I better go
plus the
before I
best
get
protect
attacked.
entry hazard, which had now expanded past spikes to also include Stealth Rock.
I don't
and
know if that
sometimes even
jungle is gonna be
Spikes.
far
Giving
enough
it
from
such
fucking
bulk
spawn
also
though is
allowed
the
it to
problem.
take
Are
on
you
offensive
shitting
threats
me? More
like Gyarados
fucking
and
land that I have to,
We
or
must
more
also
water that I have
mention
to fucking
Gen 4
cross, dude.
introduced options
Really?
to ensure Ghosts could
God
hit on the
damn it,
physical side
dude.
of things.
Oh,
This
wait,
would
no,
be
we're here,
also
we're here, we're here.
as
Okay, thank
Shadow Claw
goodness.
and
I was about to say,
Shadow
I
Punch
really
were
don't want to have to
decidedly
sail across the
overwhelming,
damn
but
water
Shadow's
again,
Sneak's
dude.
priority was downright excellent. It was most famously used on Giratina Origin and Ubers, where it was boosted further by its required
If my portal fucking
fucking
ends up sending me, like, to some random ass place, dude, I swear to God, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed.
Sneak was one of its favorite tools as well, providing super effective priority against faster psychics and ghosts that might switch into close combat. Giratina
And I need to have these, Bill. I need to have these in case I get attacked by something like nasty, like a big slime or a witch, or if I get ganged up and try to have my booty hole blown out. Because I guarantee that I'm probably going to get attacked if I'm not careful.
Much the same as 4, except Rotom A was no longer a ghost type and was replaced
I'll go for
by
one more
Gelatin,
stack of wood
who
while
had
it's
it all.
nighttime.
Recovery,
Should have brought my
Will-O-Wisp,
bedroll, but I
Great
forgot
Ball,
it.
and superb resistances. It was ghost utility through and through, and became the de facto spin blocker of the tier, stifling Starmie, Tentacruel, Fortress, and Donphan alike. It was only on hyper offense hazard stacking teams that Gengar was used for its faster pace and heavier damage output, which was much more in line with their plan of attack. And there it was just as menacing as it had been previously.
Yeah, I don't
Here's
really
where
need
the
that.
Ghost type as pure anti-rapid spin machine reached its apex, as Gen 5 came to be completely dominated.
Hey, at least
by
this time my
hazard,
armor's
and as
not
such,
busted.
Throw away the Ghost so that you can keep the spikes interactions became commonplace, especially in matchups where Gengar was tasked with keeping hazards off against the Starmie, whose side shot had stood nary a chance again. Ghost also received Hex in Generation 5, though it wasn't used at all, since it only clocked in at 50 base power, leaving it at 100 on a status opponent. Nice to be sure, but not worth the extra effort over Shadow Ball's greater consistency. Eventually, Excadrill was reintroduced to alleviate Spike's pressures, and even hyper offense teams began using Jellicent as their rapid spin blocker, simply because with Air Balloon or Eject button, Jellicent was actually
Okay,
able
so
to
we
block
have what we
spin from
need.
Excadrill
Good.
once or twice, unlike Gengar, which simply switched in and got eviscerated. Despite Gengar's notable threat potential, it faded entirely from the metagame. It couldn't protect spikes well enough, and its offensive output, while dangerous, wasn't sufficient against the Chople Berry Tyranitar heavy metagame. But all of that was about to change once we talk about the dark types. Dark types were introduced
Get the hell
alongside
outta here.
Steel types in Generation 2 to help stop the psychics that had so dominated the first generation. They were major forces in taking on Exeggutor, whose psychics was otherwise a highly
I see a
spammable
chicken.
move. They also received Stab on the switch punishing move Pursuit, and this would tie greatly into both keeping various threats in check and the aforementioned dynamic of removing ghosts for the benefit of their rapid spinning teammates. Umbreon was a staple for its walling ability, and even Houndoom saw some occasional appearances, but the most popular effective pursuiter was of of course, Tyranitar, a role it would continue to appear in through Generation 7. Offensively, Dark didn't have much to write home about.
Yeah, you have fun with that, bud.
Tyranitar would sometimes run Crunch, but that was more to support Pursuit, to force the issue against Pokemon like Exeggutor or
He's
Gengar.
stuck here. Let me help you get unstuck.
By staying in against weaker Pursuit. It didn't impact
by
the kind
killing
of power
you.
needed for wall break.
Fucking
Though
loser,
what it
dude.
did have was a nice 20% special defense drop rate, which could potentially make things hairy, especially with a follow-up Pursuit. This dynamic was highly present in Generation 3.
The only thing about swamps is that slimes and witches spawn. Now, I won't probably get a shitload of slimes because it's only the half moon. If it was the full moon, dude, I'd be fucked.
Indeed, Pursuit Tar was the most directly reliable way of answering Wisp Gengar, since it would actually threaten to remove it.
You just
from the
have to be
game. Crunch still
really,
wasn't too
really
much of a
careful about
wall-breaking
that.
tool in its own right, though certain mixed sets enjoyed its presence to give Play-Doh expecting a physical set a nasty surprise, and generally dealing solid damage to other such checks like Swampert, Flygon, and Metagrow, as well as, of course, being able to completely ruin Gengar.
Dude, their
Usually,
pathfinding
though,
is so
the Tyranitar was going
stupid, I
all out
swear to
offensive,
God.
but wasn't using its dark
Oh,
typing
he
for
just
anything
dropped his
other than
entire
switching
will.
opportunities against the likes of Jirachi and Celebi Psychic. Indeed, using them to set up Dragon Dances was useful, but it would be unleashing non-dark attacks afterwards.
What the hell?
Generation 4, as with
Is
Ghost,
my
saw
hitbox
the
is turned
beginnings
on?
of the path
No?
Dark would embark on that has led to where it stands today. First, the physical special split meant that Crunch and Pursuit were now physical moves, meaning that Tyranitar hit much harder with them. It wasn't just pursuing Ghost.
Actually, wait, I need to wait for a witch to spawn before I start using my bow. The reason being is that I might be able to get another speed potion out of them.
While also benefiting from its newfound special defense boost in Sand. Tyranitar's 20% drop rate now applied to defense, not special defense, and this was terrifying. Allowing Choice Band Tar to potentially two-hit KO would-be answers like Hippowdon and Swampert. Additionally, Weavile was terrible in
You know what, you do your
Gen
thing,
4,
bud.
but the
I'm gonna
physical
go
special
bully this
traits laid the
skeleton.
foundation
Fuck
for
him.
its later success. Beyond Tyranitar and Weavile, many dangerous dark types and many non-dark types received one of the most dangerous offensive mons in the game. The hard-hitting, usually stabbed, often super effective priority of Sucker Punch.
Nah, I don't need the bones.
To have Absol or Honchkrow tier attack
Oh, look
to
at
deal
that,
with
it's a
effectively,
slime.
though they certainly were UU
I
terrorists.
guarantee to you he
Honchkrow
finds
got
his
banned
way over
for
here.
his
There's
strength
no way that he
move,
doesn't.
And Absol made it even scarier with Swords Dance. You could have the perfectly decent attack stats of Skuntank, Houndoom, and the aforementioned Spiritomb.
Dude,
You get great
okay.
value from it, so long as you carefully play
That was
around
pretty
the
funny,
failure,
actually.
should the opponent not attack directly.
What a
Toxic Growth
fucking
did get
idiot.
stab on it, yet the
What,
move
they actually thought
synergized
that was
with its
gonna
fighting
work?
onslaught beautifully,
No.
especially with Swords Dance.
Yeah,
Yes,
they're
this
gonna
example
need a
all
lot
stems
more
from
than
Yu-Yu,
a
as the
fucking
move was very
dumbass
seldom
creeper to
seen in
actually
OU,
beat me.
barring
I'm
very
sorry.
gimmicky Gengar or
If
Rotom
the Pigman
sets.
couldn't do it, what
This,
makes
like
you
the
little
physical
shits think that
special
you'll be
split
able to do
Weavile,
it?
laid the foundation for crucial offense in future generations. We think of Dark as generally a physical attacking type, but Gen 4 ensured it was hitting hard on the special side as well, with the crunch equivalent
What are you
power
fucking
of
looking
Dark
at?
Pulse, whose 20%
Go
effective
away.
choice was flinch, allowing its users to potentially muscle through slower targets. The move wasn't incredibly popular in OU, barring
Dude.
occasional mixed Tyranitar that enjoys slicing through Rotom A, even when burned or slamming dual screen A
Hilarious.
that would instinctively reflect in fear of crunch, but its presence was crucial for
Get
later.
outta
The
here, you
other
little
stab
bastard.
Darkrai wielded as its fearsome stab in Ubers, bolstered further by Nasty Plot, as did Houndoom and Yu-Yu. It wasn't just that Dark
Yeah,
was
there's
now
the
a
jungle
more potent
biome.
offensive type too. With the physical special split also buffing Shadow Ball, Dark's ghost resistance was now far more crucial, and it had the potential to make many otherwise excellent psychic liabilities too. This went hand in hand with Pursuit strategies. In addition to removing Ghost for Rapid Sprint teammates, Pursuit targets expanded to include Psychic as well, as removing these two types allowed fighting types to become even more dangerous than they already were. One actually has to be careful about being too reliant on a Pursuiter to keep Ghosts and Psychics in check. Since these Pokemon were offensive, they had
So
the
they're down in
initiative,
that
and they could devise
hole,
strategies
are
based
they?
around luring in and weakening the Dark type with one such Pokemon, so
Clay,
as to
oh my
reap the
God.
benefits with another. For instance, in OU,
Get the fuck outta here.
that lured in and hit Tyranitar with a big Draco Meteor before getting pursued would allow Scarf Rotom to clean up much more easily. In UU, Miss Magius could bait in and Destiny Bond to Pursuit Houndoom, allowing a Specs Alakazam to clean up late game. This potentially precarious balance slipped in Generation 5, where Tyranitar, almost single-handedly tasked with taking on many an individual threat, already straddling the border of brokenness, found itself
Oh
overwhelmed
my
when
God,
threats
what
teamed
the
up.
fuck?
Most famously, the Latios Alakazam Reuniclus.
You know what, I think I'll
was
just stick
often
with
tied
the- I think I'll just
Entry
stick with
Hazard,
that.
and
I think we're
Rapid
good.
Spin, too, as well as attempts to enable newly dangerous fighters like Terrakion, Nianshao, and Keldeo. The defensive utility was so crucial, the ideas of dark types being used offensively were forgotten.
Bet you a
The
nickel
choice
at
by
fucking
Tyranitar that had been
thunderstorms.
so popular earlier in the generation was shoved off to the side, with players wanting to use it but being forced to run Chopa Berry for all the focus misses that were out there.
I'm just gonna wait until morning. They can all fuck off.
Incredibly potent. It was just too difficult to build a team with the best source of dark type offense, since that same Pokemon was so sorely needed on defense.
Piss off,
Gen
Spider.
5 also added Hydreigon, a terrifying offensive threat, but it didn't get much mileage out of its stab Dark Pulse, because while the move itself was very good, it also had stringent competition for inclusion in its moveset that included Roost, which were the default. On specs though, it was quite good, and if it wasn't Dark Pulsing, its Dark typing wasn't really
Oh, what
useful
you
for
could
it,
do
since it
now,
did
big
almost nothing
boy?
defensively, as it didn't actually check Psychic. If anything, it would have preferred
That's
being
what I
Pure
thought.
Dragon, ridding itself of its often
Is it
failed
day?
fighting moves,
Okay, good,
just
it's
like the
almost
Ghost type,
daytime.
though all this was about to change.
Get the fuck away from me.
Generation 6 nerfing Steel to no longer resist Ghost and Dark unleashed
Bunch of
the
fucking
first wave of
losers,
their
dude.
brokenness. All
Oh yeah, the
concepts
mobs
built
don't
up
burn
in the
now.
previous
How
generation
nice.
Now exploded through the floodgates.
Okay, cool,
and
it's
took
day,
the
let's
form
go.
we recognize them in today. The Steel nerf wasn't the only factor.
Yeah, the only
contributing
problem
to
now
this.
is
First,
jungle
knockoff was
spiders.
buffed,
Yeah,
going from
that's not
dealing
gonna be
rapid
fun.
tier
I want to
damage
head over to that
becoming one
mountain
of the
biome and
scariest
just kind of like
attacks
take
in
a
the
peek
game.
over
From
there.
Day one, Bisharp became the most terrifying wielder. Not only was it now not going to be slowed down by Ferrothorn or Skarmory any longer,
Huh, the
its
river's
powerful
actually
Sucker
illuminated
Punch
pretty
meant
well.
it could
Go
no
figure.
longer be revenge killed by steals like Heatran or
Fuck outta here.
Knockoff, along with Icicle Crash, also launched Weavile to stardom. And of course, every non-dark type with the
Little
was using
bastards,
it as well.
dude.
From
Oh
Mega
my
Systems to
god.
Tornadic Sirius
Go
to Bloodborne to
away.
Ferrothorn. It also made adaptability.
They
choice
really
band
want me
combat
dead, don't
one of the
they?
most
They're just
ruthlessly
mad because I beat them the
difficult
last
Pokemon
time I
to
did
switch
this.
into. On the subject of Sucker Punch, no longer being stifled by steals pushed Mega Mawile, which didn't even get stab on it, over the edge. Furthermore, the steel nerf made pursuit
Dude,
more
why are
effective
they
against
still
a
on the
wider
surface?
range of
What the
targets,
fuck?
and thus even more important.
How?
You saw things like Choice Band Tyranitar pursuing Heatran, or Scarf Tyranitar pursuing Mega Metagross, the latter of which, of course, was newly weak to Dark and Ghost, whereas
Submarining
previously
is
it was
actually a
neutral.
safe way to
Pursuing
deal with
Dark
jungle
weak walls
spiders,
like Slowbro
ironically.
to enable fighters like Keldeo was similarly useful, of course. Additionally, Choice Band Tars
Do I have an
became
inventory
even more
slot to use
terrifying.
for that?
Eventually, Mega Tyranitar became popular.
No,
for
I
the
can get
purpose
more
as
clay
well.
later, it's
Another boon
fine.
for the Pursuiters was that since Defog was buffed to now remove Hazard, with Bisharp happily punishing Defog through Defiant, giving it monstrously strong boosted knockoffs, Rapid Spin was not nearly as essential, and nor
Please
was
no
Spin Block.
thunderstorm, please
This,
no
along with the
thunderstorm.
increased focus on fairy types and their associated dynamics, meant there was much less pressure on Tyranitar or Weavile. for
Yeah,
that
I
matter,
know,
which got
Cave Noise, I
multiple
shouldn't
Pokemon
be
a
on the
given team,
surface.
making it easier for them to focus on that one thing that was really important. Most commonly, they were tasked with removing a Laddie Twin for the benefit of Keldeo. and
Oh,
or
pig,
Metagross
nice.
worldwide.
Excellent.
Finally, Dark Pulse was elevated into a spammable move in its own right, whereas previously being resisted.
Why
by
is there a
Steel
slime
held it
in the
back.
water,
Sure,
dude?
it
Get
had
the
gained
fuck
a new
away.
resist in Fairy, but this wasn't nearly
Dude,
so
there's-
ubiquitous
dude, I
that it
swear
would
to
still
God,
hold it
like,
back.
what the
Teams
fuck?
tended to stack multiple steals after
Huh,
all, not
that's
fairies, and every
strange.
team had at
There's
least
two.
one steal. Plus, the fairies were much
Oh.
more manageable in general, as the non-clef ones lacked bulk and longevity. Dark Pulse was a popular move on Greninja before it was banned. Yes, it would have gotten stab on the move even if it wasn't a dark type because of Protean, but it was quite easy to fire off thanks to its neutrality.
Thank
And it had
you,
important,
young man.
super effective sting
We are gonna
against
mine
the
here
weird
actually
Slowbros
for
who commonly relied on
emeralds,
Disciple
because I
and
actually
White
need
to
at least a
threat.
stack of
Brandon
emeralds to
Orez,
be able to trade
Voice Specs,
effectively with
Dark
those
Pulse
goofy
got Uber
villagers.
Unbound sent to the
Fucking
Uber
scam
tier for
artists, I
utterly
tell ya.
dismantling Balance Team, and once it left, Specs Hydreigon popped up in its place to play in much of the same way, with less power but also without the vulnerability to pursuit, becoming one of
Dude.
Owen's most feared wall breakers.
This better be
Now,
far enough
Dark
from
Pulse
spawner. I'm
did
gonna
nearly
fucking
everything,
cry, dude.
Besides the Clefable that was really one flash cannon away from not being able to switch into it anymore. Fighting became a newly valuable defensive type for its ability
We just
to
need to
take
make
on
our
jungle. One
main
of the
base
reasons Keldeo
on
was
the
so
mountain
widely
biome. That way I don't have
used
to burn
was not
down
just that it was a
quite
major
as much of the
threat, but that it
jungle.
was one
Like,
of the
maybe
few
like we build our
decent
base like right in
switches.
here or something
Megalopony
like
was
that.
also useful in this
That would be a
regard,
good
while
spot,
being switched in as
actually.
comfortably since it lacked an Iron Head resist. Its ability to withstand Sucker Punch was invaluable. Players were so starved for options in this regard that there was a time where even
I bet money at
defensive
thunderstorms.
Infernape
I guarantee it does. It
on the
always
other side
does.
of the
It
spectrum,
never
Dark
doesn't.
took on newfound defensive importance against the rise of, that's right, Ghost. Now the
I will
Ghost type
definitely
had
take
not
the
yet
free
reached the
feathers,
final
though.
level.
I also need to clear out the
After
animals
all,
from here,
it
too,
still
now that
had
I
to
think
watch
about
out
it.
for Pursuit, but it was much better
Oh
than
yeah,
it
this This would be an excellent spot to put my base.
Because the plentiful steals
I can build my farm somewhere nearby and just keep the nether portal like close or whatever.
No longer effective pivots into Gengar's Life Orb Shadow Ball. The steel nerf.
The only problem is the fucking nether portal, dude.
Power, meaning it hit a whopping Draco Meteor equivalent.
Is this a good spot? No.
Target, allowing for new sets that
I don't want jungle spiders going through my damn portal either, because they can one block, or they can half gap you and Mia, but they can one block in this. If their aim is correct, that is, obviously.
Just fine. This set was also used a few times by Chandelure, though this was more of a niche pick. More notably, later in the generation, the rise of Cofagrigus was assisted in no small part due to.
I can make more strength pots, it's fine. I need the extra space though for fucking sheep drops, and also for some grass.
Necessary in light of the introduction of Aegislash, which would have
I need to lure all of these sheep away. These are the only animals in this area that I need to get rid of. How much strength do I have? 4.5 minutes?
Insanely broken, since the steel nerf also meant its own shadow balls were more difficult to switch into.
Okay, you four come with me now.
On being offensive threats, since the defog buff and resultant significant
I have strength 1, so I'll be able to insta-kill each and every one of them. I need to be far enough away from that stupid chicken so he doesn't run away in the other direction.
Than ever when they couldn't be checked safely by steals. Having said that, post Aegislash ban, Ghost did not exactly overwhelm the tier, at least not offensively. Mega Sableye wasn't banned on the very last day of Gen 6 as the current gen, but that was because of its magic bounce being one of the most stifling presences in the tier. As a defensive Pokemon, it was solid, but flawed, because even though it had
6, not bad.
Slow, had low HP, and wasn't.
Now we just have to kill the stupid chickens. They're just gonna get possessed and explode, and I'd rather have their meat anyways. And I also get free feathers too, so that's nice. How did he not see that? This will also guarantee that no possession will take place here, which is good. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. I will get the red mushroom too. I actually kind of want those. They're very difficult to get. Oh my god, I cannot believe I just did that. Dude, that actually could have killed me just now if I had done that.
Was quite threatening, but was held back by its frailty and vulnerability to pursuit from not just Scarf Tar, but the newly popular Weavile as well.
I'm not going to take my chances with food poisoning either. That actually could have legitimately ended the run right there. I mean, I have health pots, I guess, but I don't want to waste them on that, dude. Where did that motherfucking chicken go?
Additionally, Jellicent was used again, because spikes were still excellent, and Rapid Spin was still viable. Plus, Jellicent was an amazing answer to the Keldeo that had a stranglehold on the meta for so long.
Why is he over here? How the fuck did he even get here?
Non-Aegislash ghosts weren't quite broken yet. There was still something missing, and they lacked the perfect abusers. That is, unless you played Ubers, where Arceus Ghost and Giratina Origin were downright demonic.
It may not be a very smart idea, but I also need pork for candles, so...
Ghost did take another step forward in Gen 7 though. Early on, there were so many fairy types running around with the 4 top.
Please no spiders, please no spiders. Oh, I just saw another chicken in here.
Players didn't want to run Tyranitar, which some players took advantage of by running what would previously be considered some form of heresy.
It is what it is.
Specs Gengar. Yes, it had lost Levitate, but with the only common dark resistant site being Greninja, it offered us.
Now I can build my portal. Just don't want any animals in the way whenever I do this. Just imagine if mobs could get possessed and then they could get even more broken.
But it had its moment, even on the big stage.
Okay, so I don't know if this is far enough. I'm gonna guess it should be, but if it's not, dude, I swear to God, dude. Actually, I'm gonna go up to the top of this hill just in case it's not.
And watching its monstrously powerful Shadow Ball obliterate everything. Of the risks you could take, this one was quite tangible in its reward. There was also Mars Shadow that got banned from OU almost immediately.
The hell? You little asshole.
Was more suited to Ubers,
Get the fuck away.
Brutally powerful ghost Lunala.
Dude, he actually just dive bombed me, dude. What in the fuck?
With the addition of Astra Ninja, which played just the same as Persephone or other more modern recognizable.
Okay, how did he even see that, bro? Like, what the fuck?
Attacks in the tier, not just because of his strength and speed, but because
no, you get to die. You shouldn't have made yourself known to me. That was a mistake, bro.
Could be overwhelmed.
Anyways, now I need to build my stupid portal before it gets to nighttime and I get attacked by mobs. Like, dude.
It transformed and went absolutely berserk. Heck, sometimes Astra Ninja acted as a one-time resist to the Dark Pulse from the opponent's Astra Ninja, or Blacephalon Shadow Ball for that matter. There was plenty of other superb Dark-type offense, and funnily enough, other forms of it were also renowned for acting as tools against Astra Ninja. Choice Band and Mega Tyranitar were generally excellent, and though they had to be wary of Greninja's Water Stab, they punished a Specs-locked Dark Pulse with Pursuit, which stung even through Greninja's resist, bolstered by the sand.
Okay, cool. That's good.
Assault Vest Tyranitar,
Nerd 3
was not really a threat, was also a defensive staple.
I need to seal this damn portal up. If it's not sealed up, it's gonna end up getting fucked up if I'm not careful.
And thus switch into even Greninja's water.
Nothing should be able to get in.
Beyond Tyranitar, Hydreigon also rose for its ability to resist both Greninja stabs with solid natural bulk, something shared by the fighting dragon Komo-o, which became popular later in the gen to help take on.
We're gonna have to use one wood here, because I cannot afford to have any jungle spiders going through my portal, dude.
Which Hydreigon also resisted.
That would be very, very bad if that happened. And what sucks about this is that if this isn't far enough away, I'm gonna have to build another portal somewhere in there, most likely. And I really don't want to have to do that, so hopefully this actually works.
And it would boost its Dark Pulse with Dark DMZ into a brutal black hole.
Please give me a decent spawn if it does work.
God
damn it, dude. Are you shitting me?
Well, even though Sucker Punch had been knocked down,
it's not far enough. Why?
Wielded it to ferocious effect. Indeed, Dark type.
How is that not far enough, dude? How? I don't understand how. I mean, I guess I get to go home instantly, I suppose, but like, dude, it wasn't far enough. That was like 1,000 blocks. Dude, they must have changed the way that nether portals work in this, to where you can't just make a gateway to another direction or whatever. I don't even know.
As alluded to in the Gen 4 section, the idea of Spec Shadow Ball being spammed freely used to be unthinkable. Gen 7 Blacephalon was an exception, and that was only due to its insane power, and it was still considered a significant risk if there was any chance at all your opponent would bring Tyranitar, which wasn't as omnipresent in the post-Perma Sand era, but still was a major part of the metagame. It was also one that could get you KO'd in exchange.
I'm so pissed, dude. Am I really gonna have to go back there now? I really don't want to.
Why bring it at all? However, in Generation 8,
I don't have a choice, though. I'm gonna have to. I'm not going until this fucking dumbass rain stops, though. I refuse. I'm not gonna be out there when a thunderstorm happens, dude. I know better than to push my luck. I guarantee it thunderstorms, too. Hey, bud. I'm back sooner than I thought I was gonna be back. Wait, I had another stack of wood. What? Okay, good. I have more fucking sugarcane roots to punish those motherfuckers.
While no longer packing the quasi-catch-all nature of its previous level of utility, and this made it even easier to spam Spec Shadow Ball, which became one of the most defining offensive weapons in Gen 8 OU. So what was using Spec Shadow Ball? Well, at first, Gengar and a newly nerfed Aegislash sure enjoyed it, but far and away the best, most popular, and enduring to this day is one of the faces of the metagame as a whole, Dragapult. Dragapult is, of course, not beholden strictly to its spec set, and nearly all its variants revolve around
Damn, I got a lot of pork chops. What the fuck?
Often with status, combined with the utility and chip damage of U-turn, until it's time for its boosted hex to clean up. However, Specs is certainly the easiest to use, and most indicative of how Ghost-type offense looks.
This is so stupid. Why did that not work? That was 1,000 blocks from spawn. How? Am I really gonna have to go into this stupid jungle and make a damn portal? Like, are you shitting me? I really don't want to have to do that. I really don't. So you have to be like 50 blocks in the nether, right? So that means you have to be at least 300 blocks away. I had to have been farther than that. I think you actually have to go like over 1,000 blocks from spawn to be able to get that to work, which is stupid. That makes no sense, dude.
Over time, players began to use Blacephalon, a similarly dangerous beneficiary of this change, and it established itself as a top OU threat. The most extreme version of this, though, was Spectrier, briefly allowed in OU at the beginning of the Crown Tundra. What was particularly jarring about it was that its roof pool was so utterly devoid of coverage. Dragapult had Dragon Stab, Fire coverage, and U-turn, whereas Blacephalon had brutally strong Fire Stab. All Spectrier had was Shadow Ball, and yet it didn't matter. It was the best at spamming Shadow Ball, and that's all it would have needed. It was nearly as strong as Blacephalon.
2 stacks of clay is also pretty nice. At least now I can make urns again, I suppose.
Immediately threatened to destroy pretty much the entire tier. Packing dark types didn't mean
I'll do that later, though. I don't want to focus on that right now. I want to focus on getting a portal link made to that stupid jungle.
But the specter of Spec Shadow Ball haunts Gen 8 OU to this day. Of course, it's not like there's no recourse. We've already mentioned Choice Band Tyranitar is excellent, but one of the very best Pokemon in OU is Weavile, who happily sports heavy-duty boots to circumvent its long, frustrating Stealth Rock weakness.
I thought Spectre was like super duper busted in fucking OU, dude.
Megastones or Z-Crystals. The so-called balanced ghost being overwhelming is that Dark-type offense is similarly brutal. Sometimes too much. Urshifu, for example, was monstrously overpowered, and its Wicked Blow got it banned. In its wake, Weavile now stands as one of the best tools against Dragapult, the latter of which some players consider problematic. Weavile resists its Spec Shadow Ball just well enough to ward it off temporarily, and when it does so, it threatens some of the most dangerous offenses.
Oh yeah, and Weavile gets a double stab against ghosts, like Dragapult, because it's got Ice-type stab.
Another Shadow Ball, it has priority Ice Shard to ward the irritating.
Oh yeah, it's got Ice Shard too, that too. My bad. Too bad it can't do anything to things like Blaziken or fucking Gouging Fire, I guess. Although to be fair, Blaziken has better resistance against its stabs. It's literally the complete opposite of it.
Defensively important Psychic types like Slowbro, Slowking, and Galarian Slowking are crucial, as well opposing Ghosts. The fact that these Psychics can no longer be pursued and thus enjoy nearly
once the stupid rain stops, I'll go. I'll go back. I know the path. It's not that far away or anything. It's pretty easy to get there. It's still stupid that I didn't fucking go far enough. Like, what? We'll just keep following the mountain biome's edge and hope that that's far enough, I guess. Okay, good. It's done fucking raining, dude. Finally. Good lord.
Galarian Moltres has become a notable offensive threat, with Nasty Plot boosted Fiery Wrap having a similarly powerful effect at cutting through much of the metagame. Additionally, we must mention the physical ghost moves.
Why? Like, dude, I thought I was far enough. In normal Minecraft, that would have been far enough. They must have changed it, dude. They must have nerfed it to where you have to go at least like a couple thousand blocks out before you're like far enough to actually not trigger it. Good to know.
Dark typing, bulk, and recovery are the only thing preventing the entire tier.
Yeah, I know, bud. Me too. Dude. Get the fuck away from my crops, please. I don't want no trouble. Just stay away.
But what about Gen 9? Well, let's just say...
Oh my god.
Almost beyond comprehension.
I will actually take the shovels and the bow.
Unleashing them to what can be argued as complete chaos, an extreme version of the dynamic outlined previously. The one saving grace is defensive terrestrialization.
13 tallow, excellent. That's great, actually. I actually think I have enough now.
Often Terra darts in order to win mirrors against other Gengars.
Get out my string and I'll make some candles, unless you have to use hemp fibers.
Which in conjunction with Supreme Overlord,
you have to use hemp fibers. God damn it, dude. Are you shitting me? Do I really have to do this?
Put simply, the more ghosts, the better.
That's so dumb. I'm gonna try anyways. I want to see if it actually works. I think it does.
Of course, anti-ghost counterplay can struggle against Terra in other ways.
And hey, you know, if it doesn't, that's fine too. Not a big deal.
Entirely, without giving up the benefits of Ghost Stab. It's not just Dragapult either. Another one of the best, most important Pokemon in OU is Goldango. Basically a new Aegislash whose Shadow Balls are naturally incredibly strong, making it an amazing choice scarper that cleans up late game with ease. Alternatively, it can boost even further with Nasty Plot. In case you want
to that's so much iron. Oh my god.
Into a fairy or fighting type. The latter also
so I need 8.
Incredibly strong. Of course, it goes further. 3 of the earliest OU bands of the generation also centered around.
I'll keep the rest of that tallow though. That could be useful for redneck fishing lane, maybe.
For Rage Fist and Flutter Mane for existing. Granted, Last Respects and Rage Fist have some pretty insane designs regardless of their ghost typing, but the fact that they are ghosts really pushes them into monsters territory. God
damn it! Why do you have to have hemp fibers for this? That doesn't make any sense. Like, dude, why? That legit makes no sense. I don't understand why. Why must I do this?
You know what got banned almost immediately this generation? From Ubers? Caloric Shadow. Because it could terrestrialize and use actual coverage. Bye-bye Evoltol, and thus bye-bye everything else. It's the apotheosis of the Broken Ghost Project. Getting sent to Mega Rayquaza land. It's not just Ghost offense either. Look at the
Where's my fucking tallow, dude? What the hell?
You en route to a ban and is a
what happened to it? Did it corrupt out of my fucking out of the thing or something? Am I being stupid?
The previously banned Roaring Moon, the down from Uber's Darkrai, and the Hisuian Samurai, which stacks.
Wow, I fucking dropped it, dude. Really?
And even has a little
cool. 32 candles. I'm so happy. Oh boy. I think that's where that goes.
Close combats from Great Tusk. Weavile continues to threaten too. Meowscarado was a major threat earlier in the generation.
Hang on, I need to check fucking the trade
guide. To take these on though. Fighting takes on a more useful bench defensive niche than ever before to ward off dark types with the offensive defensive beast that is Zamazenta, as well as Iron Valiant.
Zamazenta? Oh, God.
Typing. Additionally, one of the best checks of Dark and Ghost alike is the massively bulky blue. Ghosts have great defensive options too, bulky Goldango and Sinistra as well, which wields either Calm Mind boosted Shadow Balls or status fueled hexes, with both sets reaping the benefits of its incredible grass stab, Mantra Gotcha,
Okay, also
deals half the damage dealt. Remember,
what
it's
goes
as strong
there?
as Shadow Ball and has a 20% chance to burn. Speaking of, earlier in the generation, Skeledirge was quite excellent and remains viable. And that's it. The Ghost and Dark dynamic does not completely define the modern competitive landscape, but its warping effect permeates what feels like every corner in one way or another, especially as its options get not just
Cactus, painting, and then the Vessel of the Dragon and the enchanting table. Flip them though, technically.
Whose Infernal Parade is a ghost-type combination of lava.
Okay, so we figured it out. I have the candles. I'm not going to color them until I start trading. I refuse. I'm not going to waste my fucking dyes and just make a bunch of them.
And powering up your own
What do you think? What do you think about that?
We're not necessarily saying that the current existence of Ghosts and Dark
Okay,
is problematic.
fair enough.
King Gamma would almost
Agreed.
be a crazy Pokemon.
Okay, let's go. Actually, I'm going to go get my bedroll before we... Well, do I really need my bedroll for that, though?
These types have had and how they have come to dominate the game so thoroughly in recent generations.
Midday. Yeah, I'll get my bedroll. Might as well. I don't want to have to fucking deal with having to sleep either.
Whatever it is,
or not be able to sleep.
And also check out our previous video on the same subject, how Pokemon save the fighting type. We very much enjoyed making that one. And as always, if you liked the video and you want to see more, be sure to subscribe to False Swipe Gaming for more weekly Pokemon content.
Okay, good.
And thank you so much to our patrons for continued support of our videos, and thank you to everyone else watching as well.
Do I need a new axe? Probably not, honestly. I don't think I do. I do want to make a gate for this right here, though. So it would be right
much
here.
To our platinum patrons. Thank you to Amphazenus.
We're gonna put a gate there. I actually really have been wanting to do this for a while.
Singleton, Daniel Isbees, Funky, Glitcherton, Hal, Megamon VGC, Nurse Jake, Jack G, Lord of the Rabbit, Pretzel SP, Spavoon, Kyleria, Thor's
I want to keep some sticks in this chest too, just in case.
Colin, Kiboflu, and Quetzalcoatl Northropi for their major support of our videos. And follow my crew on these social media platforms. And that's all I got. See you next time, everyone.
Okay, cool. So it'll allow me to actually go out this way now. Oh, I had 6, bro. Okay. You know what? Yes! I can put my boat there, too, actually. And just leave that there. I have a dock now. How nice.
True to its name, the fighting type is renowned
I'm so happy.
Many of the best
I'm just fucking
Pokemon
absolutely over the moon.
However, this wasn't always the case. Originally, fighters were not only not great, but outright abysmal. How did we get to the modern day where fighters effortlessly, spectacularly crush nearly all in their path with such regularity, and have done so for longer than much of the current player base will remember? We're going to track fighters from their
fighting types started out as fucking terrible, dude. Like, holy shit, they were bad.
We know them as now. This video is long, so this intro will be short. Today, we're exploring when the fighting type was terrible and how it was saved. But before we start, bundle up with this video sponsor, MeUndies. Guys, winter is coming, and not only do you need gifts, but you also need to stay warm. Luckily for us, MeUndies has you covered on both. MeUndies is the best choice for comfort because of their micromodal fabric, especially the ball caddy. If you never thought you needed a special pouch for your parts to keep them separate, take the hundreds of 5-star reviews as your sign that this could be your new
that many things grew while I had my back turned. What the fuck?
To make you look bigger if you catch my drift. The most comfortable underwear in the world comes in a variety of prints. I really like the desert sky and totally awesome print that I have.
I could just wait until tomorrow and build new tools. I think I'll just do that. That'd probably be smarter.
There's over 10 different styles of undies ranging from boxer briefs.
I'll get new sword, axe, and shovel. That would make more sense.
You won't be disappointed. And of course,
I'm gonna go my sticks. I need, what,
that if you don't like
5 sticks, I think?
Then it's on MeUndies, free of charge. Winter is coming, so get some warm clothing and go to MeUndies.com/FSG and use promo code FSG for 20% off your first order plus free shipping. And thank you so much to MeUndies for sponsoring this video. The fighting type's debut was also its lowest point, and make no mistake, it plundered the most desolate depths of non-viability. It wasn't obviously terrible though, to those of us accustomed to fighting's long-standing reputation of excellence, insofar as it consistently demolishes tier staples.
Armor
Gen 1
looks
might not
good.
Seem that different in this regard. In fact, everyone who gets into Gen 1 at one point or another has a moment where
might
they
as
get
well.
the idea
It's not gonna
to
hurt
use
nothing.
a fighting type, so they can super
The
effectively
pickaxe
play
doesn't need to be
the
messed with. We're
dominant
not gonna be
trio
digging
of
around in the
Tauros,
fucking
Snorlax, and
fucking
that
mountain
otherwise
biome for this
lack
shit.
weaknesses. Yes, psychics are also dominant here, but surely the rewards are worthwhile. After all, other psychics also have to contend with psychics. Gengar and Victory Bell are psychic weak and are useful.
Gengar,
Plus, it's not just
Gengar,
any
I don't
old
know.
fighting type. The theoretical anti-metagame force in question is none other than the mighty Machamp. Renowned
We're gonna have to go
destroyer
find
of
that
many
stupid
a
portal and
generation.
break it
How
though,
could
because it's
it
gonna end
ever
up
have
fucking
been
with us if
Jag?
I'm not
It wasn't
careful.
only the strongest fighter by far, but also tied with Kingler and OU mainstay Rhydon for the highest attack stat in the game of anything not named Dragonite, meaning it also had the benefit of wielding a particularly impressive Hyper Beam. And unlike Dragonite and Kingler, Machamp, like Rhydon, had actual useful physical stats to use. Speaking of Rhydon, that was another OU staple Machamp's fighting stats struck super effectively. Plus, its HP and defense made it decently tanky on the physical side, and while it was far from fast, it also had the same speed stat as the meta-defining Exeggutor, so that wouldn't be a problem, especially with how much of Gen 1 already revolved around paralysis. With all this in mind, Machamp seemed primed for, if not a revolutionary crusher of metagame staples, at least some sort of niche. Everyone who has this idea to try Machamp immediately congratulates themselves on it. It just seems so perfect, and then wonders why nobody else has used it. I must just be a particularly special type of Pokemon master, they think to themselves. However, when they actually try out Machamp, they immediately realize there is a very good reason why Machamp's complete lack of usage in serious Gen 1 play. It is terrible. They then realize that they are far from the first person to have gone through this cycle. Indeed, Machamp has been tried by enterprising Gen 1ers for decades, and each and every time, the results came back equally dismally. Let's start with the stab move it wants to use to dish out its fighting type pain, Submission. It clocks in at a perfectly solid 80 base power. That's almost as much as Body Slam's 85, and since it's coming off of a much higher attack stat, it's going to be out damaging the main tool used by Snorlax and Tauros. So power-wise, all is well. Where the problem begins is the recoil incurred with each hit, inflicting 25% of damage dealt
Sleep!
back on the
Let me
It's
sleep!
not really strong or stamina to justify such a massive drawback, nor do leftovers exist to offset the issue. Instead, you just make it easier to be revenge killed. That's not all either. Submission's accuracy isn't just imperfect, it's 80%, bringing with it the same shade of inconsistency and frustration that so plagues users of Hydro Pump and Stone Edge in later generations. So you're often missing, and when you're not missing, you're damaging yourself. Another issue, Machamp's defensive presence is next to none. It can't switch into anything safely. It has to enter in against resting Snorlax or Chansey using Soft Boiled. It doesn't take any damage well, its defensive consistency already spotty to begin with, and doesn't appreciate being even easier to pick off for the Tauros it's supposed to be threatening. It definitely can't afford to take paralysis either, unlike Exeggutor, whose Psychic and Explosion are always reliable, and whose typing and bulk are much better for taking hits. Machamp's already inaccurate submission becomes even more unreliable, and its lower bulk and lack of resistances becomes even easier to take advantage of when it's not outrunning Snorlax and Rhydon. That's not even getting into the Psychic issue. Machamp's Body Slam, Earthquake, and Hyper Beam are quite decent, but it needs to be more than decent given how it has a limited window of opportunity. If you're not hitting the field consistently, you have to get a lot of damage done in a short period of time, and Machamp fails to do that without both great play and great fortune. Having issues with Psychics isn't necessarily a deal breaker in Gen 1, but you better be bringing something seriously game-breaking to the table to justify it. Think Gengar's Hypnosis, Normal Immunity, and Fast Explosion, or Victory Bell Sleep Powder, Auto Crit Razor Leaf, and arguably ban-worthy Wrap. Machamp has no such bars it can drop, just the ability to slug it out with raw power, and that power isn't even close to being sufficient to justify these flaws. Consider this, Submission only 2-hit KOs Rhydon about 1/4 of the time and maxes out at 60% against Snorlax. These are impressive figures in and of themselves, but not when taken in consideration with Machamp's many damning flaws. Some players have tried to get around this issue with low kick, which has a flat 50 base
I had to go get
power
coffee,
in
what can I
Gen 1,
say?
but also has a 30%
Hey, you know, bear with me here, bro. Come on. Come on, old buddy, old pal. I didn't do it, I swear. Is it fucking midday? No, it's not. Okay, good. That means that it probably just became, like, day. Just imagine if doing that would break your fucking boat.
That is the flaw of the fighting type in Gen 1. It's not just that it's psychic weak in the psychic world, it's that the resists are few and useless. The users are frail, and they can't even...
Okay, let's get this show on the fucking road, bitches. There has to be a way to go around that shit. There has to be a way. Like, I'm just saying, there has to be a way. Dude, it's a fucking square. Oh, you can actually turn all the way around, can ya? That's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, we are gonna try to go as far around as possible, like wide scope that bitch. Ah, that's a good cup of joe. The creamer I use is also very tasty. It's very nice. It's very, very good.
It would be much better if it wasn't a fighting type and was
Oh,
able to rid
shit.
itself of its psychic weakness. Its strength comes
Go
from the fact
around,
that it's a
dodge
water
and
type
weave,
has
bro.
access to the double combine that is Gen 1 amnesia,
Yeah, I guess this is
well
as far as
being
we
able to dish
go.
out sleep with hypnosis. These are game-breaking moves. Its best fighting move is actually counter, and if we're going that route, then the best fighting type in Gen 1 is actually Chansey.
Oh yeah,
It's an
Chansey, even though
absolutely
Chansey's not even a
wicked
fighting
counter.
type.
That's how you can look at fighters in Gen 1. The best fighter is a water type that wishes its fighting type wouldn't drag it down, and the best use of a fighting move is on a normal Pokemon with the lowest attack in the game.
If I see Clay, I will go for Clay, just because Clay is actually useful to me.
Fighters improved leaps and bounds in Gen 2, but this wasn't saying much in the grand scheme of things, given how bottom of the barrel they were before. Still,
I do actually want to collect some webs too.
Complete junk anymore. The reigning fighter
It's just more of a technical type of thing, you know.
Improved in the sense that even though it lost Amnesia's ability to boost,
I'll also get that for
it was still
animals,
too much
just in
for Andrew
case.
and got banned. Though again, its fighting
Red
type
mushrooms
played a
definitely
relatively
come with me
minimal
too.
role
I am
here,
making
as
sure
it
I have
only
some of
ran
those.
rest talk stats,
I
whose
guarantee
fighting move
that's
was,
an Enderman's
Magic
doing.
Toss, another fighting move that
Fuck
would
outta
be
here.
famous for being
What
wielded
the
by
hell?
Chansey and Blissey. Poliwrath's fighting stab upgrade over submission was the famously unreliable Dynamic Punch, another move notably used by non-fighting types for its confusion potential in Gen 2. Poliwrath itself would only use the move when wielded
Yeah,
by
I don't really give a shit.
It also received Lovely Kiss and Belly Drum, which were game-breaking.
The whole point of
moves,
that
but
was
also
to
not
just
really
do that. I bet
representative
money
of
that
fighters in
that
general,
tree
and
catches on
risky,
fire,
thus
dude.
rarely used relative to the incredibly reliable Rest Talker. Meanwhile, the Hitmons, now joined by Hitmontop, now had much better fighting stab, foregoing submission in favor of High Jump Kick, coming in at 85 base power and 90 accuracy. It did have recoil, but only...
Is that a chicken over there? No fucking way, dude.
Or that fainted upon switching in. And its recoil was a paltry 1/8 of what it would have dealt. Primeape got an even better fighting buff
Oh, wait.
in the form of
Let's go see what it does.
Cross Chop, which was just as strong as Dynamic Punch, but with 80% accuracy.
I almost
instead of
spilled my
50%.
coffee just now.
Not that this accuracy
I'm
is
coming for you,
frustrating,
chicken,
but it's
though.
much
You better
more
watch
powerful
it.
when it's not dealing recoil on each hit like
Is this ever gonna do anything?
And it's much stronger than submission.
Like, come on.
Additionally,
Come on.
it didn't have Dynamic Punch's confusion, but it did pack a potentially...
Does this do anything? I mean, like, realistically, does this actually do anything? It's just gonna explode.
Massive boost to their move pools that was hidden power, which at the time was not an all special move as it would become in Gen 4 onward, but physical or special based on the type chart at the time. This allowed them to run
Come
HP Bug to super
on.
effectively
Why is that
smash
tree
Psychic.
despawning
If
next to me?
Ghosts were
What the
concerned,
fuck?
They could go with HP Ghost, though Bug was preferable if
What
you
the
could help
hell?
it because
Is it because
lowered
there was
your
fire
IV,
next to
which were
it?
then called DBs. In this vein, the
Dude.
additional pursuit was
Oh,
also a
I guess
huge
that was
boost
it.
for
Never
fighters,
mind.
being able to effectively trap these counters
What a
with
fucking
stats,
letdown,
which
dude. I was
allowed
hoping it would
fighters
explode and
themselves to
light me on
run
fire.
threatening movesets. Finally, fighters
See ya
loved
later,
the
bud.
addition of
It's
universal
been nice
physical
knowing you.
boosting.
Maybe in another life, maybe in another life,
Speed
but
drop
not
wasn't
this one.
great, but
Sorry.
whose boost to attack and defense
If I didn't
was
already have
invaluable,
chickens, I would have
letting
probably
them
taken you
actually
back.
wrestle through targets with their fighting stats. Another major fighting type addition was Heracross, but it wasn't much of a fighting type insofar as its most reliable fighting move was, once again, Seismic Toss. Its other fighting stab was the tremendously unreliable Reversal, and thus
Oh yeah,
Heracross's
even in Gen
offensive
2,
output
Reversal was still pretty
largely
garbage,
defined by
dude.
its monstrously powerful Bug Stab Mega Horn.
Just imagine if
Its
squids
fighting type was
automatically
mostly
attack
nice
you in a
that
boat
it made it
regardless of the
neutral to
light
Its
level.
dark
Like they just
resistance
instinctively
was
come after
Heracross
you.
was a good OU Pokemon for its
What's funny is that
defensive
squids
ability
actually are not
for
fast enough to
standing
outrun
over
a
threats
sail
like
plus
Needlekick,
boat.
Marowak,
They
and
can outrun
Machamp.
you if you
Yet
don't have a
Machamp
sail,
was the pinnacle of
obviously,
Gen
but
2's
like,
fighting threat, the
you
first
know.
instance of its renown for OU destruction. Take all of these fighting buffs and apply them to
Yeah, this
Machamp.
is where we
Cross-chop
been.
or stab, it can now pose a serious offensive threat, especially since
Okay,
Psychics
good.
had generally taken
Oh,
thanks to
thank
the
goodness,
darkness skill
dude.
set
Holy
that
shit,
Machamp
this is
also
that area I
handled
was in
with
before.
crush. Indeed,
Damn, that's
their
a big
great
tree. What
prominence
the
across
hell?
the generations is one of the great strengths of the fighting type. Steels are especially popular, often being stacked on teams, and dark types are synonymous with the most popular Pokemon across the gens, Tyranitar, who is also, of course, a pursuiter that supports the
Yeah,
fighters
we're
so
right
well.
back in
Even
that
going
area that
back
I
to
was
Gen
in.
2, removing Executor
The only difference is
means
this time it
Machamp
didn't take me
running
2 days
into
to get
Bug, for
here.
example. Plus, even the fighting neutral Steels, particularly Skarmory, but also Fortress, do not take too kindly to neutral fighting stabs, given their power, in broader terms anyway. In Gen 2, it's not quite so easy still. Of course, the biggest note about Gen 2
Hold up.
Machamp is that its Cross Chop is by far the strongest non-explosion move against King Snorlax. Machamp's lack of normal resist or significant physical bulk means it can't actually switch into Snorlax though, even with the maxed out EV system. However, being able to so singularly threaten the otherwise difficult to scratch Snorlax is such a unique, important role that it means Machamp will always be able to threaten, especially considering how many fighting weeks Lax is often paired with. In addition to the aforementioned Dark and Steel types, there's also Cloyster. The maxed out EV system also means that Skarmory, at higher base speed, is faster than Machamp, which can be troublesome for its faster drill pecks, especially since even a boost of Machamp isn't exactly threatening to drop it, and since Skarm can curse first and match Machamp's boost to neutralize the effect. However, with paralysis support from common teammates like Stunsport Exeggutor and Body Slam Snorlax, Machamp can overcome this issue. Sometimes it even likes Fire Blast to threaten Skarmory without having to commit a turn to boosting, as well as immediately threaten the one-hit KO on Fortress, preventing Rapid Spin from the crucial spikes that Machamp enjoys so much for the extra chip damage on non-flying types. Indeed, as strong as Machamp is now, it still needs support. Things like spikes and toxic on Cloyster to poison the otherwise irritating Starmie are quite standard, to be fair, but Pursuit and Paralysis are more specific, though hardly going out of one's way. Furthermore, it doesn't just need support, but careful play as well to actually get the most out of its destructive potential. Machamp also needs a skilled trainer to get it on the field safely, something it struggles with. Yes, it has received a nice new special defense stat in Gen 2, but it still doesn't have much in the way of safe switching opportunities due to a lack of useful resist. Its favorite entry point is Tyranitar, but even that isn't exactly scot-free. Earthquake with spikes up will sting quite a bit, especially since Machamp, for all its power, is far from guaranteed to immediately make the most of that switch-in to force progress on the opponent. Spikes in general tends to exacerbate this quite a bit, even against light hits like Tyranitar's Crush or Rock Slide, and this wrench thrown in survivability gives it the tendency to get pivoted around by Zapdos, making paralysis support even more desirable. Trainers also have to exert particular caution around Cross Chop, whose 8 PP can run out quite quickly in GSC's Wars of Attrition. They really have to use the threat of them early on to make sure when they need to land those hits that really count, they have enough left to actually do so. They also need an eye on the damage calculator to make sure their eyes aren't bigger than their stomach. Otherwise, they might think Machamp hits harder than its impressive attacking profile would suggest. For instance, despite hitting super effectively, a +1 Cross Chop will never one-hit KO a full health Cloyster. The progression of fighters in Gen 2 is thus that they now actually have stabs for their impressive attack stats to use, as well as auxiliary tools to help get around anti-fighting tactics. However, fighters are still generally not great at getting on the field and need support to make sure their hits land with the precision required for the impact they would like. Gen 3 is where fighting began developing its reputation as an offensive powerhouse typing. It was now more than just Machamp, as it had been in Gen 2, since Heracross didn't really count as a fighter back then. However, for a long time, fighters were overlooked in OU because they were just so useless defensively, and even in the faster pace of Advance, some defensive value was still important for each team slot, since even the hardest hitters had natural good check. They weren't so destructive where you could easily justify their lack of contribution to a team's defensive integrity. Despite their power, they weren't so automatic and dropping everything with it, and they weren't very fast either. Sure, they boasted the ability to destroy Tier King Tyranitar, but Tyranitar's stand ensured that these big guns were on a fast timing timer that it and its crew would exploit to the fullest, even if you did manage to get the slugger of yours onto the field safely against Tyranitar, Glissy, Snorlax, or Regice. Not the the easiest task for that matter, then you'd likely get played around by some combination of OU Titans such as Gengar, Salamence, Zapdos, Celebi, Jirachi, Metagross, Claydol, Dugtrio, Aerodactyl, and of course not just Sand, but his good friend Spikes. Over time though, fighters became more appreciated for their ability to reliably crush common defensive cores, making them strong anti-metagame choices. But time past Zapdos functioning like a U-turn Pokemon in later generations became the quick and easy solution to get just about every big hitter on the field, and fighters partnered with it beautifully given how completely they destroy its slow, especially defensive answers. Powerful Fighting Stab is unique in the enormous damage it threatens against them, as in addition to threatening Blissey and Tyranitar most notably, the fighters were appreciated for packing Stab that wasn't resisted by their eternal partners Skarmory and Swampert. Plenty of pokes could threaten Bliss hard, but to do so without being stopped by Skarmory and Pert was incredible. They didn't automatically destroy them, of course, but you couldn't exactly rely on them to stomach Stab focus punches. Basically, they were physical attackers that weren't stopped by the tier's most common physical walls. This extended to bulky Flygon and other waters like Milotic and Suicune too. Additionally, though the tier was not short on fighting resist, these fighting resists were not necessarily
I think we'll just have to go into the stupid fucking jungle
biome. You wouldn't dream of
biome.
countering Heracross with Claydol, for example. At best, you'd pivot around it while switch stalling for sand damage. The added power of coverage meant that fighters were setting into that role we'd come to recognize them for. Neutral targets weren't safe with the exception of the most out-and-out physically bulkiest Pokemon, like defensive Metagross, and Recess weren't necessarily safe either, whether for coverage or sheer power. It was mostly the former in the bulkier advance, where the fighting resists were generally on the tankier side. Even offensively minded ones like Gyarados thanks to Intimidate. But there were some instances of crazy power where even the resist of a Zapdos wasn't necessarily enough to withstand some of the absurd strain being dished out by Medicham, Machamp, or Heracross. This crazy power stemmed from the slew of new additions. Yes, new fighting types had been added in Breloom, Medicham, and Blaziken, but they were frightening to deal with precisely because they could unleash this massive new damage. Choice Band was not fighting specific, but it was a superb new tool for almost every physical attacker. And when combined with the aforementioned Focus Punch, one of the strongest moves in the entire game that fighters uniquely received Stab on, it bombarded opponents with truly absurd damage. Machamp and Heracross could potentially one-hit KO Skarmory with it, while Medicham always did. And additionally,
Blaziken could also threaten mixed damage with it as well. Is it fucking raining again?
Everything had to be so extreme either.
Are you shitting me?
Focus Punch's potential to fail and Choice Band's move lock, of course, brought with them great risks that fighters could choose to eschew in favor of less immediately explosive but more reliable, maneuverable options. Brick Break was quite consistent as Stab. Its power isn't anywhere near the wall-busting norm we've known for so long, but it certainly got the job done nicely. Breloom and Blaziken had another slightly inaccurate but stronger option in Sky Uppercut, while another glue to Machamp was its high crit Cross Chop. What if you wanted to boost without Choice Band though? The universal distribution of Bulk Up helped with that, and even assisted in making the fighters more difficult to revenge kill for Pokemon like Dugtrio. Heracross and Breloom could even go further with Swords Dance. Blaziken had it too, but it didn't use it, for it was more focused on its mixed attacking barrage. Indeed, each fighter had unique utility. It wasn't just about raw damage, and for this reason, Heracross was the most common fighter for a long time. The only fighter you'd see in OU, because its main attraction wasn't even its fight stat. It sometimes didn't even use Fighting Stab of any kind, like on its famed substitute Swords Dance Swarm Selactberry set. Its main claim to fame was its Vicious Stab Mega Horde, newly backed by Rock Slide's all-important complementary coverage, crucial to just about any offensive fighting type. This is not to say that Heracross didn't regularly unleash brutal fighting type pain though. It was just so good at it specifically because its ferocious stab ensured it had a much easier time preventing Celebi, Claydol, or Starmie from checking it than the other fighters, which generally had to rely on hidden power, or in Medichamp's case, Shadow Ball, which were both far less spammable and less destructive against these targets.
There's the zombies, of course.
Heracross's Choice Band Focus Punch has a particularly devastating
Keep it down, will ya? I'm trying to get some sleep.
And its Brick Break was quite fierce, especially with Swords Dance. During the era where it was common for Skarmory to run Spikes, Whirlwind, Protect, and Toxic, aka no Drill Peck in sight, Heracross would run both Swords Dance and Focus Punch to completely obliterate it. Furthermore, it wasn't just Heracross's secondary stab that made it such a potent attacker. Another one of its major advantages over the other fighters was its speed. The other fighters, scary as they could be, all suffered from relatively middling speed. It generally didn't hold them back from getting their jobs done too much once players had figured out how to use their restraints, but it sure was used against him. This is not to say that Heracross was a speedster, but it was the fastest of the fighters by some margin. Its presence in the tier demanded the standard of a 270 speed stat on Salamence, among others, to outrun its adamant sets, something which Heracross could occasionally prey on by running a jolly nature instead, something that also put it ahead of the standard modest Moltres. But that still wasn't all. Heracross's deceptively solid special bulk meant it could stomach a stab psychic without much difficulty, and it took neutral water moves quite well. This was complemented by its nice base speed, meaning it often didn't have to fully invest and could instead bulk itself out.
Get the hell out of here, you little shit. He dropped a Venom Sac. Oh my god.
The others quickly established their unique.
Dude, why is he door camping me?
To leave metagame defining impact. The sheer strength of metachamps previously alluded to was awesome in the literal
oh my god,
sense,
no.
and it didn't even have to rely on a hidden power to strike ghosts and psychics. Breloom's Spore consistently demonstrated the brutal power of sleep and sent a wave of lung berries rippling through the metagame. Its Mach Punch was also superb for checking Dragon Dash.
Damn it, dude, seriously?
Blaziken's Fire
Get
Stab
away.
God
God damn, bro.
in a way the other fighters couldn't hope to achieve, and was renowned for being an excellent Scar and Bliss buster.
They are not having it today, I tell ya.
In addition to its massive power, made it similar to Metachamp for pure fighting spam power, except it had the major advantage of its Guts ability, meaning it did not fear Gengar's Will-O-Wisp whatsoever. Finally, Hariyama was similar with its access to Guts, but also had a massive HP stat that let it shrug off Blissey's Seismic Toss early. It could also slot knockoff in and ruin whatever had switching into it on its mind. Thick Fat was another option for its ability.
Why did it just do
its
that?
huge HP and utility
Definitely keeping those Venom Sacs.
Hariyama
That
was
is
the one
useful.
defensive fighter in advanced OU.
away.
Last note, interestingly, while these fighters may do with their various stabs, Gen 3 was also the generation that introduced Superpower, whose 120 base power was much more indicative of the direction the fighting type would go in and become known for. However, Superpower was only given to a few Pokemon.
Get the
None
fuck
of them
out of
fighting
here,
types.
you little
The only
shit.
Superpower packing pokes in Gen 3 were Deoxys, the Reggie Trio, and Nidoqueen.
Can I not pick up Bones? Why did I pick those up?
We've examined fighters generally thus far so as to examine the progression from their meager
No.
origins to
Nope, 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 nope,
anti-metagame
nope.
threat. Fighters would no longer go against the grain starting in Generation 4 though. We have delineated GPP onwards because this is not only the origin point of
Okay,
their
well, it looks like we're gonna have to go
evolution,
around this area in order to not have our
but
portal
because the way
fucking
they
mess
begin
up
to
like it
play
did
here
last
is
time.
so similar to how we can come to see them as a whole. They are highly spammable, partly because they are now so often circumventing the previous issue of their speed, whether through new fighters being faster and or the addition of Choice Guard, and partly because they now nearly universally receive an incredible stab move they can rip through so much of the metagame with: Close Combat. This move almost single-handedly propelled the fighting type to become the force they still are today, and its very style is definitive. Superb 120 base power, perfect accuracy, and the only drawback is the drop of both defenses. This illustrates the fighter. Forget the balance of Brick Break. No, now we will drop our defenses in favor of all-out offense. CC defined things right off the bat in Diamond and Pearl, way before Platinum. Heracross wielded U-Stab with Choice Scarf and a secondary stab on par with its legendary Mega Horn. In fact, because of its far superior coverage, Close Combat was now its primary stab, not like the Mega Horn supporting near afterthought that Heracross's fighting coverage had been in the previous generation. Of course, returning stars Machamp and Breloom did not pack Close Combat. Well, Machamp got it, but it was too busy wielding its infamous no-guard dynamic punch to devilish effect. Breloom made do with the less spammable but equally powerful superpower. It didn't mind too much because it was so enjoying the physical special split, now allowing it to use physical grass stab. However, there were two new fighters in town,
That's what I
Lucario
thought.
and Infernape. They defined the new breed of fighting type, which remains the standard of the playstyle to this day: fast and spam in close combat. Now, Lucario wasn't blazing fast, but for a fighting type, it certainly was, at base 90. It was faster than any other fighting type up until that point, and in addition to being especially fast for a fighter, it had a perfectly solid speed stat, full stop. With this in mind, we can now see how revolutionary Infernape was, demonstrating the importance of speed, which made it much, much better than Blaziken, despite not being as powerful. At base 108, it wasn't just the fastest fighter by a country mile, but it was one of the fastest overall Pokemon in OU, its speed being a major defining part of the tier and indicating the future direction of fighters. They weren't just going to blast through you with sheer strength, they were going to outrun you while doing it. Of course, Infernape was also unique in that it was a fighter that often attacked on the special side, though of course not with its fighting stat. Even its mixed sets ran close combat. It helped that Pursuit was now physical, with Tyranitar's newfound special defense boost under sand, making it even more efficient at trapping. And just when you think that made it easy to slap on the support fighters needed, consider the rock covers that had always been a crucial complement for fighting stab, and then that they now receive even more of this through the new mandatory hazard, Stealth Rock. It made it incredibly easy to punish anti-fighter Pokemon, switch into Ghost or Psychic and get pursued.
How did he
switch
see
into
that?
Flying
What the
type
fuck?
and get 25% of your health ripped off. There are Flying types neutral to Stealth Rock, you say? Very true. And the most common is Skarmory, which doesn't actually
He just got
resist
yeeted.
fighting. The other,
Oh, jeez,
Gliscor,
fucking
maintains
cows,
its
dude.
fighting resistance, but it also has an incredibly exploitable quadruple weakness to Ice Punch. Indeed, the physical special split also made it possible for many fighters to employ this move for similarly effective synergistic ice coverage, as opposed to the aforementioned Rock. Of course, Gen 4 also boosted this Rock coverage, letting players go from Rock Slide to Stone Edge. As for fighting's fourth resist, Bug, well, OU's defining Bug,
Pistol
Scizor,
whip
and
his
Force
ass.
didn't resist fighting. Heracross
How much did I
did,
get?
but its
I got
paltry
one, of
physical
course.
bulk meant it wasn't switching into its fellow
What
fighters
the
well at
hell?
all. In spite of a brief period where players desperate for Breloom answers used a Sleep Talk Guts choice band set. Of course, each of these fighters had unique tools, but stab close combat was now the new norm.
Okay, cool,
Not
he's dead.
everywhere, not just OU. It wasn't required, of course. In addition to Breloom and Machamp in OU, Toxicroak was excellent in UU and
What a
Medicham in
fucking
NU. The
loser,
latter
dude.
enjoying high jump kicks boost to 100 base power, but close combat
I will
became
gladly
synonymous
take
with
the beef
fighting type
and
as a whole.
fucking-
Its defining effect was visible
I will take the beef
everywhere.
and leather.
Lucario
Thank you.
continued its rampages and Ubers, while the sub-OU tiers witnessed varying shades of Hariyama, the Hitmon trio, Primate, and newcomer Gallade, all spamming the move to superb effect. Gallade so much so that it actually got banned from UU, as did Heracross after briefly dipping into the tier at the generation's end. And at that time, Generation 5 came around, taking the Gen 4 fighting and upping it to levels so insane that these monsters were easily on par with the dragons and weather abusers that dominated and defined the gen. Some players remarked
Are
it
these
was as
sheeps,
if
like,
among
fucking
all the
stupid or
chaos
something?
already present, Game Freak had gone out of their way to make sure there were also plenty of new fighters. Infernape's base 108 speed tier,
Dude, what is he
previously
doing?
almost sacrosanct, was now rendered commonplace by the Swords
Oh
of
my
Justice.
God.
And these Cobalion not
Please
being
stop.
an OU Pokemon, rather than suggestive of its flaws, more illustrated the incredible
Dude.
rate of progress, where a base 108 speed fighting type now fit perfectly fine in
Okay,
Yuzu.
there we
Right
go.
behind it was the base 105 Mienshao, which was OU. Also rocking OU were newcomers Scrafty, Virizion, and Conkeldurr, but king among them was the new close combat spammer, Terrakion, packing Infernape speed and downright vicious power. As fast as 8 was, its power, while certainly excellent, expanded close combats were quite threatening, wasn't nearly as stunning as Terrakion, which dropped neutral targets much more easily. Plus, you know that rock covers fighters like so much? That was Terrakion's second stab. And it wasn't like there weren't good fighting answers either. Gliscor gaining Poison Heal made it truly elite. Slowbro gaining Regenerator was massive. The Uniclus was dominant, but in spite of them, Terrakion and its CC, especially Choice Banded, shredded the metagame as much as it defined it, with many even considering it broken at the end of Black and White 1. Non-close combat users were better off than ever, too. On account of other major fighting buffs, Drain Punch's increase in power and PP made it a staple on Toxicroak, newly OU by virtue of its rain abuse, as well as bulky variants of the returning Breloom and the aforementioned newcomer Conkeldurr. This gave the bulky fighting playstyle new life, and on the other side was a move even more extreme than close combat, wielded by Mienshao, Scrafty, and a newly speed-boosting Blaziken en route to becoming the first fighting type banned from OU, was a massively buffed high jump kick, whose risk of enormous recoil damage was well worth its monstrous leap to a CC eclipsing 130 base power, which potentially ascends to even higher heights with Mienshao, and an RU Hitmonlee's reckless ability. Blaziken's ban didn't mean fighters even went down in number either. It was simply replaced by Infernape, and that was just Black and White 1. Come Black and White 2, you can forget most of these. No, not because of everyone's new fighting resist and Lander Styrian, but because fighting types rose to a new standard with OU dominated by Breloom, which had newly gained Technician and thus Mach Punches on par with Scizor's famous Bullet Punch, and especially one of the new faces of the tier, the final Sword of Justice, Keldeo, unique among fighters in that it was a special attacker, unless you played Uber, which had an
God
uncontained
damn it.
Arceus fighting and its judgment unleashed upon it in Black and
No,
White as
all
well.
of you die
Though
now for
Keldeo's
that.
signature Secret Sword, of course, hit the physical defense stat, ensuring
not fighting you
preeminent
little
special walls
shits.
Chansey and Blissey were completely destroyed by it. It joined Terrakion in that category of Infernape level speed, combined with incredible power and secondary stab. In fact, Keldeo led the fighting type into another generation
Fuck
of
outta
continued
here.
dominance in the 6th. This particularly illustrates the power of fighters because even the introduction of a new resist in the fairy type didn't much slow them down. Recall the issues of previous fighting resist, destroyed by Stealth Rock or Pursuit basically. And notice how Fairy is both neutral to Stealth Rock and actually resists Pursuit. Not only that, it's neutral to the rock and ice coverage that fighters so commonly use. And yet Breloom and Terrakion were once again serious threats, especially Breloom, and Keldeo wound up being one of the best, most spammed Pokemon in the game. Even though Azumarill newly resisted both its stabs, in a similar vein, this didn't stop Blaziken from being banned once again without even needing the help from its new Mega form. Speaking of, fighting Megas were shockingly among the scariest around. We're not just talking about Mega Lucario and how it took the fast, strong fighting thing way over the top with speed faster than Thundurus, let alone the Latios that had previously been a fighting deterrent, as well as the absurd power of its newly gained adaptability. We're talking Mega Medicham and Heracross,
This will be a good spot
which
to
in the wake of the
sleep,
ban of the
probably.
also busted
Two Venom
Ace
Sacks,
class, became
nice.
among the most frightening, defining OU wall breakers. Mega Medicham's power was stunning, yes, but it was that power combined with the newfound base 100 speed that really made it so scary. Meanwhile, Mega Heracross actually slowed down,
outta
but
here.
it also bulked out, making it more difficult to revenge kill, and thanks to its anti-psychic bug stat, it was well and truly unwallable. Even Mega Medicham wouldn't be able to get past the likes of Mew or Reuniclus. Then came Oraz, and non-choice Scarf fighting type speed went to another level with the addition of Mega Lopunny, whose incredible base 135 was paired with a stab high jump kick that even Ghost couldn't block thanks to Scrappy. Oraz' fighting Megas were usually Lopunny for its incredible speed or Medicham for its outright destruction, but Heracross certainly had its place for the Swords Dance precision of its unwallability. This dynamic continued into Gen 7. There, the increase of fairy types and addition of Toxapex meant the old Keldeo-led fighting Vanguard slowed down, but this Mega fighting trio continued to dominate and define the metagame, especially with terrain. They all enjoyed the status protection of missing terrain. Mega Medicham's Zen Headbutt was downright disturbing in psychic terrain, and Mega Heracross enjoyed underrated support from grassy terrain that not only reinforces bulk to recovery, but also enabled the most from its skill link boosted Bullet Seed. Before these Megas took off though, there was a new fighting type that was so monstrous it got itself banned. Joining Blaziken and Mega Lucario, Pheromosa, taking the close combat ethos to a new level. No, not that it used close combat. Pheromosa was a high jump kick kind of girl, but more that a CC user is perfectly willing to drop their defenses in favor of that power. Pheromosa had no
They're just
defenses
simping for
to speak of,
Pheromosa.
and instead went all out insane in both power and speed. It was the terrifying fighter, and no feasible attempts to find checks for it like Alolan Marowak could deny its might. It simply had to be accepted with a ban. So too did Marshadow upon the introduction of Ultra Sun and Moon. It was exactly what you would expect from a fast close combat spammer. Ridiculously fast, ridiculously strong, and with perfect tools to ensure fighting resist wouldn't want to come near it. It didn't last a day in OU and proceeded to terrorize Ubers. Beyond the Mega Trio, the terrains also supported the Hawlucha that came into its own in this generation, eating its various seeds to activate its Unburden and turning it into a fast, powerful monster after a Swords Dance, and a respectively bulky one at that. There was also the late discovery of a new close combat user. Komodo was excellent, both offensively as well as that rare guise of the defensive Drain Punch.
Fighting Dragon,
in this
interesting.
case, one that could take on Heatran, Astro Ninja, and set up Stealth Rock. Offensively, Komodo was unique for its variety. It could go mixed just as well as it could go all out physical on a number of sets, whether it was Stealth Rocking or Dragon Dancing, and it had many different excellent Z crystals that it could run.
What
Its
did I just
signature
do?
Clangorous Soul Waste and its Omni Boost
What?
was the most notable. It didn't even matter that it had both stabs devoured by fairy types. They were often one poison jab away from being nullified, except Magearna, but then that didn't resist close combat. But then Gen 8 came around, and Megas and Z moves were no more. What would become of the fighters? Given that Blaziken would wind up not just not banned, but in UU, one might be forgiven for thinking this indicated a general trend against them, but not quite. Even putting aside the fact that Blaziken, now wielding close combat incidentally, made an excellent comeback as a major OU threat, the spammable fighter was going as strong as ever with the introduction of Urshifu, who terrorized OU in both guises. Rapid Strike wielded Keldeo's famed stab combo alongside U-turn to superb effect, but it was the single strike form that was especially brutal thanks to its perfectly
and I fucking
complementary
killed all
secondary
the
dark
pigs.
stab. The auto crit wicked blow that blew past Lander's
Come on.
Intimidate with power just as
Yeah,
fierce
he's
as
dead.
close combat, leading to single strike's eventual ban. He didn't want to slip any CC resist into it because of how badly it destroyed all of them.
Cows, oh my
except
god.
another fighter, Buzzswole, which fulfilled the bulky fighter role even after Urshifu's ban. It wasn't just a tank either. The choice ban set proved itself to be as mighty a close combat spammer as anything. It actually outmatched Urshifu power-wise. Buzzswole's cousin Pheromosa was banned again as well, and that still wasn't all OU had to offer. Galarian Zapdos' choice ban set was utterly ferocious. If it caught a Defiant boost, it unleashed the scariest close combats available, making mincemeat even out of a resist as tanky as Bull Toxapex. And of course, Defiant meant Lander's T's Intimidate would only make it stronger, making its close combat the most theoretically
Come on,
perfect
boys.
of all. All this has been leading us to Gen 9, where overall fight spam has reached its zenith. Right off the bat, the warping, defining Great Tusk is both offensively and defensively amazing, while packing seriously good speed even before the possibility of photosynthesis speed boosting, and in fact being so good defensively further fuels its potential to unleash close combat. Iron Valiant takes this further. It's no great shakes defensively, but it's so brutal on both sides of the spectrum, not just fast and strong, but with a tremendous fan ability to its onslaught.
Pigs,
To be a
holy
consistent
shit.
source of controversy, Zamazenta wound up dropping from Ubers and combined insane speed with bulky fighting tactics, both in tanking ability and use of body press. Its all-out sets with close combats are solid too, of course, though its
Cool.
attack is positively polite by modern standards. At the time of this video, it is neck and neck with King Gambit, which it often counters as the best Pokemon in the tier. Plus, in Sneasler and its incredible toolkit, including
What is
else,
he doing,
superb
dude?
attack and speed supporting close combat, especially once it activated Unburdened. You had another in the growing line of fighting types that were just too much for OU. We've gone from no fighters and Ubers to seeing them banned in every Gen 5 and onward. And if you glance at the actual Uber tier, it's just as crazy there. Koraidon is basically Mega Komo-o that is also a Groudon. What will they think of next, we wonder? As we summarize our findings through observing that fighters have become increasingly outlandish, most notably in the raw power and speed that lets them brandish their vicious stats so effectively. Though there are some excellent, slower, bulkier examples as well. And on top of that, these strong, fast fighters have increasingly better, wilder tools to assist them in case
Come
raw
on,
power isn't
boys.
enough. They have gone from the lowest of the low to regularly defining OU in many cases, and in many cases getting banned. The only question is, should Game Freak push them even further? Thanks for watching, everyone. And as always, if you liked the video and you want to see more, be sure to subscribe to False Swipe Games for weekly Pokemon content. And in the comments, I want to know, what do you think about fighting types evolution? Should they be nerfed? Should they be buffed? Whatever it is, let us know in the comments. Also, thank you so much to our patrons for continued support of our videos, and thank you to everyone else watching as well.
Alright, cool. Where'd that other pig go?
And thank you so much to our platinum patrons. Thank you to Amphlozine.
If I have to cook food, I can, I guess. Not a big
Anthony
deal.
Belval, Renault,
I can get more
Dingleton,
wood.
Daniel Isbees,
And I have coal
Dr.
around
Min,
me, so that's
Funky,
nice.
Glitcherton, Hal, Nurse Jake, Jack G, Lord of the Rabbit, Pretzel SP, Ray Ray, Skylarian,
Ray Ray.
Thorson Croxton, Shiwei Miki,
Dude.
Stone Face Colin, and Ketzel Kodo no Trophy for their major support of our videos. And follow my crew on these social media platforms. And that's all I got. See you next time, everyone.
Jungle biome's over there, is it? Okay, good. Wait, what?
Today
You know what, I'll
we
keep
have
it
one of
just
the
for
most
collection's
iconic
sake,
starter
if I actually,
Pokemon
you know,
and one of the
like,
most
actually keep it.
iconic Pokemon, period. Having achieved that status ever since it debuted in the original Pokemon games, Pokemon Red and Green. Yes, that's right, not blue, but green, which was the original
God
Japanese
damn it,
release.
dude.
It's why the remakes are Fire Red and Leaf Green, not Water Blue or whatever. Anyway, other than its appearances impressively adorning box art, the Venusaur line has long since been favored for its appearances in the anime. Ash's Bulbasaur was a hugely popular fan favorite, with Violets and Razor Leafs that regularly transcended the physical limitations of the type chart. Plus, let's be honest, didn't all of us at one point name our Venusaur Brute after seeing it in the original Pokemon movie?
No.
Your fake Venusaur can't beat my real one. Right, Brute Brute?
even though it loses to the OP clone Venusaur, it stuck with us. We've got a lot of competitive history to go over today, so without any further ado, let us ask the question, how good was Venusaur actually? And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats. Venusaur's Psychic and Blizzard weaknesses, alongside its lack of threat potential, pretty much automatically disqualified it from the first generation of OU. It had some nice tools, yes, like its Stab Auto Crit Razor Leaf from a solid base 100 special and a Sword Stance boosted Hyper Beam. The problem, if you're going to use a Grass Poison with these traits, you're actually going to use Victory Bell every single time. Its Razor Leaf hit equally hard, and its Hyper Beam hit much harder, with a whopping 23 more base attack than Venusaur. Plus, this wasn't even Victory Bell's main strength. That would be the controversial, arguably broken Wrap, something Venusaur did not have access to. Venusaur also lacks Stun Spore, and Victory Bell loved the option of Stunning Paralysis. Now, Venusaur wasn't the worst thing you could bring to OU, but there's a reason it wasn't actually used or even considered in serious play, and was only ever acknowledged as a gimmick you would bring because you were really attached to Bulbasaur growing up or something. Venusaur was UU for quite some time, but it was completely and utterly outclassed, because guess who else was in the tier? Victory Bell. As such, when RB1
you all get to live
into
today.
existence, Venusaur dropped there and was very good. Its primary function was taking advantage of water types like Blastoise. Incidentally, RBYNU was treasured at this time for being a tier where all three starters weren't just viable, but very good. Fires like Charizard were generally powerful, which made waters better, and thus, in a roundabout way, fires being as good as they were, meant Venusaur was consistently useful. Venusaur was also a strong, defining part of the lead metagame, where its fast sleep and good bulk meant it consistently got its team off to a good start, effectively taking on the popular Blastoise, Clefable, and Electrode lead, while sometimes it even stay in and stomach a Mr. Mime's Psychic, because getting Mime slept was incredibly valuable. Venusaur didn't last in NU though, not because it was overpowered, but because of its promotion to UU. Victory Bell became so effective and popular in OU that it was promoted, no longer being an OU Pokemon only by viability, but now by status as well. Venusaur delighted moving to fill its shoes in UU, and it did the job quite well, proving itself with high usage and win rate, even though the tier was dominated by its natural enemy, Articuno. It was actually a great partner for Articuno, since it used the Pokemon that were used to check Articuno, bulky waters like Vaporeon and Dugong, as opportunities for Razor Leaf spam. It actually outsped Dugong, unlike the previous Victory Bell that had Speed Tide it. Venusaur also effectively leveraged its superior physical bulk to better withstand Dugtrio's Earthquake, making it more difficult to revenge kill. Even before it got an attack off, Venusaur was shut down in opposing Pokemon with Sleep, an incredibly powerful status in Gen 1 due to its length and inability of an afflicted Pokemon to move on the turn it woke up. Venusaur had the second fastest sleep in the tier, only behind Venomoth, and outpaced much of the metagame in its own right. Getting the jump on Hypno was particularly excellent. Besides its hard-hitting Razor Leaf, it also messed with switches through Body Slam, pairing potential paralysis with decent damage, and Toxic, which most notably ruined agility wrap attempts from Dragonite, as well as the Tangela that would otherwise wall Venusaur.
Of course it's raining, how nice.
But Venusaur made a solid niche for itself in the tier as a consistent performer against the tier's many bulky waters. Then, after this brief positive fortune, a series of changes rocked the tier, none of them favoring Venusaur. Sleep was banned from the tier, and there went Venusaur's best tool, the one thing it could rely on consistently, and thus much of its niche was lost. Then Hypno was banned from the tier, which eventually prompted the unbanning of Sleep, with Hypno recognized as the main reason why Sleep had such a detrimental effect of the tier. And indeed, the metagame was far less chaotic when it was Venomoth, Venusaur, and Tangela doing the sleeping. All good Pokemon, but far from the tier-shattering force that was Hypno. Okay, but wasn't a Sleep unban good for Venusaur? Well, at this point, Victory Bell's time as a genuine OU Pokemon was over, and as such, it had lost its status, meaning it came right back to UU to outclass Venusaur. As such, Venusaur wound up dropping back to NU, and this time around, it wasn't much good. Why? Because Victory Bell was now in the tier as well.
Yeah, this
even
watering
Victory
hole's
Bell struggled with
absolutely
his
the best
fast-paced new
possible
tier
spot
with
at the
threatening
moment.
grass resist aplenty. Thus, through a series of farcical events
Actually, I'll go over
beyond
a
its
little bit
control,
more, just so I can
Venusaur's
get far
success
enough away.
didn't last, and it ended its debut generation in a fairly poor spot. Venusaur was thoroughly mediocre in the second generation. It received growth, which meant that it would be
the top
far
of that
too
hill would
good
be a
at
good
using its
spot.
bulk to boost and blast through UU, so it was relegated to BL. Did it have
Oh, that's
any
a good
chance at an
spot,
OU
actually.
niche
What the
then?
what?
Well, it seemed like it'd be okay with the same type of strategy. After all, it had a nice typing to shrug off the legendary electrics and was effective against a slew of other top OU threats like Nidoking, Machamp, Vaporeon,
Tomorrow
and
is
Tyranitar.
Balloon
The
Night,
problem was that
too.
Venusaur was just so weak. Its base special attack was fine, and even the fact that growth only boosted one stage was fine. It was the fact that his choice of Grass Stab, either Giga Drain or Razor Leaf, had such ludicrously low base power that it takes forever before it threatened much of anything. And before it reached that point, it'd be overwhelmed by Snorlax or Zapdos or just about anything else like Gengar, since Synthesis only had 8 PP. While if it chose to run Sleep Powder instead, it'd get overwhelmed even more quickly. And the absurd prominence of Sleep Talk meant it wasn't like Sleep was that impactful in and of itself. The choice of hidden power Fire or Ice was backbreaking too. It wanted Ice to not be walled by Zapdos, but being stuffed by Skarmory was just terrible. And if it went with HP Fire, it also suffered a major bulk loss due to the lowering of its DBs. Once Jinx rose in popularity, that just ensured Venusaur would be even more non-existent than previously. Venusaur was tried once or twice with a defensive set as a pseudo Meganium with a nice cross-chop resist for Machamp, which was nice in theory, but Meganium itself was already pretty niche, and it was better than Venusaur anyway, thanks to superior physical bulk and a more valuable resistance to Earthquake, letting it handle Marowak. For some reason, Venusaur didn't get Sludge Bomb in Gen 2. If it did, Swords Dance sets would definitely be worthwhile. And alas, Gen 2 pretty much entirely passed Venusaur by. Things finally went right for Venusaur in Generation 3. The Leech Seed buff meant it now had access to one of the best moves in the game, and it went hand in hand with its ability to dish out Sleep. And Sleep Talk no longer calling Rest Recovery meant its Sleep was much more effective too. The only type immune to Leech Seed's effect was Grass. And guess what? For those, Venusaur packed an amazing new toy, Stab
Thank
Sludge
goodness,
Bomb,
oh
which
my
also
God.
brandished a nasty 30% poison rate for even more status passive damage. It was far too good for UU, but this time OU viability was well within its grasp. The tier was usually dominated by the go-to grass and one of the best Pokemon full stop, Celebi, who loves spamming Leech Seed itself, especially alongside the newly buffed Spikes and Permanent Sandstorm. Now, Venusaur couldn't match Celebi's all-around excellence, but it carved out a serious niche for itself thanks to Sleep Powder. Venusaur was no gimmick. Sure, you couldn't slap it on every team, but it was used at high-level play because its play pattern of shutting something down with Sleep into throwing out Leech Seed was among the most irritating in the game and was absolutely incredible for setting tempo early on. Venusaur was actually quite a good lead because of how well it went off against common variants of Zapdos, Tyranitar, Suicune, Metagross, and Skarmory. This is an absolutely incredible matchup spread, with Salamence being the only common lead that scared it out turn 1. Celebi wouldn't want to switch in to block Venusaur's Leech Seed either. It'd have to do so after Venusaur had already slept something else if it didn't want to be easy bait for Venusaur's teammates, or even Venusaur itself, as Venusaur's commonly carried Stab Sludge Bomb threatened the daylights out of Celebi. It was also an excellent move for pressuring other common matchups, or switches like Zapdos, Salamence, and Blissey. Early Venusaur often ran Razor Leaf for the high PP and solid crit rate, but eventually it shifted to Giga Drain for the slightly higher damage and the burst of recovery, reinforcing how deceptively difficult it could be to KO. HP Fire was a great choice to chip away at Metagross, Jirachi, and Skarmory, but if these steals were dealt with, as they often were on the Skarmory Magneton teams Venusaur wound up finding itself performing on most consistently, then Venusaur could slot in Roar, which made it even more devastating, as along Spikes and Leech Seed, it was already a switch move forcing Nightmare, and this exacerbated things wonderfully. At first, Venusaur was largely focused on bulk, but it eventually got faster and faster to outrun offensive Suicune, and this took its game to the next level, giving it more and more opportunity to fire off its sleeps and leashes, and stabs even at low health. As such, Venusaur was one of the best BL Pokemon to use in Gen 3 OU. Venusaur was largely overlooked through much of Generation 4 OU by virtue of the newcomer Rose Raid completely overshadowing it. But towards the end of the generation, Venusaur was discovered to have its own niche, thoroughly distinct from Roseraids. Not outclassed whatsoever, because it was much physically bulkier, which let it take on the likes of Tyranitar, Gyarados, and Breloom, a major advantage over its competition, while still dealing with electrics and special attacking waters and grasses as Roserade would. In these early stages,
me try
Venusaur
this
often
way.
paired with its best friend from UU, Milotic, another rising star, and the two took on a great deal of the metagame, beautifully anchoring the balanced teams they were used on. Once again, Venusaur used Sleep Powder
I
and
only have
Leech Seed to
850,
great
that's
effect,
not
while
a
also
lot.
brandishing new tools like Sludge Bomb coming off of his far superior special attack stat in the light of the new physical special split, as well as a much improved grass stab in the hard-hitting Leaf Storm, capable of thrashing something like offensive Suicune even after a Calm Mind boost, especially if Ice Beam knocked Venusaur into overgrow range. Grass Knot was also
look
a
at that,
solid
some
alternative for
glowstone.
consistency against T-Tar and Gyarados, though it meant Venusaur struggled against substitute variants of Rotom Appliance. Venusaur was a legitimate part of many great teams, used to success at the highest
Freaking
level of tournament
glowstone,
play for
dude.
many years, one of the best non-OU Pokemon to use in OU, both specially and physically defensive sets shining. Some players even use Lee's
just
physical
need
defense
to build a
Venusaur to totally
staircase
dominate
down.
Machamp leads. Then Clefable began dominating the tier, Venusaur's Leech Seed shenanigans were shut down completely, and its niche largely dissipated. It still had potential though, as Sleep was as fierce as ever, and its access to knockoff meant it could actually bait and mess with Clef quite well. It was mostly overlooked, but the skills lay there
where
for
am
any
I in
player
the
willing
nether?
to give it a
Like,
shot.
dude.
Now we mentioned Venusaur's UU best friend Milotic, and yes indeed, this means that Venusaur was UU. It wasn't just in the tier though, it was the single best Pokemon around. Milotic was right
Oh
behind
my
it at
God,
number
dude.
2, and the two paired to take on an absolutely
We go a little
enormous
ways
swath
over
of the
this way, we
metagame.
should
Milotic
get to
itself
a
was
ledge, and I
absolutely
can go down
monstrous to deal with for
properly
offensive teams.
without
A
fucking
nigh
dying.
impenetrable wall that also pressured most threats immediately and effortlessly, except Venusaur. Venusaur was the single best Pokemon at switching into Milotic, shrugging off Surf, unafraid of Toxic, and quite capable of dealing with Ice Beam, even on offensive sets. Many sets ran Synthesis and would easily undo the damage as Milotic switched. Once Venusaur had its entry on this top tier threat, or many others, but Milotic was by far the biggest, it proceeded to absolutely dominate nearly everything in sight. Its stabs absolutely massacred so much of the tier, with most common grass resist like Arcanine adamantly refusing to
so
switch into
now I
Sludge
can
Bomb.
actually
To
see where we
poison-resistant
are.
grounds, of course, terrified of Leaf Storm. Oh, and what about
Asshole.
Regiseo, Chansey, Clefable? Yeah, those got slept and removed by
Piss
Dugtrio,
off.
or pressured by other teammates like Mix Blaziken or Specs Moltres looking for a free switch. Because Venusaur wasn't just a threat on its own, it enabled its
Dude.
teammates beautifully both through its Milotic countering and shutting down of an opponent through sleep. Alternatively, Reggie,
Fuck
Chansey, and
off,
Clefable
bro.
just lose one-on-one to Source Dance and Mix Venusaur. And actually, it's only specially defensive Clefable that takes standard special Life Orb Venusaur. The others got blown away, and even special defense Clefable had to be very careful with its health, lest it fall into range of the combination of Sludge Bomb and Leaf Storm. Venusaur was an effortless threat to begin with, but then you
it's not
throw
gonna
in its
lead
incredible
nowhere.
set variety, and it truly became the king of the tier, capable of slotting onto nearly any team and performing incredibly well. We've mentioned the special attacker, which by and by can run Black Sludge as its item and make up for the
Dude,
loss of power by
okay.
reinforcing the longevity, which gives it opportunities to fire off its
Where
attacks,
even
as
am
well
I,
as the
dude?
Mix and SD variants already.
I
Venusaur
have to
also
go
excelled
cook
at
food. I'm not
utility
gonna
with
be able
both
to do this
physically
without
and
an extra
especially
bit of
defensive
food.
sets.
There's just
They
no
still
way.
naturally hit offensive threats hard a la Milotic, and the added bulk made them much more difficult to take down on
the
either
hell?
side of the
Did he blow
spectrum.
up my
These variants are some of the
staircase?
most integral parts of stall teams. Additionally, Scarf Venusaur was downright excellent, with fast Sleep Powder starting games off well as Hidden Power Rod
Yeah,
to
I'm
drop
not taking
Moltres
any
and
chances.
Scyther Lead. That said, Scarf Venusaur didn't have to be used
I'll
in that
leave that
position,
open,
and was
but only
also a
because I
great
want it
late
for
game
later,
cleaner.
maybe.
The only true Venusaur counter was Wheezing, and even then it was a very specific variant of Wheezing, especially defensive Rest Talk. A fine set to be sure, but this was incredibly limiting. Venusaur was so good, so incredibly
fucking
popular that it
thunderstorming, dude?
single-handedly nullified Toxic Spikes as a strategy in
Of
The
course
strategy
it
was so
is.
often a waste when Venusaur was absolutely everywhere to absorb the T-Spikes on entry.
Like,
Thus, they
dude.
were almost never seen. Venusaur's
Well, I can't
excellence
cook food
extended to
now.
an immense difficulty
At least not
in being
easily.
countered reliably, an issue exacerbated by the incredible ease with which it hit the field. And thus, there were times where some top players wanted it suspect tested. This never came to pass though, and Venusaur continued to reign as the king of the 4th generation of UU. Generation 5 bestowed upon Venusaur the Chlorophyll ability, and seeing as Permanent Sun was making its OU debut, Venusaur rocketed into OU proper for the first time ever. It was the Sun Sweeper. Yes, there was Volcarona, and there were other Chlorophyll users like Lilligant.
At least I don't have to deal with no stupid Endertards, I guess.
And Scarf Victini and Darmanitan, but Venusaur was it. Well, at first it was Blaziken, but that got banned pretty quickly on account of being absurdly broken. And then Venusaur was it. The best Sun teams ever were never seen without it. it. It was too good, single-handedly justifying the use of Sun with how effortlessly it converted a Wand Weather War into a Wand Battle. Venusaur was an utter terror in Sun, especially with the help of its teammate Dugtrio to remove Heat Ray. Yes, Venusaur could run Earthquake, but it was generally a waste, especially when its move pool was overcrowded for options already. Those options, by the way, absolutely killer. Sleep Powder was nightmarish with Generation 5 sleep mechanics, and Venusaur's best set didn't even run it. Growth had been buffed to boost both attack and special attack in Gen 5, unless it was in the Sun, in which case it gave both stats +2. While the prospect of mixed attacking seemed appealing, Venusaur was at its best when going pure special, and it reveled in basically having received Nasty Plot alongside 3 attacks: Grass Stab, Sludge Bomb, and HP Fire. In Black and White 1, the Grass Stab was Energy Ball, since
Okay,
Giga
cool.
Drain was incompatible with Chlorophyll, and this was already terrifying.
Okay, I
but
got
then in
some
Black and
wood.
White 2,
Nice.
Giga Drain became available, and Venusaur wound up out-healing its own Life Orb recoil with its own boosted attacks, making it even scarier. This was also a major change because it meant the blobs, Chansey and Blissey, couldn't beat it anymore, as Venusaur would siphon their health for itself and beat them after 3 growths.
I'm not gonna get struck by lightning up here, dude. There's no way.
Between dropping growth and having coverage issues, and Sleep was generally overkill when a +2 Life Orb Venusaur was smashing pretty much everything in its path. It could and sometimes did mix it up though, in addition to running Sleep Power
Nope, I'm out.
or occasionally tossing HP Ice in the mix, which were devastating against teams with Dragonite and Garchomp as anti-sun measures. A particularly effective alternative Venusaur set was Subsea, which was like a terrifying cross between Jump Fluff and Shaman Sky, except it was far, far bulkier than either of them.
Did I ever
While Sun
plug
was
this?
generally
Something can
synonymous
crawl
with
through it.
offense, Sun's
Okay,
stall
good
teams
idea.
were quite effective as well. And in addition to Cresselia, the quick stalling prowess of Subsea Venusaur was the biggest factor fueling their viability. Sun was initially seen as far inferior to the Sand and Rain dominating OU, but over time, it was discovered that at high level play, Sun had the capacity to run circles around them to completely bowl them over. And this was largely thanks to the absolutely incredible threat Growth Venusaur posed. And against weatherless teams unable to contest the Sun, forget it. Once Venusaur and friends, mostly Venusaur, started trucking their way to victory left and right in high level tournaments, the player base began to take notice. And
What
a
am I
major
picking
theme
up?
they observed was that Sun teams, far from being the lesser weather, were actually kind of overpowered. Preparing for them was immensely restricting in the team builder, and if you didn't bring rather specific measures to handle Sun, you were almost certainly going to be utterly helpless against it in battle, and this was almost solely thanks to Venusaur. Most threats teams are weak to can still be outplayed through a variety of means, but seeing as Venusaur outsped and destroyed such an enormous portion of the game, with choice scarfers left in the dust, your options were quite limited, unreasonably so. Clamoring to deal with Sun began among the player base, with many top players citing Sun as the single biggest issue in the tier, ruining the metagame, only existing to try and grab matchup wins, with preparation for it coming at the expense of the rest of the tier. But remember, by the time this chorus was resonating through the land, Black and White OU had become an old generation. Old gens didn't receive tiering, except for the most extreme cases as they were considered over and done with. And in an unprecedented move, in the same swoop that brought Excadrill back to OU, Chlorophyll wound up being banned alongside Drought, following the same precedent as the Drizzle Swiftfoot ban all those years before, with an official tournament using as a testing ground for the ensuing metagame. And it was universally agreed upon. Chlorophyll wound up never returning. When people said Chlorophyll, they all meant Venusaur. Yeah, the others were threatening, but it was Venusaur alone that brought Sun into this position. After the ensuing bans of Arena Trap, some thought Chlorophyll might be more palatable, as it was now without its scariest enabler in Dugtrio. The eventual sleep ban was received similarly, but most of the player base remembered how terrifying Venusaur was, and wisely chose not to invite that terror back into the tier. Venusaur was
the
never
sheep
allowed
is
to drop to
possessed.
UU
How
in this
nice.
post-Sun metagame, unfortunately. And there it would have thrived. But still, for how it completely bent OU to its will, it's not at all a stretch
Which
to
one?
say it created
Go
old
away.
generation tiering, because it was such an issue. And as such, Generation 5 was a monstrous, smashing success for Venusaur.
Can't have you being
Generation 6
possessed, bud,
removed
sorry.
permanent Sun, but it also gifted Venusaur an absolutely amazing Mega Evolution, and a unique one at that. Whereas most Megas were all about screaming levels of offense intent on making past generations of Ubers look like Aryu, Mega Venusaur was
Finally,
blessed with
it stopped
absolutely
fucking
incredible bulk, jumping from
thunderstorming, dude.
base
I love it
83
now. I can't
defense
sleep
and
through and wait
100
for my
special
food to
defense
cook, dude.
123
Of course
defense and
it fucking
120 special
waited.
defense. Not only that, it gained Thick Fat as its ability. So unless you were
hell?
Terra Vault, Cure, and Black, you would no longer hit it super effectively with fire or ice moves. Sure, with a Mega Stone, it couldn't receive passive recovery from Black Sludge. It'd be just fine for longevity. If really necessary on a slower paced team, it wouldn't be difficult to slap Wish on a teammate that it had good synergy with, like Clefable, while Venusaur could also still leash seed effectively. Additionally, Mega Venusaur loved the change of grass types no longer being affected by Spore or Sleep Powder. Sure, this slightly annoyed it too, but it had plenty of moves it already wanted to use, and it more so enjoyed the fact that it now completely blanked Breloom. On that note, Mega Venusaur was also a force offensively. Part of the reason its Giga Drains were so good at replenishing its health was that it also gained a massive boost to its base special attack, going from base 100 to 122. Additionally, its Sludge Bombs were newly threatening in that they had gained important super effective coverage against fairy types. Its resistance to fairy moves was also a major boon for Mega Venusaur's defensive profile. In the chaos that was early XY, Mega Venusaur provided much needed stability because of how incredibly well it took on so many huge threats, from Mega Mawile to Greninja to Keldeo to Thundurus to Azumarill. It stonewalled so much offense. There were Pokemon that could actually hurt it, and the likes of Talonflame, the Latios Twins, and Landorus Incarnate did not want to take a Sludge Bomb poison, to say nothing of the hefty chunk of damage Mega Venusaur dished out directly. By virtue of this trait, Venusaur was the go-to Mega on stall teams. It was also excellent on many a balanced team, holding them together against the beast that was Protean Greninja, forcing extra Sentry if it wanted to get anything done. It was unbelievably tanky with bulk investment, as Mega Venusaur hardly needed attacking investment for its moves to threaten offensive pokes, given its natural strength and great coverage. However, eventually it was discovered that Mega Venusaur was, of course, just with max HP, and if you gave it a modest nature and max special attack, it retained its hit-taking ability while becoming a downright ferocious special attacker in its own right, making it even more difficult to deal with. This became the go-to Mega Venusaur variant on balanced and bulky offense teams, and it excelled. Then ORAS came around, and post-Mega Salamence ban, the focus was still on new Megas like Diancie, Metagross, Lopunny, and Sableye. However, Mega Venusaur's effectiveness never waned, and the player base quickly discovered its strengths to be just as consistent as before. It continued to thrive on bulky offense and balance teams, especially effective at completely stifling Superior, as well as any Manaphy lacking the otherwise niche Psychic. Stall teams generally went with Mega Sableye during ORAS's heyday, but once it was banned, Mega Venusaur gave such teams new life. It was not a flashy Mega, but Mega Venusaur was among the most reliable, consistent, successful Megas in Generation 6.
Probably just cook all of my mutton since it's easier to get.
Base Venusaur dropped.
Actually, no, I need to cook my chicken, excuse me. I'll do that next.
In a manner quite similar to DPP UU, it was absolutely incredible, almost unbearably good in the way it twisted the metagame into a shape that tried to deal with it, and only kind of succeeded, because it was basically impossible to stop the Venusaur train. The classic Lifeform special attacker was utterly monstrous, with its stabs packing both beautifully complementary coverage and resist-defying strength. And this time, if it didn't want to use Sleep Powder, that could be pivoted around by other grasses, or the similarly buffed Overcoat Escavalier. Venusaur could utilize a buff knockoff, removing the recovery of anything that switched into it, like its old enemy Registeel. You know, that Pokemon completely reliant on leftovers to heal, or the Eviolite that Golbat was relying on to function. Knockoff was also a strong punish for would-be switch-ins Sigilif and Delphox. Defensive Venusaur was also a superb Pokemon, acting as an integral part of a team's core in the line of defense against major threats, most notably the fighting types Virizion, Hitmonlee, and Sock. This Venusaur was a massively important part of the balance teams, which defined the metagame. Their measured pace, slower and considered, yet with great capacity to beat the opponent down with damage both direct and indirect, was perfectly in tune with the playstyle of Venusaur itself. It was especially great when bolstered by the support of Alomamola's massive wishes, reinforcing its already amazing ability to repeatedly take on so many of the tier's biggest threats, while simultaneously effortlessly exerting its own pressure on the opponent. Venusaur's skill set translated to a nigh flawless Pokemon in the ORAS RU metagame. It was one of the very best, if not the best Pokemon around, and so Generation 6 was absolutely amazing for Venusaur. It took the gift of a Mega Evolution for Venusaur to make its mark on VGC, but that little Megastone transformed into a versatile and nuanced competitor that was a threat with or without its Megastone. Big Fat turned Mega Venusaur into an absolute tank, capable of dishing out good damage with Sludge Bomb, disrupting the enemy team with Sleep Powder, and topping itself off with healing moves like Leech Seed, Giga Drain, or even Synthesis. It wasn't uncommon to see Venusaur pull off 1v2s, or even 1v3s, winning endgame scenarios with the proper prep. That is, against most Pokemon. Pokemon. What made Venusaur so interesting was the lopsided matchup spread it had against the rest of the metagame. You see, 2014 had the big three Megas, Kangaskhan, Mawile, and Charizard Y. And while Mega Venusaur did well against pretty much every other mon that wasn't a flying or psychic type, the big three just had too much power for it to sustain through. Mega Venusaur was a win con in its own right, except against the most powerful mons in the format. So if you were relying on it, you better have a good game plan to handle those threats. Garchomp and Rotom Wash were very frequent partners. Both had good matchups against the big three, and Rotom Wash in particular could form a fire, water, grass core, often with another Pokemon, which, well, let's talk about it. Sure, Mega Venusaur could function solo, and sure, quite a few players used the Toad all on its lonesome to good success. Solo Mega Venusaur put up good results even early on in the format, when Tony Xiong placed 3rd at the Salem Regionals and Colton Liebert took 7th in Long Beach. But Venusaur was often at its most fearsome when paired with its fellow Gen 1 starter, Mega Charizard Y, because sure, Thick Fat was a pretty great ability, but so was Chlorophyll. With Zard Y by its side, Venusaur went from a slumbering tanky behemoth to the fastest thing on 4 legs, and then it could go back again. See, this was in the days before open team sheets, meaning when you saw a Venusaur and a Charizard on the enemy team, you knew that Venusaur was probably going to be faster than you, but you didn't know if it was going to suddenly Mega Evolve. With Chlorophyll, Venusaur boasted sleep powders at a speed faster than every other unboosted mon in the format, making it a stupendous facilitator for Zard Y's firepower. It's hard to overstate just how annoying sun boosted sleep powder can be, even if it's only 75% accurate. But here's the thing, Venusaur could come in with Charizard and still Mega Evolve. Dual Mega teams were a concept from the start of the format, and spoiler alert, they persist all the way through Worlds, but you would usually only bring 1 Mega to each battle. Venusaur was unique in that it could serve as the team's primary Mega or Charizard's best friend, all while using the same build. Honestly, it was probably one of the most dynamic uses of Mega Evolution around, capable of inspiring multiple levels of 50-50s in one battle. First, you've got to guess if it's even holding the Mega Stone. If Venusaur wasn't holding a Mega Stone, Life Orb, Focus Sash, or Wide Lens might change how the entire matchup is played. If it was holding a Mega Stone, you'd have to prepare not to be walled by it. But just because it was holding a Venusaur right didn't mean it had to Mega Evolve. You could never forget about the Chlorophyll boosted sleep powders, which it would likely have regardless of its ability to Mega. And the trader could likely use both of these modes in the same best of 3. Players cottoned on to the strength of Venusaur from the very beginning. Remember that Long Beach regional where Colton Liebert took 7th with solo Mega Venusaur?
Is the grass burning outside, dude?
What
the hell?
Used Venusaur alongside Zard to go first. Second, Sun boosted sleep powder was as strong as it was rage inducing, which is why true forward-thinking innovators use things like Swords Dance Petal Blizzard Venusaur at that tournament to get 27th place. I wonder why that never caught on. Venusaur continued to establish a strong presence throughout 2014's regional level competition. It wasn't uncommon to see 1 or 2 of them in top 8s alongside the Kangaskhan's and the Mawilds. In Orlando, Matt Sorbury and Steven Morioka both made top 8 with Venusaur, while in the Asia Cup, Bicho pioneered Protect Less Synthesis Mega Venusaur, a move that made opponents rip their hair out just when they thought they had the battle locked up. Some players even had success experimenting with Venusaur alongside other Mega Pokemon. Randy Qual, ever the innovator, notched a silver medal in Seattle by reuniting it with its other console starter. Triple Cross the Third 2 used it alongside Kangaskhan for a 2nd place regional finish. Kale Ryer tried it with Lucario, Blake Hopper and Chalky Horstein, both top cut regionals with Mawile, and still solo Mega Venusaur and Venusard continue to thrive.
Good. I have 2 stacks of food now. Excellent. That should be more than enough to get back.
Some players even use Charizard to bluff Sun.
If not, I have more food.
Out with a hashtag Venusaur
Shouldn't have any issues.
Max Douglas, Seattle 4th placer, wrote about this very strategy. Venusaur appeared in top cuts at about a 50-50 rate with or without Zard, and then 50-50 Mega even in the Zard team. That's versatility. Even its moveset started to become more unpredictable, with Leaf Storm rising in popularity to get one-hit KOs on Rotom Wash, and Hidden Power Fire making the odd appearance to handle steel types. By the time 2014 Nationals rolled around though, people knew what to expect from Venusaur. Sure, it was a versatile Pokemon, but its power level just couldn't match up to the big three, and many turned up their nose at using a mon whose primary job was a 75% accurate move. Players were instead focused on dealing with the real problem, Kangaskhan, leading to a rise in Pokemon like Aegislash, another one of Venusaur's most loathed teams. The agreed upon consensus was that Venusaur was good, but not great. Early national results seemed to confirm this. Venusaur had some good results. Zacharias Dom took 6th in Germany with Zard Y, Darkrai, while Florian the Flow Werdick brought a new type of Sunbluff to the table with a Zard
Okay,
X team for
cool.
its
It is
place.
daytime.
Venusaur was
Time to
absent
go
from the
back
UK
and
Nationals
find
top
our way
8,
back
though it
home.
did have some top 16 placements. And in Australia,
Whatever.
Jade O'Meara locked in the only national wins for Venusaur on a hyper-offensive Sun team,
Double the
featuring
food.
Solar Power
Should give me
Heliolisk.
enough to be able to
And
survive.
then US Nationals came. Sure, only one Masters Venusaur player made top
Alright,
8,
let's go
but
back
8
to it,
different
I
players in
guess.
top 32 used Mega Venusaur,
I'm
making
so
it the
nervous,
second most
dude.
used
What the
Mega in the
fuck?
tournament, and putting it at 21.74% usage overall. This was a huge surprise, especially since the game was revolving around Kangaskhan, Venusaur's worst matchup. Those players who succeeded with Venusaur had robust anti-Kank plans, such as top 8 finisher Gavin
really need to
Michaels,
seal
who
that
used
shit off,
Synthesis
dude.
Mega Venusaur alongside a Mega Lucario designed to handle Kangaskhan. Venusaur also performed above expectations against Mawile and Charizard Y, as it could potentially just sleep powder its
why
way
didn't I
through
just
iffy
look at it this
matchups.
way?
Here's an interesting stat. 8
Actually,
teams
wait.
made top cut at US Nationals using 2 Megas. 6 of them had a Venusaur, and only 1 of them was a Venusaur Charizard team. Rashawn Shakar, Randy Quaw used manual Sunny Day Venusaur and Mega Blastoise. Alec Rubin used Mega Tyranitar, and Jonathan Rankin and Brian Jens used Venusaur alongside Kangaskhan. It makes sense when you think about it. Venusaur was a very self-sufficient Mega,
not
but its
stupid,
matchups
you
were
know.
drastic, either incredibly strong or weak. Build a strong core of other mons and then let Venusaur do its thing. Hard walling rain or punishing teams with no flying types or Kangaskhan. It could also still function in Sun
Piss
even
off.
if you had no Zard. The enemy Sun.
there's an
Having
easier
a
way
Venusaur
down
in
right
team
here.
preview meant
What?
opposing Zard players had to think twice
Okay.
about their own speed tiers. There were also 3 players who made top 32
So we
with
just need to
Venusaur
dig
as
down
their
right
only
here, then.
Mega. Evan Delingianis, Jason Fisher Short, and Jason Ihakona. Oh, added Nas a first and third place in seniors, credit to Mackenzie Cazaros and Paul Chua respectively. Sadly for Venusaur, US Nats would be the highest point of its season. Worlds was all Kangaskhan and anti-Kangaskhan, and this side, Venusaur really struggled. Marcus Liu gave it a high water finish with his 4th place Mawile and Machamp team, but Venusaur only had 3 other reps in top 32, and dropped to 10% usage. It continues to drop through the post-Worlds regionals as the 2015 meta loomed. 2015 brought a bevy of threats that made Venusaur's life very
Oh my
hard.
God,
On the Mega
dude.
side, the big
Fuck.
3 was now a big 5, and Venusaur did not particularly love either of the additions, Metagross and Salamence. On
Oh,
the
yeah, I need to
non-Mega
put up
side,
label
Heatran and
block. Hold
Amoonguss
up.
were nightmare mons. That said, there were a few new Pokemon whose company Venusaur appreciated. Terrakion handled Kangaskhan well, while Venusaur never feared seeing it on the other team. And while Cresselia was another threatening Psychic type, it added dimension to Sun teams by giving them slow play and Trick Room modes, things Venusaur appreciated quite a bit. Venusaur had never been a Pokemon meant to solve all matchups, and creative team builders were still able to give it good placements, especially early on in the season, when the meta was more open. Christopher Corio
now which
Arthur
way
took
do I
bronze at
need
the
to
Dutch
go?
Regional Championships, which Alejandro Jimenez followed up with his own podium finish in California, where Naraz Bashir took 7th on a non-Zard team. Carl Concepcion and Wolf Glick gave Venusaur its first regional wins of the format. Carl used a neat Trick Room Cresselia Chandelure team, while
Why
Wolf
is
put
there
his
always a
patented
dumb
defensive
fucking
plays to
chasm in
use
my
with
way,
prankster
dude?
Mega Bandit. Miguel used it as a solo Mega in Mexico City, while
Yeah,
Jerry took
that's
it
not
down
gonna be
to
a fun
Georgia
time if I
alongside
fall.
Mawile. Venusaur was honestly in a pretty similar position as the year prior. Definitively not a
Please stay
top tier
away.
Mega, but good enough to be in top 8s consistently, as evidenced by all of these players. While you could expect it to do much of the same thing it did in 2014, there were some changes. Leech Seed went up on Mega Venusaur, while Sleep Power became more exclusive to those in the Sun, and players experimented with more coverage like Hidden Power Ice or Landorus Therian and Mega Mance. Venusaur was absent from top 16 at both US and UK Nationals, but it did have some
Worth it.
presence in other regions. Sean Ronzani and longtime Venusaur fan DeFlo both secured 5th place finishes with solo Mega Venusaur in Australia and Italy respectively.
obvious
But his
what's
best
there,
performance
I
was in
guess.
Germany, where it had 3 of the top 16 placements, courtesy of Christopher Schumacher,
should be
Luca
close, right? I
Bridlick
mean,
Paz,
come on.
and his greatest hero,
I'm not
Marcus
that far
Steffen,
away,
the
am I?
most successful Venusaur player at Nats, who took home gold. But as the chalk composition started to take form, Venusaur's chances of good worlds dwindled. A comp with Kangaskhan, Heatran, and Amoonguss was its worst nightmare. With that, it's hard to call Venusaur's performance at Worlds a quote-unquote disappointment. Gennaro Vallejo and Luca Britlick Paz both placed top 16, and for such an unfavorable
We're gonna
meta,
have
we'll
to go in
take
the other
that.
direction.
Gen
I
6 was a
recognize this
VGC
area.
debut Venusaur could be proud of, and while it never quite broke through the highest levels of the meta in comparison to other Mega Pokemon, it was undeniably one of the most most interesting users of the generational gimmick. Mega Evolution was a mechanic that was intended to bring nuance and a moment-to-moment decision-making. Instead, it was often the case that hitting the big glowing button was a no-brainer, and Kangaskhan was the poster child for what Mega Evolution ended up as in reality, a massive boost of power that pushed some monster to the stratosphere. Venusaur was the beacon of what it could have been, although relying on sun-boosted sleep powder to win was maybe a little annoying. Venusaur returned to the OU metagame with incredible efficiency, once again staving off a massive slew of monster threats and providing stability for the balanced teams
not that
they
far
held
away from
together.
our base,
It
so it's
absolutely
definitely not in this
dominated
direction.
Magearna, one of the tier's most
We'll take the free
controversial
glow
threats,
stone, though.
while
That I can
also
live
helping
with.
massively against Greninja, both Protean and the new Battle Bond, as well as Kartana, Tapu Koko, and Tapu Bulu. It especially loved
Nice.
the presence of Bulu on opposing teams, since
Try
grassy
going in
terrain
this
provided
direction
Mega
and just see
Venusaur
what we
passive
get.
recovery. Mega Venusaur generally didn't
Definitely
run
not
Giga Drain
asking
as
for
much
any
this gen.
miracles,
It wanted
though.
Leech Seed too much, since that's what let it take on even Calm Mind boosted Magearna so well. But if paired with
the
Magnezone
hell?
and thus not needing Hidden Power Fire, Mega
Maybe
Venusaur
later.
could also enjoy the benefits of a grassy terrain boosted Giga Drain when countering opposing Tapu
So is it
Bulu.
like
Though if
this
dropping
way?
HP
It has to
fire,
be. This
it also
lava
like
fucking
considering the
chasm
use
is
of
like
knockoff.
literally
Speaking of
perfectly
enjoying the
placed.
presence of Tapus, Mega Venusaur loved pairing with Tapu Fini, whose misty terrain guarded it from burns from Scald and Rotom Wasp. Though if it did get burned, Mega Venusaur still wasn't getting worn down easily, thanks to the status now having been nerfed to deal 6.25% per turn. Mega Venusaur most famously, commonly, and effectively partnered with another Leech Seed user, Celesteela. The Venus-Steela combination, as it was called, took on an enormous portion of the many offensive threats flying around every corner of the Gen 7 OU metagame, and were especially effective at doing so because of their combined Leech Seed span. Playing offense while bolstering their own defense. Wearing down the opponent while healing yourself is just as good as it sounds when coming from such amazing defensive
that's not that
Pokemon.
bad.
The two were so
Close down.
lights out, they, alongside Toxapex, completely invalidated offensive teams unable to break through them, which
I will
is to
gladly
say,
take.
they invalidated a lot of teams. Mega Venusaur's status as a grounded poison was also especially useful in this generation for guarding against Toxapex's dangerous toxic spikes. Mega Venusaur continued to
make
define
it.
balanced teams
I
into
did.
Ultra Sun and Moon, where it
Damn.
especially enjoyed the greater
Fuck.
anti-hazard support it received through the wider distribution of the fog, most notably on a newly effective teammate Tornadus Therian. Now it was more difficult to wear down with something like Greninja Spikes, so it had to spend fewer turns manually healing with Synthesis and could instead threaten the opponent actively with Leech Seed or Sludge Bomb. As Mega Mawile became scarier and scarier, Mega Venusaur's role became especially important as perhaps the only true counter to it
my
in OU.
God.
Mega Mawile had to run Iron Head to deal real damage to it. Not a bad move, but one that struggled to fit into its moveset immensely. So overall, Mega Venusaur was a strong force in OU. Despite this, Mega Venusaur wound up falling to UU, and this was not at all a knock against it or reflection of its
Oh my
OU
God.
viability, as it never stopped being effective there. It was more so the fact that there was a slew of effective strategies in OU, and Mega Venusaur wasn't as splashable as other Pokemon. As it dropped to UU, it did not quite feel outrageously broken. It wasn't the type of Pokemon that outsped and one-hit KO'd everything in sight after all, but it wasn't long before it dawned on the player base that Mega Venusaur was overly restricting in a different way for how hard it was to KO, and it was incredibly
good.
hard to KO by UU standards. Mega Venusaur hit way too hard. The few Pokemon that threatened it, like Latias and Togekiss, did not want to take Sludge Bomb, especially Togekiss, and even quote-unquote threatening Mega Venusaur didn't mean a one-hit KO or even close, which meant things could get out of control quickly. Negotiating against Mega Venusaur was brutal,
I don't
since
like
wrangling a
this.
Pokemon that actually forced it onto the battlefield against it was a task of Herculean difficulty, and actually
Herculean?
withstanding its hits wasn't the
It's a
easiest
it's
thing
a
in the world
Herculean
either.
task,
Mega
not
Venusaur was
Herculean.
completely unafraid of UU standards like
whatever.
Mega Altaria, Scizor, Hydreigon, and Terrakion, and quickly had the metagame in a vice grip. The player base, unwilling to put up with it further, banned it to borderline. Finally, Mega Venusaur even had
My
a
pickaxe
small
is
niche
doing
in
okay.
Ubers. Its ability to stifle the
Making a
constantly
new one
spammed
wouldn't have
Toxic
changed the
was
outcome
paired with
much.
the ability to check common variants of monstrous threats in Xerneas, Marshadow, and Primal Groudon, while brandishing the ever-excellent Leech Seed. Of course, the opportunity cost of using Venusaur as your Mega was much higher in Ubers, and it was quite a specific choice, only really seen on occasional balance teams, but the niche was there. Base Venusaur returned to RU, but it was much more specific in this new power crept version of the tier. It was now used as a Sun Sweeper alongside Ninetales and a Shroud. It was potentially incredibly threatening, especially if it opted for the immense burst of power provided it by Gracium Z, and Gracium Z was especially strong at powering up Solar Beam. Plus, it gave Venusaur extra utility outside of Sun, since Z's Solar Beam turn Bloom Doom would ignore the charge turn. Overall though, it generally stuck with good old Life Orb Giga Drain. The thing was that while Venusaur was very scary in the sun, it wasn't much of a threat outside of Sun, and over-relying on the fragile Ninetales to maintain Sun was difficult, especially since Ninetales' best sets ran Firium Z or Choice Specs, not the Sun extending Heat Rock. You were taking one of the scariest Pokemon in the tier, Ninetales, and giving it a worse set. It was worthwhile on occasion, and Ninetales was generally going to be more consistent alongside more self-sufficient grasses like Roserade and Virizion. Still, Venusaur had its place, and it was an utter terror if it got going. And overall, Generation 7 was another massively successful one for Venusaur. Sun and Moon didn't add much to Venusaur's repertoire aside from the potential to fire off a one-time Gracium Z boosted attack, but the meta changed a lot around it, and it was overall unfavorable. Sure, there were 4 very strong fairy types for it to deal with, but 2 of the top ones had abilities that practically neutered half of the reason to use Venusaur, nullifying Sleep Powder. One of them could blow up 3 Venusaurs with 1 terrain boosted Psychic, and the last one was another grass type that gave it competition. What's more, Mega Venusaur wasn't the hard stop terrain it once was. In Gen 6, it could eat up Politoes like they were nothing, but the new Drizzle user Pelipper was another matter. What with this 100% accurate Hurricane? Factor in Mega Metagross and Kartana, and you've got a pretty hostile environment. Leech Seed and Giga Drain sets based on longevity were the wave here, due to the increased unreliability of Sleep Powder. Venusaur's good results in 2018 were far and few between, though as always they were pretty equally split between Zard and non-Zard. Non-Zard players included Patrick Donegan and Megan Hyman, while Alex Collins and Ong Wei piloted Zard-wide teams to top 8s in their region. Venusaur's best placement in the regular season came at Oceania International, where Koji Morimoto finished just shy of a top 8 finish, with a Sun variant that also included Crest and Snorlax for a Trick Room mode. Well, Worlds told the story of Venusaur's whole season. Only 2 placements in all of Day 2, thanks to Juan Nar and Javier Valdez.
I don't even know which direction is which in the nether.
Shota Yamada got top 4 and also won a 3v1 comeback with Venusaur. You should totally check it out, it's quite epic. As for Masters though, we can at least highlight Javier's team here. While Zard and Lander's steering were expected, his remaining 3 Pokemon were Nihil Eagle, Celesteela, and Rhydon, showcasing a new take on Sun and pairing Venusaur with yet another unkillable stall user. Like a weeding sprout through concrete, Venusaur found a way to recover from his dismal 2018 season in the restricted meta of 2019. It shouldn't be hard to understand why. They got a chance to play alongside the best Sunsetter to ever exist, Groudon. Now keep in mind that the 2019 season was split into 3 different formats. The first of them disallowed Z moves, Mega Crystals, and Primal Reversion was called the Sun Series. But as we've come to expect from Venusaur, it thrived in the sun. Venusaur was a natural support pick for any Groudon team. I love how they run away when I start shooting arrows at them. They know they can't beat me, so they have to run away. Put a large team building burden on
only attacking me whenever I have my fucking back turned, dude. Like, really?
Alongside Groudon, Xerneas was one of the best Pokemon in the format. A situation Venusaur was more than happy to handle, as it could either deal big damage via Sludge Bomb, or potentially halt Xerneas' Geomancy setup in his tracks with Sleep Powder. Venusaur possessed the unique distinction of being able to hit all of Groudon, Kyogre, and Xerneas super effectively with its staff. While not entirely unique, I guess you could use a Mungus or Victory Bell, but yeah,
if I run out of arrows, that's gonna be a major
common partner for Xerneas. It did nothing to dissuade Venusaur, who could only be swayed from its course by non-grass redirector. Gone was the versatility of its
if you come over here, you're just gonna end up dying with your friend.
All had about the same moveset. In addition to Sleep Powder and Sludge Bomb, Grass Thought took the place as a mandatory grass move with choice due to Groudon and Kyogre's heavy weights. The last move
I know
was
not of any specific portal direction though, so I don't know what direction they face.
Solgaleo, Kartana, and Bronzong. The overwhelming item of choice was Focus Sash, an extra degree of safety necessary to keep Venusaur's role as a disruptor intact. Sun Sleep Powder teams often do well at the beginning of a format anyway, when game plans are more linear. If you don't quite know what's good yet, chances are a very fast Sleep Powder is alright. That said, Venusaur did extremely well in the Sun series, even considering the start of format bluff. At Philadelphia Regionals, the late Angel Miranda took 3rd with a team that would come to be the meta-defining mode for Sun. Venusaur alongside Groudon, Xerneas, Incineroar, Heatran, and Kartana. And Nostracard took 6th with a non-Sun Venusaur team, taking his as a countermeasure to other Groudon. But the real story here was the uses down the table. 5 players used Venusaur in top 16, and it had 9 total appearances in top 32, landing in the spot as the
And I don't
fourth
know
most
what
used
direction
Pokemon of the
Portal's
tournament.
face,
This
so
was
I
no
can't figure this
outlier.
out.
Venusaur was 5th in usage at the Frankfurt Regional. Same story at Memphis, where Venusaur made up nearly 40% of both the teams in top 8 and top 16. However, as the Sun Series went on, players became more adept at managing weather, and Kyogre's tide rose while Groudon's
good
sun
thing I
set.
labeled this, or I
Venusaur
would
wasn't
not
quite
be
as
able to find
ubiquitous
my
as
way
it
back
had been
that
at the start of
easily.
the format. That said, it still put up plenty of good performances, with the highlight being Magav Malavia's Anaheim Regionals win, where he piloted the bulky restricted duel known as Yveldon to a first-place finish. The Moon Series reintroduced Z-Crystals, giving Venusaur another option for
Oh
firepower.
my god, what
Even
the
in the
hell?
Moon Series, the Sun still flourished. Venusaur, often with Groudon, had way too many good results to list, and to be honest, it was doing the same things most times. So go ahead and take a gander at these results while I recap the highlights. Thick Nails Navarre gave Venusaur another regional win early on in Dallas. We can use Nick's win to highlight the core Pokemon you'd almost
You gonna
always
do it or
find
what?
with Venusaur. Groudon was a no-brainer, although there were still a scant few players who brought Venusaur on non-Sun teams to counter Sun. Incineroar was simply the best Pokemon in the format and loved the
what I
Sun.
fucking
Xerneas was
thought.
by far the most common partner restricted,
What a
and then the
fucking
last
loser.
2 slots were where the customization happened. Some teams opted for a Trick Room mode with Stack Attacka, while others opted for Tapu Koko, a mod that had anti-synergy with Venusaur's sleep powders, but gave a more reliable way to deal with Yveltal and Kyogre. Speaking of Yveltal, Yveldon was still probably the second most used restricted duo, but invented players did find other combos that let Venusaur shine. My
Like, but
personal
where
favorite team of
is
the
it,
Moon
though?
Series was probably Aurelion Forest's
Why is
first
there a
place team
Pikmin
from
in
the
here,
Can
dude?
Special event, which
Why?
consisted of Groudon, Kyogre, Ludicolo, Shedinja,
Dude.
and Ditto. You can see the idea behind the scene pretty clearly. Groudon plus its best friend,
my
Kyogre
God,
plus
go
its
away.
best friend, and then Shedinja and Ditto as the 2 wild cards. Venusaur was so good in Sun that it didn't always need full team support. You can see the same idea flipped on its head via Alex Aran's 4th place Collinsville Regionals team, but he used the restricted duo of Solgaleo and Zygarde. Neither of them weather setters, but Venusaur and Toxicroak were
just need to
anti-weather
find my
mods,
damn
selected
portal.
specifically for
I need to
their
try to
ability
figure out
to
which
function as
direction
long as
each
the
area
skies were in their
goes.
favor. But
My
as we've
pickaxe
come
was a
to
little bit higher
expect,
on Dura.
Venusaur
This would be a
usage went
lot
down as the
easier to
format
do.
went on. None even made
Sadly,
top
it
8,
is
with Paul
not.
Chua just missing out at 9. Solgaleo on
And
the
it
rise
spawned
posed a
me
big problem,
insanely
and it
high
faced
up.
steep competition
Like,
for a
what
grass-type
the
slot
fuck?
with Ferrothorn and the newly rising Serena. And
I don't
then
think I'm
came
gonna be
the
able to
Ultra
find
Series.
it.
Yay,
Bro.
Venusaur can Mega again. Great, right? Wrong. Remember how Mega Venusaur couldn't stand up to the raw damage of the big 3 Megas
So my
back in
portal is
2014?
facing
Well,
what?
this was a format where every single
East?
Pokemon had
Let's
that
just
damage,
assume that
and
that's
there
the
was
case.
no way you were wasting your Mega Stone on a stall tactic with things like Mega Rayquaza, Mega Salamence, and Primal Groudon running around. In fact, you probably weren't wasting a team slot on Venusaur at all. It's not that Groudon usage went down. In fact, Groudon was one of the most popular restricted Pokemon. It's just that the successful Groudon teams of the Ultra Series weren't full Sun
So
teams.
if
Primal
this
Groudon
direction
was
that
strong
I'm
enough on its
facing-
own that it didn't need to index into taking advantage of the
We know
weather.
that
And
that
Venusaur's
direction's not the
old
right
matchup
direction.
against
I went a
Groudon
couple
got
hundred
way,
blocks in that
way
direction, and I
worse.
didn't find
That
anything,
additional
so that's
fire
not
typing pretty much ruined
south.
any plans to knock one out with a grass knot. With Mega Rayquaza
Oh, wait, no,
starting
that's
to
not north,
dominate
that's
the
south,
format,
excuse
you
me.
were hard pressed to find a moment where Venusaur could get much
So
done.
that would
You were probably
mean
going to fire
that
off a
this is
single
the
sleep
direction
powder
I
and
need
then
to
die.
go.
Do you really want a mod to be one walking 75% chance of nothing more? Venusaur's usage plummeted, where once it was top 5, now it was rare to see even a single Venusaur in top cut. Shoutouts to the brave soldiers who did. Brandon Meckley finished 16th at the Hartford Regionals with a Zernodon team, and Carlos Lanquino
I'll have to go
actually
back to
managed
my
give
base in the
Mega
overworld
Venusaur a
if my
top
pickaxe
16 placement at the
fucking gets close to
Santiago
breaking
Regionals
out
on a
of my
Kyogre
choice.
Yveltal team of all things, leveraging bulky offense alongside partners like Mega Scizor, Tapu Koko, and Alolan Raichu. Come Worlds, Venusaur had already disappeared entirely. The lone Venusaur representative at Worlds was once again Brandon Meckley, who managed a very respectable top 16 placement with the same team he'd used at Hartford. Even Brandon knew his Venusaur was an oddity. In his team report, he calls it out as probably the only reason anyone clicked his report in the first place. It was a pretty solid Venusaur, all things considered. Max speed, max special attack, 2 attacks, sleep powder, and protect. Gracium Z boosted Leaf Storm had a decent chance to kill standard primal sets, making Venusaur a very specific but sometimes very effective matchup tool. But Venusaur ended the format as it often had before. Strong at the beginning, wilting in the sun as time went on. Surely this will be the last time that happens, right? Venusaur lost both its Mega and Hidden Power in Generation 8, but Game Freak went out of their way to make it up to it. Well, yes, with its Gigantamax form, as that was quickly banned from singles alongside Dynamax as a whole, but that wasn't all, as Venusaur was chilling with some absolutely incredible buffs, Weather Ball and Earth Power. The latter was finally the ground coverage it wanted off of its special attack stat, letting it crush Heatran and other steals outside of Sun, while Weather Ball's power was a huge upgrade over HP Fire. It absolutely melted non-Heatran steals without even needing a boost. Sun became a force in the metagame. Yes, in large part thanks to Libero Cinderace and Venusaur's fellow cancel starter Charizard, now also brandishing Weather Ball alongside its solar power ability for absolutely nuclear power alongside Choice Specs. But also because after the fire types would unleash their assault, Venusaur would come in and clean up with ruthless efficiency. Charizard Venusaur Sun was so effective that it briefly became all the rage in the tournament scene during the Isle of Armor. The duel had incredible synergy since Charizard so reliably shattered the opposition into a weakened state and Venusaur so reliably cleaned up weakened opponents. Venusaur also really enjoyed the presence of Hatterene, which in addition to the anti-hazard trait of Magic Bounce alongside a threat in its own right with strong Sun and Mystical Fire, also packed Healing Wish, making Venusaur even scarier. Venusaur was a major contributor in Sun's dominance, shocking the metagame out of its previous switch move Balance Focus. He can throw all the firepower in the world at opponents, but it means nothing if you can't seal the deal, and Venusaur came through in that regard time and time again. It didn't need to come in later on either, as it was also an utterly monstrous wall breaker in its own right.
You think you actually have a shot,
Sunny Weather Ball absolutely shellacked
you didn't do it the first 3 times. It makes you think it's going to work the next 3 times.
Before it was ripping up OU though, Venusaur was unleashing Sunny Fury on UU, just with Ninetales as the Sunsetter instead of OU's Torkoal. It was so all-consuming in its power that the UU player base attempted to ban Drought, only to be stopped by the RU player base. Huh? You don't see that every day. Anyway, they protested the ban because they wanted to keep Ninetales in their tier. Fair enough, and as a result, Venusaur got canned from UU instead. Oh, and Ninetales wound up getting banned from RU anyway, funnily enough. Anyway, the Crowd Tundra rolled around, and Venusaur returned to UU to do the exact same thing. It wasn't paired with Charizard as much, since Hatterene wasn't going to be keeping rocks off against Mold Breaker Extra Girl, cleaning up after the likes of Chandelure and Darmanitan. It was an absolute monster. The 2013 Pokemon Cypher accused an opponent of not packing the Weather Balls, but that was decidedly not Venusaur's problem.
I found it, oh my god.
The entire tier after a growth. Even Chansey's sheer
balls couldn't
stand up to it.
This has to be.
Leveraged that toxic
oh my god, it is.
Growth in Chansey's face.
The only why does it have to be on this side of all places?
Super boosted Giga Drains. The only thing stopping Venusaur from complete dominance was the fact that Sun itself was the more specific side as a team style.
Dude, why does it have to be like, dude, this is the other side of that one lava chasm that I was in.
Venusaur also continued to have a niche in OU, as Sun was
this is the right area, alright.
Here was where Venusaur finally unleashed its
the portals must not fucking render at this distance.
Alongside growth, and without Weather Ball, it'd be walled by Corviknight.
God, no, dude. This is not looking good.
Being able to so mercilessly stop such a huge threat in Heatran was major. The Sun-absorbing duel of Venusaur and Blaziken was much of the strength of Sun, as both Pokemon combined strength and speed to mow through any team style thrown at it. Again, on the more specific side, it wasn't easy working around Torkoal's flaws and both building a team and then getting it on the field and getting the Sun Sleepers in while Sun was active. But their power was such that it was rewarding.
Wait, maybe I won't have to. Maybe I can go down there.
And Sun, largely fueled by Venusaur, had a solid OU placement as a result. So overall, Generation 8 was a successful one for Venusaur. In return for a largely unchanged
there's my portal. Oh my god, this is the right spot.
Within Gen 8. Most immediate
maybe I could tunnel.
Access to Earth Power.
Actually,
that's
not such a bad idea.
Venusaur's most glaring weakness, an inability to hit steel types. But Venusaur might have benefited even more from the generational mechanics.
I see my portal over there. At least now I know which direction which is which.
Dynamax. While Venusaur emerged as a potent Dynamax user in its own right, leveraging a mix of tankiness and power that fit the mechanic well, it was best when shutting down the opponent's Dynamax. Most Gen 8 VGC battles
my pickaxe should have just barely enough Dura to do this too, right?
If they're spending a few of them asleep, well, it might just be GG. With Torkoal as its new Sunsetter of choice, Venusaur was an immediate threat to any opposing Dynamax user. Most players use Leaf Storm as their grass move of type, which provided more power for max moves while circumventing the downside. That said, it had enemies to contend with, especially early on in the format. Togekiss in particular was a real bugbear, able to redirect Sleep powers and threaten Venusaur offensively.
I estimated the direction animations correctly.
And
Nice.
Venusaur didn't really appreciate
At least I got it right.
Trick Room team, which shut down its biggest
Unlike my
asset,
third
its
fucking
speed.
try.
Now, though, the first regionals of the format showcased the lay of the land. While Venusaur didn't make top 8, it did sport an eyebrow-raising 27.2% usage, the 4th highest in the tournament. You may have caught my drift on this earlier, but Venusaur players were, well, not always the most respected. Sleep has some counterplay, but not much. And we all know the salt that could come from getting hit by a 75% move. Venusaur was powerful but inconsistent. As competitive play moved online for Series 4, Venusaur received a slight indirect buff in the guise of an old friend, Charizard. Charizard had established itself as a major threat from the very beginning of the generation. At Dallas Regionals, where Aaron Trailer's G-Max Wildfires incinerated its competition. But in Series 4,
So right
it was
here
granted
is where
access
we
to
need
solar
to
power,
dig.
taking its already overwhelming damage to obscene levels, and reuniting
Just
the old
hope that my
Venusaur
pickaxe has
Sunsport,
enough
albeit
Dura
now
to
with
make
Torkoal
it.
as a 3rd member. Series 4 didn't have many tournaments, but Venusaur finally managed to crack top 8 at the Victory Road May Challenge, where it took 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Mega Venusaur be damned. Gigantamax Venusaur is where it's at. Venusaur took a page from its buddy
I should have
Charizard's
just
book
barely
learn
enough
G-Max
Dura to do
Vine
this. It's
Blast,
not that
and that
far away.
residual
It's like, what, a
damage gave
couple
Venusaur
hundred
the
blocks
consistency it
probably?
was missing. Now it could both be an anti-Dynamax
Hell, if I
buff
really
and a
wanted to, I could
monstrously
probably just
powerful
bridge,
abuser of the
honestly.
mechanic in its own right. Kohei Sakurai immediately showcased Venusaur's new independence from Sleep Powder, where he won the Japan decisive battle with a Venusaur that didn't use the move at all, instead opting for
There's
3
a shore
attacks
down
and
there.
protect.
Nope, we're going
However,
down there.
it
We
wasn't
have
all
to.
upside for Venusaur. It had new competitors to face down as Rillaboom gave it stiff competition for the grass type slot, and Colossal, while weak to earth power, could outpace it and outdamage Venusaur once its steam engine was procced. Venusaur was a major threat, but it wasn't dominating the metagame. Series 7 brought old threats like Celesteela and introduced new problems like Galarian Moltres, but it also gave players a chance to show off what Venusaur could do.
Jesus,
Nick Navarre,
stupid fucking
David Kodesh,
Vacuum,
and
dude.
Sean Ronzani all qualified for the Players' Cup 2 with dual Sun Trick Room teams, using Venusaur for their fast mode. But at the actual Players' Cup, it was Davide Carrare who placed second with Venusaur and Torkoal alongside
This is a
nullifying
Nether
Gas
Fortress?
using
What?
Regigigas. Most Venusaur at this point didn't use Protect at all. It was impossible to pass up the coverage, and Sleep Powder turned into Max Guard under Dynamax anyways. It was Series 8, however, where Venusaur really stepped into the sun. A blistering sun courtesy of good old Groudon. Series 8 marked VGC's first ever solo restricted format, and Groudon was certainly among the top dogs, even with other very powerful actual dogs running around. Venusaur filled a very important role in these teams. Primary Dynamax user. See, Groudon might be strong, but it didn't love Dynamaxing all the time because that meant it lost out on the spread damage from Precipice Blades. Venusaur in turn lost out nothing from Dynamaxing except for
we
the
have to
ability to Sleep
somehow
Powder,
get
which
down
depending
there.
on how you looked at
Probably
it, wasn't
another
that bad
fucking-
since you got Max Guard instead. If you look at the top 8s of Victory Road's online circuits,
very
you'll
likely
see
that there's
they're
probably
littered
another
with
Soul
Venusaur
Forge in
teams,
this one, too.
often
Why
in
are there,
first
like,
place,
3
as in the
fortresses
case
near
of
my
Jose
fucking spawn? What
Rodriguez
the
or
fuck?
Yosuke
That's
Takayanagi.
ridiculous,
Yosuke
dude.
also showcased a second type of Venusaur team that you should remember, Dual Weather, using Kyogre alongside Torkoal. Nothing shows just how strong Venusaur was like the Victory Road Winter Circuit Finals, where it took all 3 of the podium spots and made up 5 out of the top 8 teams. In this case, only 2 of the Venusaurs were alongside Groudon. The other all paired with Torkoal and Zacian, including Kevin Salvato's winning team, which also brought Zard to the party. Kevin gushed out Venusaur's power in his team report, complimenting its ability to punish would-be bad matchups like Incineroar and Rotom through Vine Lash's continued damage. His Venusaur also demonstrated a new adjustment, Weather Ball. Weather Ball gave Venusaur an adaptable coverage that
Yeah, I
threatened
think he saw
Zacian,
me.
opposing Venusaur and Celesteela, all of whom were big problems otherwise. Venusaur continued its rampage through the Players' Cup 3 qualifiers. In the Players' Cup NA, 9 of the top 16 teams used Venusaur, more than Zacian. A full 6 out of the 16 globally qualified players all used Venusaur, and when the actual event rolled around, Venusaur once again took all 3 top spots. Before we move on, I'll point out a few other adjustments that Venusaur players were making. Most Venusaurs did the same thing, hit hard, go fast, and threaten that ever pesky sleep. But the item choice was as variable as it had ever been. Life Orb started out as the most common, but Cold Berry was on the rise, with Max Airstream being so strong.
What a
Venusaur had a
fucking
lot of
idiot.
flying moves to watch out for. Focus Sash was less popular than before since Venusaur was often Dynamaxing,
Okay,
but
good.
it was still a very viable option. Leonardo Bononomi,
Why
the
does there
Players'
have to be
Cup
a
3
giant-ass
runner-up,
lava
used it.
chasm,
And then when it
dude?
came to
Oh my
moves, you had so
God.
many options. Sleep Powder was a must, as was a grass move, but what grass move? Did you want the slightly extra damage boost of Frenzy Plant, which could net you important KOs? Was Sludge Bomb worth it to boost your own Venusaur further? Or did you prefer the wider coverage of Weather Ball and Earth power. Venusaur was a mon with options, and options are scary to deal with. These options were made slightly less threatening by the emergence of something
Right here is
totally new to
literally
VGC,
perfectly
open
centered.
team sheets. The Players' Cups, due to their online nature, all were the first tournaments to allow what is nowadays standard, but this was more buff than nerf
this
for
is where the
Venusaur, because
difficult
you
bit
knew
of
what the
this
opponent's
gets
items were.
into.
Gone were the days of sleep powdering into safety goggles or Lungberry,
I
which had
cannot
once made
build a
the
bridge, I
already
have
risky
to
move
tunnel.
a downright
I have
gamble.
to.
It was about as favorable an environment as Venusaur could ask for. Venusaur had to take a step back for Series 9, which
could I
once
actually
again
bridge?
disallowed restricted Pokemon. That said, it was still a frequent sight in top 8, just with Torkoal instead of Groudon. Again, too many results to list, so take a look here. Kobaberry was standard by this point, but we have to give a shout out to
What the hell?
Japan Nationals runner-up Rinya Kobayashi, who used weakness policy Venusaur.
It is a
While
fucking
Rinya
dumbass
hypothetically
Magma
could
hell
self-proc
outta
with
here, you little
Mammoth Ice Shard
bastard.
or Porygon's Ice Beam, Venusaur's natural bulk allowed it to often tank hits and dish out damage in return. Keep Rinya's name in mind, as he's going to be important later, though not
Dude.
for the reason you might think. Kevin Salvado used his own weakness policy Venusaur to place 4th at the Players' Cup 4, utilizing Grimmsnarl's dual screens to add an additional level of safety, and Venusaur once again dominated the top 8 of the tournament at the Asia Players' Cup, though it missed out on a tournament win. Series 11
No, I don't like
reintroduced
this. I need
Venusaur's
to
number
tunnel.
1 partner Groudon, and it immediately shot back up to the top. The Pokemon Global Exhibition was an
Fuck outta
8-player
here.
invitational featuring the champion of each region, some of the best players in the world. What did those elite players do? They all used Venusaur. 6 out of the 8 teams were Venusaur teams, including places 1 through 5, all of which it paired with Zard. We are so backed, baby. Moreover, the top 4 teams all use different items.
If I have to, I have my
Bonomi,
fire res
Ranback
potion
Sash,
if
and
necessary,
Korean
so that's
champ
good.
Wonsik Jung brought a rare assault vest
I have to, I
Venusaur
can always
the
just dig
table.
under the
He
lava
wasn't
if I
the
get
only
desperate.
Venusaur without sleep powder. Enrique Grimaldo's weakness policy used Protect for more chances to proc its item. And finally, Renzo Navarro represented the standard Kobaberry set. Venusaur continued to top tables when Joe Ugarte and Emmanuel Briganti took home 1st and 2nd at the Victory Road Series 11 Challenge, both using weakness policy, showing how popular the item had become in a short amount of time. With screen support, you didn't need Koba, and the boost gave more power than Life Orb without the damage drawback, potentially freeing up the item for your other Dynamax candidates. Players were
Why is
investing
there a
more bulk
blaze
into
on the
Venusaur
lava,
at this
dude?
point to ensure it could lift things like Landorus Therion's max airstream and then fire back. More than ever, Venusaur was
Fuck outta
presenting
here, you
opponents with
little
the
shit.
same 50-50s it had back in its VGC debut. Attack it and risk giving it a boost in Dynamax. Don't attack it, risk taking Vine Lash residual damage. Or it might not even Dynamax and just fire off a sleep powder. This was the strongest Venusaur had ever been in its history of VGC competition. But with the new year came new changes. As players slowly returned to in-person competition, they also had to adapt to a new format, double restricted. Series 12 was the format Worlds would be played on, and suddenly Venusaur had the competition as a damage-dealing Dynamax user.
Oh
the
my
main problem
God.
Venusaur had to contend with was the
And
new
now we have an
restricted
easy
duo
pathway over
of
to the
Kyogre
fucking-
Zacian, or Swordfish.
over to the fucking
This de facto
dumbass
meta
other
leading
side
team,
of that.
a
There's
composition,
another
had
fortress
no
over
place
there,
for
though. What the
Venusaur.
hell?
Players started to prefer Rillaboom,
We'll explore that
who could
later, it's
threaten
fine.
Kyogre without Dynamaxing, or Amoonguss, capable of supporting its teammates. In the past, Venusaur could perform admirably against either Zacian or Kyogre, firing off max flares or Vine Lashes as it pleased, but the combination of both was a real problem matchup. It now had to rely on Max Quake to hit Zacian in
hell
case
outta here, you
Kyogre
little
was
shit.
lurking in the back. Venusaur also had to contend with a new Sun team on the block, one in which it somehow had no place. Remember Rinya Kobayashi? He had popularized the new archetype of Rinya Sun, a beautifully built team that proceeded to show up throughout all of Series 12. Rinya's team had many
Piss
Pokemon
off.
who used to be Venusaur's allies, Groudon, Zacian, Incineroar, Charizard,
Okay,
and Grimmsnarl. But there was a new mon that took its place, Gastrodon. Venusaur had been replaced as a stop to rain. This team was popularized in North America by Changjung Peng when he used it to annihilate the Salt Lake City Regionals, an event where not a single Venusaur made top cut. Of course, not everyone ran Rinya's Sun, and Venusaur continued to show up in top 8s around the world. It just wasn't quite at the same frequency it had been a few months prior. Gavin Michaels won Vancouver Regionals with a Groudon Lunala team, but he was the only Venusaur user in the top 16. Venusaur peaked in usage just before Worlds. In Milwaukee, it was on 5 of the top 8 teams, including that of winner Zhang Ji, and Venusaur put in its best performance to date at the 318-person North American Internationals in Columbus, Ohio. Previous Venusaur tournament winners Zhang Zi and Joseph Ugarte both made top 8, and James Evans won the whole thing with a Groudon and Calyrex Shadow Rider team. Venusaur showed up 7 times in the top 32, sometimes even on Kyogre's Zacian team. Maybe for once it would truly perform at Worlds. Alas, it was not to be, and while it had placements in the top 32, Venusaur failed to crack the top 16 at the World Championship. A fair amount of Groudon teams did finish high, but they simply didn't have room for Venusaur anymore. Consider the components to most Groudon teams, and it becomes clear why. A second restricted mon is mandatory, and Incineroar is functionally an auto-include. Charizard provided more damage than Venusaur and access to max airstream. And when you have Charizard, you almost have to include Grimmsnarl to keep it safe. The last slot, well, it's gotta be your solution to the rain matchup, but Venusaur simply wasn't the best Pokemon for the job anymore. What with Gastrodon and Regieleki being available. Once more, Venusaur had put up an incredible run for most of the season,
I have a nice little walkway that I can walk on.
So why does Venusaur have this pattern? Well, there's a few theories. For one, Sleep is a fairly straightforward strategy that can exploit unprepared players and teams without a solid answer. It does well at the beginning of formats, but in recent years, Venusaur can also blame the trend of shifting formats throughout a season. In both its strongest incarnations, Venusaur can function with or without the power boost, using Sleep Powder and the generational mechanic to create a mix-up that demands respect. Will I Mega and lose my Chlorophyll? Will I Dynamax? When it gets power creep, it loses out on the whole side of that equation, becoming predictable and weaker than its competitors. It only provides the one form of utility, and while it's strong, it's also unreliable. Will Venusaur ever win Worlds? It could, sure. Just make sure you hit every single Sleep Powder, or use Swords Dance Petal Blizzard. Probably not the second one. Venusaur received some OU usage in Generation 9 OU, once again abusing Sun, and this time in a generation where that is a major dynamic in the tier, thanks to the Paradox Pokemon. Venusaur's access to Sleep was also eyed excitedly given the controversy around the status. The problem for Venusaur was that, while definitely decent, it struggled to consistently maintain the threat level of its fellow Sun abusers, making it difficult to justify its placement on a team. The Paradox Pokemon were similarly fast and powerful. Walking Wake and Gouging Fire had stab boosts elevated to insane levels in Sun, while Roaring Wind was also a major threat with the photosynthesis speed boost they all shared. Additionally, Venusaur had competition from fellow grass-type Hisuian Lilligant, which was a similarly fierce chlorophyll abuser with access to Sleep. Sleep was banned anyway, but even sleepless growth Venusaur had similar issues. It
actually almost ran out of arrows,
and it can be effective on occasion, but now it resides in NQ, where it also abuses Sun, a solid playstyle. Venusaur once again pairs with Ninetales, a classic powerful combination, albeit flawed in the way Sun teams tend to be vis-a-vis their struggle to take on many powerful offensive threats. Lycanroc does stab
I need to go check that Nether Fortress for another Soul Forge.
While Venusaur is
assuming it actually has one, and it's not like
Talonflame is always a threat, and there are other nuisances such as Alolan Muck and View. Having said that, Venusaur is still an absolute force because it is obscenely strong. Sunny Water Ball was already its most powerful move previously, and you know what Venusaur can do now? Terrasilize. Yep, that's right, Terrafire Venusaur. What a horrifying / beautiful spot. A +2 Life Orb Terrafire Sunny Weather Ball is almost incomprehensibly strong. It can also effectively Terra Ground, ripping its way through that would-be perfect answer in Dragalge, making things easier against Alolan Muck, and gaining a superb resistance to Lycanroc Dust Accelerock. Overall, Venusaur's Gen 9 story is still being written, but it has been a highly successful one once again. While Venusaur was a menace in Sword and Shield, shifting forecasts have rendered it a rare sight in Generation 9. Venusaur wasn't allowed to bask in the sun until the Kitakame DLC release, and the format shifted over to Regulation E in 2024. Now, you might think that Venusaur would immediately synergize with the past Paradox Mon, photosynthesis users who also appreciated sunny weather. However, Sun was in an iffy spot even prior to Venusaur's arrival.
Where is he?
Unless your name was Joe Ugarte, that is, who made his jump plus sun strategies work for most of 2023. But the immense power creep of Regulation F made including a Pokemon like Torkoal a tall task, especially when Incineroar was often competing for the Fire-type spot, and Urshifu Rapid Strike was popping up everywhere. What's more, Venusaur itself faced stiff competition for the Grass-type slot, what with Pokemon like Amoonguss and Rillaboom's dominating the format. Amoonguss's popularity throws a real spanner in Venusaur's game plan. So many teams you go up against might be packing safety goggles or a Terra Grass to dodge spores, totally nullifying the fast mass disruption that makes Venusaur what it is. Some brave souls tried to make Venusaur work over Regulation F. Its most common team comps featured Torkoal as a Sunsetter along with the obvious Flutter main pick, and an additional photosynthesis abuser like Walking Wake, Raging Bolt, or even
for being on my crops,
Michael Dubel and
get on my
Marco
crops,
Ziavis made day 2 at regional level events with their Venusaur teams, each of which packed some unique options. Marco brought the standard covert cloak to handle fake outs, but packed his Venusaur with grassy terrain and acid spray, rendering it a full enabler for his Raging Bolt, Flutter Mane, and Great Tusk. Michael, on the other hand, went for full offense, dropping Sleep Powder entirely for 3 attacks. Philip Isaac managed day 2 at the EUIC with a Venusaur that struck the balance between the two, packing Covert Cloak, Sleep Powder, and its own mix of 3 attacks, as well as a stellar Terra type to pack more punch.
So that means that
G has
that
an
direction,
even less kind of Venusaur.
or
It
that
doesn't appreciate
direction
the Miraidon electric terrain, glacial lances,
is
and
that
Pelipper
direction relative
hurricanes
to
that
our
populate
portal.
the
Okay,
single
cool.
restricted format.
It only took
Many
like
players would
3
rather
fucking
opt for
attempts to get
Amoonguss'
it,
bulk
but,
and consistency
you know.
in such violent conditions. Plus, with the fraud-on allegations seeming more accurate by the day, it's lost its usual partner
What
in
the
Crap.
hell?
Now, Koraidon may
Oh,
seem
shit,
like an acceptable
stop.
alternative, but the most successful Koraidon teams so far have opted for speed control on their grass type via Whimsicott, who shores up its poor base stats with its unparalleled utility. And with a glut of safety goggles, Amoonguss, Rillaboom, and Whimsicott around, it's hard to see a niche that Venusaur could fit into for Scarlet and Violet. Maybe if it had been legal earlier in the format, but many Pokemon's dreams have died on the
Yes,
back
he
of
gave
ifs
me a
that never
pearl.
worked.
Thank
And
goodness.
that's it. So
At least
how
one of
good
them
was
actually gave me what I
Venusaur
wanted.
actually? Well, it's an all-time great Pokemon, let alone an all-time great starter Pokemon. It's generally not flashy or overwhelming, Gen 5 OU Sun Antics being a notable exception. But after a rocky start in the first 2 gens, Venusaur has had legitimate OU viability in every single generation afterwards, which is incredible.
Oh yeah,
Game
pearls
Freak
go
has
in this
busted healthy
chest.
without going
Whoopsies.
overboard. Well, again, barring maybe Gen 5 Chloral Sun, but then again, that's still pretty tame compared to other mons from that gen. Venusaur hasn't just impacted OU either. It also spent much of its career excelling in the lower tiers. Gen 1 had ups and downs, and it was kept out of them in Gens 2 and 3, but it was the absolute king of UU in Gen 4, and similarly reigned over RU in Gen 6, before returning to the tier with a decent niche in Gen 7, then thriving in UU again in Gen 8. It's hit NU in Gen 9, but it's as fierce a Sun abuser as ever. Mega Venusaur was an amazing Mega in the OUs of both Gen 6 and 7, and its brief tenure in Gen 7 UU got it banned for destroying the tier with levels of strength usually reserved for faster one-hit KO machines. Venusaur also kicked off several generations of VGC success in Gen 6, with Mega and Base form alike. It's not the easiest Pokemon to use there, but the rewards are immense. So overall, Venusaur has had a long, rich, competitive history. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I hope you all enjoyed Venusaur the movie. And as always, if you liked the video and you want to see more, be sure to subscribe to False Swipe
Feather
Gaming for
falling's
weekly
pretty
Pokemon
rare.
content.
Can't believe he
And in the
actually
comments,
dropped
I want to
that.
know, what do you think about competitive Venusaur?
That'll
How
be
would you
pretty
buff it to
useful
get it out
later.
of NU? Whatever it is, let us know in the comments. Also, thank you so much to our patrons for continued support of our videos, and thank you to everyone else
Hold up.
watching as well. And thank you so much to our Platinum tier patrons. Thank you so much to Raven Daytona Ring, Sorazan Croxon, Stoneface Colin, Bingleton, Ray Ray, Daniel Isbeast, Glitcherton, Alex Sabo, Funky, Skylaria, and Chica Chihyo for their support of our videos. And follow my crew on these social media platforms. And that's all I got. See you next time, everyone. The Hoenn starter remakes continue, and this time we've got Swampert, the final evolution of Mudkip, and thus an extension of the I heard you like Mudkips meme that dominated the Pokésphere in the late 2000s. Swampert has been a fan favorite since it first traveled with traders in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and then when it returned in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire with a new Mega Stone in tow, Swampert's Pokédex descriptions sure are striking. Being able to drag an entire ship is no mean feat, even in the Poké world. Today we find out if its time in the competitive scene was similarly impressive. And so we ask, how great was Swampert actually?
Swampy boy.
And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats. Rock resists were one of the most important aspects of advanced OU for withstanding the mighty rock slides of Tyranitar and Aerodactyl. And the king of the rock resist and physical tanking as a whole was Swampert. Water and ground are individually fantastic defensive types, and together they are absolutely excellent, to say nothing of Pert's other excellent traits. It had it all. It lacked a weakness to Earthquake the rock slides came paired with. It resisted Meteor Mash. It healed in the ever-present Sandstorm. It had excellent physical bulk. It could immediately threatened the physical attackers like Salamence in return, and it actually hit everything for decent damage. It was a defensive staple that wasn't just a walling blob. Pert covered so much so easily that it was incredibly easy to slap it on a team and be well off against a significant portion of the tier. It was as popular as it was effective, making it one of the most important
Some Pokemon in Advanced, fun fact, actually have to run HP Grass just to beat this thing.
For example, Zapdos would be better off with Hidden Power Ice against pretty much everything else, but being walled by Swampert was so bad that Hidden Power Grass was its go-to by far. In the early days of Advanced, Swampert was an incredibly popular partner for Flygon, as the two combined to counter Electrics regardless of which Hidden Power they chose. Hidden Power Grass was indeed a staple on many Pokemon for Swampert, including even Dragon Dance Tyranitar, which wasn't even guaranteed to beat Pert with it, since Swampert's great special bulk meant it could avoid a 2-hit KO after protecting for extra leftovers. Indeed, Swampert's Protect was so good at keeping it healthy that it made one of the most impossible Pokemon to KO in the tier, despite not having a reliable recovery and being affected by spikes. Even Pokemon that hit it for decent damage with stab moves like Mixed Vents or offensive Calm Mind Jirachi would still often use Hidden Power Grass, because if you weren't hitting Swampert for huge damage, it very often wasn't enough since Swampert was threatening you back in return. And of course, Swampert had the bulk to live even the strongest Hidden Power Grasses from full health, making its retaliatory Hydro Pump even stronger. Swampert anchored pretty much every team style in the metagame with its standard tank set, from hard stall to balance with or without spikes to physical and special offense. You simply could not go wrong with putting Swampert on your team. It had some variety to its game too. Earthquake and Ice Beam were all Swampert really needed to cover its targets. Water Stab, whether Hydro or Surf, was of course quite helpful to sting the likes of Skarmory and Gengar, but if Swampert's team covered it in this area, its last move slot could be altered. Some players liked putting Curse on it to one-on-one matchups against Pokemon it otherwise lose like Suicune and Blissey. Rest was an option as well, letting it shrug off Toxics. Rest Sleep Talk sets were also solid before the debilitating Sleep Talk mechanic discovery. Roar Swampert was also effective, letting it stave off Curse Snorlax, Calm Mind Suicune, Swords Dance Baton Pass Celebi, Swords Dance Heracross, or Dragon Dance Gyarados without taunt attempting to set up on it. It was especially effective alongside the spikes that Swampert was so often paired with. Toxic was also an effective choice, especially nice for ruining other Swampert one-on-one. Speaking of Toxic, eventually new Swampert sets emerged. Instead of running Earthquake and Ice Beam to cover threats, it would run Surf as its one attacking move, earning it the name Monopert, and cover threats like Salamence with Toxic. Then after Protect, it could slot in another utility move. First it was Roar, then at the height of the metagame's obsession with the Toxic Protect strategy, which Swampert was one of the strongest users with its new mono attacking set, Refresh came around, letting Swampert stay in on the likes of Toxic Skarmory, Blissey, and yes, other Swampert that it normally run from. Monopert eventually became incredibly customizable to its players' liking, with players even running Focus Punch in the last slot to surprise Blissey. It was once again testament to Swampert being able to do everything. This extended to its EVing too, with occasional heavy investment in special defense or even special attack, with the latter enjoying the benefits of an invested Ice Beam singing its best answer, Celebi, much harder than expected. It could afford this because it was so naturally physically tanky, it could still perform its primary function of taking on the tier's main physical attacker. Though Tank Swampert was one of the most important advanced Pokemon no matter which variation it took on, eventually offensive sets became popular for this exact reason. Its natural physical bulk was still solid for checking major attackers, and all one had to do was pair it with some anti-physical attacking backup like Metagross and potentially Salamence as well, that it was likely to be paired with anyway, to compensate for the lack of defensive investment. And the reward? Remember how Tank Swampert was great in part because it hit everything for decent damage? Well, what if you invested in its offenses fully? Turns out when you did that, that you had a Pokemon that could act as a defensive stopgap, at least temporarily, while seriously threatening an enormous portion of the tier in return. Offensive Swampert first burst onto the scene with its Select Endeavor set, though it wasn't what you'd call a speedster. It hit a strong 360 speed with maximum investment and a Select boost, allowing it to unleash a unique bevy of offensive threat on the opponent. After substituting to low health, it could either smash away with invested torrent boosted Hydro Pumps with Ice Beam covering Salamence and weakened Celebi, or it could utilize Endeavor, which would bring the opponent to whichever HP Swampert was, and so long as it was lower, with Substitute that wasn't a problem, and if Swampert subbed down to 1 HP, a sand affected Pokemon would be finished off by the sand that was going to be in play. This set was incredibly effective as a way to up the tempo of Swampert's game, no longer letting you play around it with faster HP grasses from something like Charizard, and it was quite popular on successful offensive teams as a result. The fact that it wanted to be at low HP to take advantage of Torrent, Endeavor, and Select Berry meant that it taking damage from, say, Metagross's Meteor Mash actually worked in its advantage. It had flexibility in its last move slot as well, sometimes using Roar to turn the tables on recovery spamming walls like Milotic and Blissey that would attempt to stall out Endeavor's 8 PP. Now they'd have to switch into Swampert again, and they wouldn't be able to withstand the Endeavor. Of course, the Swampert set's reliance on Select Berry meant it couldn't switch into attacks repeatedly, and it occasionally missed Stab Earthquake, and then all-out offensive Swampert emerged. It ran lefties and Earthquake. It wasn't as focused on being as fast as possible, so it could both invest in physical bulk and run a special attacking boosting nature to ensure its Hydro Pump's really strong. In its last move slot, Focus Punch to ensure Blissey wouldn't be able to wall it at all. This Swampert set forced standard Scar and Bliss teams to really evaluate their approach. Remember the aforementioned Tank Swampert with special defense investment? That was a response to this offensive perk. This set also started experimenting with Curse in the last slot, letting it break through otherwise difficult enemies like Milotic, Suicune, and physically defensive Jirachi, while maintaining its anti-Blissey ability. Overall, whichever guy Swampert took up, it was one of the best Pokemon in Advance, both countering and shaping the metagame around it. Swampert brought its resist-laden typing to Generation 4 and achieved new levels of support by setting up the hazard that took the world by storm, Stealth Rock. Its incredible bulk meant it was one of the most consistent Pokemon in the game at getting rocks. All reliable, they called it, and it fit on all sorts of teams as a result. From fast-paced offense to hard stall, it still played at a solid pace for the former, especially if it got into a groove with Roar against a set of Pokemon that struggled to scratch it, and its hit-taking was invaluable for the latter, who loved how it helped pivot and play around seemingly everything. Swampert was synonymous with the lead metagame for a long time. Leads were all concerned with getting up Stealth Rock, and Swampert leveraged that superb bulk in order to get them up right from the beginning. Throughout the constantly shifting 4th generation, Tank Swampert was a constant, from its early days taking on Garchomp in Diamond and Pearl, to warding off the increasingly popular Heatran during Platinum, to being one of the few halfway decent checks to Salamence during its reign over Heart Gold and Soul Silver. A healthy Swampert was even able to withstand the monstrously powerful +1 Life Orb Outrage. Swampert didn't have much variation to its game, but it didn't really need to, as the tank set was just so important to so many teams. The most you tweak were maybe some EVs. It wasn't uncommon to see players running 4 speed just to outrun other Swampert, and in the last move slot, Roar was the most common and effective for its all-purpose utility, doing everything from scouting the opposing team early game to phasing out a boosted sweeper like Wish or Substitute Calm Mind Jirachi, but Protect was also excellent to gain leftovers longevity, block explosions from Metagross, as well as scout the intentions of choice users. Some stall teams even dropped Rock's Pert entirely, since such squads had many potential rockers and chose to run Roar Protect sets to great effect. The only other time Swampert ever ran non-rock sets were the extremely rare Curse variants, which could struggle to make a dent early on, but excelled at outlasting its checks. Swampert's main flaw was that for all its efficacy against offensive threats, it tended to fall flat against defensive teams, and the more defensive teams populated the metagame, the more it could feel like a liability at times. It didn't have to be this way with the right supporting cast, but not every Swampert supporting cast was going to be equally good. This, in conjunction with the rise in grass types after the bans of Latias and Salamence, meant Swampert experienced a slight dip in usage for some time. It came back, however, when the main rapid spitter in the metagame was no longer Fortress, but Starmie. Starmie struggled to effectively beat Pert one-on-one, making Swampert a reliable rocker once more. However, that wasn't all. Players began dipping into Swampert's offensive capabilities to take advantage of those expecting the defensive set. The first that really emerged with any prominence was Spec Swampert. Between its powerful Hydro Pump, Earth Power, and Ice Beam, it was able to mortally threaten popular bulky cores consisting of Pokemon like Hippowdon, Heatran, Skarmory, Starmie, Jirachi, and the Rotom appliances. Unlike the other Specs waters popular at the time, Starmie and Kingdra, Spexpert was difficult to ward down passively thanks to its Stealth Rock resistance and Sandstorm immunity, as well as not fearing revenge killing from Scarp Tyranitar. It didn't end there either. Choice Band Swampert became popular. What it lacked in the ability to immediately threaten Skarmory, it made up for with its aforementioned resilience, which let it spam Waterfall repeatedly until it found that one flinch it needed to break the game open. Many stalled teams at the time went without water resist, and Swampert punished them spectacularly. Being able to so resoundingly threaten Blissey and the emerging popular Clefable was incredibly useful, not just with its Waterfall span, but also its access to superpower, letting it threaten a cold one-hit KO one-on-one. Eventually, players started blending the aggression of these offensive variants of Pert with the rocks and defensive utility of the tank. Some bulk investment alongside
we need to figure out a way to link
either
the nether up to the
physical or
ceiling,
mixed
actually.
attacks,
I just thought of
allowing
that.
Swampert to leverage its natural defensive equity.
Like, link
alongside
the
its
nether
newfound
ceiling
ability
to that
threaten
area that we're
defense.
in.
Some players were so taken by the
We'll go
mixed
mess around in the
attacking
nether
potential
fortress
that they
first.
took a page out of
I need to get my
Advance's
arrows
book and
back.
began using
Like all of
Focus
them.
Punch in the Stealth Rock slot. Even Hidden Power Electric was occasionally used in that slot. Swampert used to be considered a one-trick mudfish. Its one trick was excellent and important, but it was just the one trick. However, it proceeded to demonstrate just how untrue that was, while maintaining its status as one of the most important Pokemon in the tier once again.
16
Come
and
Black
4,
and White,
what the
Swampert was
fuck?
unceremoniously thrust out of the OU metagame. It had been such an
Yeah,
integral
Swampert
part of
did
on
not
account
do
of
too
several
well in Gen
factors.
5.
Number 1, a Pokemon named Ferrothorn.
Ferrothorn.
Number 2, Brutal Rain and Dragon-related power creep. And number 3, Water-type competition better suited to taking on the first two. Thus, Swampert dropped to UU and there it excelled. Gen 5 UU has famously been noted for its similarity to Gen 4 OU, so it's no surprise Swampert fit right in. And indeed, Swampert's presence partially propelled such perception to the public. It got right to business, tanking all manner of hits, many of them from familiar faces like Flygon and Weavile, and setting up rocks, hitting that which checked it hard in return.
Didn't
and
it use
roaring the
Explosion plus
opposition
Amp
around.
to
Swampert's
block
typing
that?
was especially important in this tier, given its emphasis on offense from the Flyers, Darmanitan, and Victini, and the electric Zapdos and Raikou. Being able to check both in one slot was incredible, and Swampert often paired with Flygon Advanced
Oh wait,
style
shit,
to
weren't there
help
bows
cover
in there?
against potential hidden power grass from the electric. It also became excellent at spreading status thanks to a phenomenal new move at its disposal, Scald. With the numerous switching opportunities afforded it by its defensive profile, Swampert was constantly going for birds, and nothing really enjoyed switching into it, making it even easier for Swampert to push damage onto the opposing team without having to hit it
No, it doesn't
particularly
destroy
hard.
it. Okay,
Just
good.
rocks, roar, and
You could put a
burn.
boat
Most
in
teams
there.
needed standard tank Swampert's defensive utility, but that made it all the more surprising and therefore devastating when the occasional choice band set showed up and unexpectedly rolled over an unsuspecting team, which forgot that it packed an excellent base 110 attack stat. Swampert was not at all a flashy Pokemon, but it was an incredibly
leave me
important
some
one
kibble.
within Gen 5 UU, as it anchored many a team in need of the ability to withstand some of the biggest hits in the tier without becoming purely passive, and as such racked up another successful generation. Swampert didn't really have any defining
we'll take
needs
these
for
other
Gen
three into
5
the nether with
VGC.
us,
Much
just in
like its
case.
OU counterpart, it hadn't any role to play in the Weather Wars, nor was it particularly apt at taking on most weather abusers or the Pokemon used to counter them. Sure, its typing was
I'm
great
gonna go get
against
those eggs.
Thundurus
We
and
need to cook
Zapdos,
those.
but it shared that typing with Gastrodon, who was much better thanks to its immeasurably useful water immunity attained via its Storm Drain ability. However, a select few innovative players did use Swampert's unique talents en route to some notable placements. These talents, its much greater offensive potential,
Ow.
weren't as useful or impactful
Okay.
as Gastrodon,
I see how
but they
it
had
is.
their own little place. In 2012, Dawes used a max attack
That's a lot,
adamant
dude. What
ground
the
gem
fuck?
Swampert, letting it plow through Metagross en route to top cutting the US Nationals. 2013 saw some inspiration from this, as in the seniors division of the US Nationals, Kyle L also used Swampert to reach 6th. Meanwhile, Nabil L reached top 16 at the German Nationals.
Calm
It wasn't
down,
much,
bro. What
but
the
hey,
hell?
It was a legit,
God damn.
albeit small niche for Swampert in
cool.
Gen 5 VGC. Swampert returned to UU in Generation 6, doing Swampert things once again.
Swampert things once again.
Pushed in against key offensive threats, it got up rocks, it roared opponents around, it went for skull burns. Simple, but incredibly important throughout X and Y UU. Swampert was a cornerstone of the tier's defense. It wasn't just to resist the Pokemon like Victini and Mega Aerodactyl. It was effective at taking hits from, though those were of course incredibly important, but also that classic Swampert quality where its
if we can link up our portal to the surface, that would be excellent if we could do that.
Was a key part of pivoting around dangerous opponents. Swampert's longevity also made it a particularly effective roster.
That's gonna take some aiming though. I don't know if we're even gonna be able to pull that shit out of our ass.
Auras came and reshaped UU significantly.
Ah, jeez. Oh no.
Defensive presence in the tier, but it struggled more. Now it wasn't because it was bad, rather because of the direction the tier took. The bulky water-heavy stall-spamming metagame meant
I didn't expect that to not
water
fit.
absorbability, granting it an immunity to
it's okay. It's all good.
Became
We're all
as the
Gucci.
tier's
It's all good.
water ground type, especially since this
Actually, I need to take another. I need to take a drinkable fire potion just in case something bad happens. Just in case, you never know. Don't push your luck in the nether, as they say. Otherwise, you will pay for it.
Wasn't really too bummed out about this paradigm shift because it wasn't just Swampert anymore. Auras had also introduced Mega Swampert, a brand new.
I know this is wasting fucking my stuff, but I only have 2, and I want to have all of it. It'd be much better to be able to have a throwable one than a drinkable one. I need a fire res one that's drinkable because I need it to be able, in case I fall into the stupid lava, at least then I won't have to worry about fucking death.
Alongside the other new Auras Megas, but its viability in the tier was tied to rain, which, attempted though it was, never managed to land any sort of consistency, and thus wasn't used. It didn't help that, thanks to Gen 6
actually, I guess we can like empty out our stuff while I wait.
Boost on the turn and Mega Evolve,
might as well.
Easier for opponents
I need to make another bedroll, dude.
And play around it. Mega Swampert settled into UU instead, and that was just fine because there it was monstrous. Rain teams weren't using UU, but that wasn't a problem. Mega Swampert would simply set up Rain Dance for itself, and it was absolutely lights out as a late game cleaner, ruthlessly outspeeding and finishing off weakened teammates. Mega Swampert was far from just a rain abuser either. It was quite excellent without rain, and offensive stealth rock sets popped up, combining Mega Swampert's immediately threatening offense with the utility of stealth rock that no hazard remover
ruining my peace and quiet.
And when Mandibuzz popped up and used it to try and thwart that, Mega Swampert just slapped on Stone Edge, ripping through it nicely while also completely ruining Gyarados. This set also took advantage of Mega Swampert's improved bulk, since it could invest in HP now that it wasn't going to be maxing out.
Oh, I'm so happy I didn't die. That would have actually been the one instance where I actually could have potentially died if I hadn't played my cards correctly.
Happily help it out. Withstanding Mega Swampert's
much better than dying. I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain. Got more slime balls too, even better. Ooh, that's a lot. I think if I'm gonna do something tonight, I might as well go ahead.
Its Mega Form providing it.
I might as well go ahead and like do the inside roof, I guess.
Solid though rain teams were, Mega Swampert wasn't the best or most popular choice for them. Mega competition was stringent, and as a swift swimmer, its physical nature meant it wasn't as
I can put away the boat in the sail. I don't need that at the moment. We're fine.
Which had nary a case for the ever-present Landorus Therian's Intimidate. Plus, it needed
actually,
to spend a turn Mega Evolving before it received its Swift Swim boost, and every turn was absolutely crucial with battles as short as VGCs. It was much preferable to have Swift Swimmers who had that doubled speed right as they were sent out alongside Politoed. Still, Mega Swampert was a powerful Pokemon with a good stat spread, sometimes not even needing rain support.
Let's do this first.
It had a decent niche leading to a solid smattering of placements. These players on screen did very well with Mega Swampert.
Oh, these are bones. Whoops.
But you know what actually got used more than Mega Swampert? That's right,
Base Swampert.
Why? Well, an extra belt set created by the late Angel Miranda had emerged, combining the support of Wide Guard with surprisingly hard-hitting Scalds, Ice Beams, and Earth Powers that allowed for unexpected KOs against Landorus Therians and Mega Mawwiles, expecting to withstand physical attacks thanks to Intimidate. It was a terrific blend of team support and offensive threat not replicated by its competitors. News of its effectiveness took off, and it found a solid deal of popularity and success. These players on screen did
we're gonna go ahead and put our boat out.
Swampert.
Did I just see a fucking Enderman? How can he even see me through that, dude? That makes no sense. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Fuck out of here.
Of course, both Swampers completely disappeared in the restricted metagame of 2016. But hey, overall,
that looks
Swamper's
so
Gen
good,
6
bro.
VGC season was highly unusual, but more than decent. Generation 7 saw many changes favorable to Rain in the OU metagame. There was a new Drizzle Pokemon, Pelipper, which was vastly superior for its access to U-turn, making it easier to facilitate precise switches to the Rain abuser, which were operating with limited Rain turn. Rain teams were also improved by the addition of Ash Greninja, which, unlike its predecessor Specs Kingdra, was a major threat outside of Rain as well, improving such teams' consistency greatly. So too did access to Z-moves, ensuring the collective offensive attack really had enough punch to break through the opposition. Finally, new mechanics meant Mega Swampert got its Swift Swim speed boost on the turn in Mega Evolve, giving it a much greater freedom to attack, and making it much more threatening as a result. Rain teams became an incredibly consistent, threatening playstyle in Gen 7 OU, and Mega Swampert was a major part of that.
Some people even wanted Rain banned in Gen 7, ironically, because of how good it was.
Rain boosted waterfalls were highly spammable, especially when popular water resist toxic packs didn't want to come near its huge Earthquake. Mega Swampert was excellent with just Waterfall, Earthquake, and Ice Punch, leaving a flexibility in its move slot that allowed its users to turn the tables on several steps.
Yeah, they're stealing my fucking sugarcane again.
Allowing Mega Swampert to circumvent the pivoting prediction games that many teams would be forced into to try and ride out the Rain turn. Toxic allowed it to ruin the otherwise safe answers that were Tangrowth and Slowbro. Sometimes Ice Punch was dropped and Sub-Toxic were paired to great effect. Stealth Rock was great utility as always. Superpower was key in letting Mega Swampert get past the tiers Grass, Steels, and Ferrothorn and
so
Cortana,
I
and this
need
was absolutely game-changing,
2
as
bits
even if it didn't
of
land
dirt
the target,
and 2
it often
bits.
did, it meant the opponent wouldn't be able to utilize
I
them
need
as
2 bits
checks.
of dirt and I
And
need
there
2
weren't
bits
too
of
many other Pokemon capable of taking this attack.
sugarcane roots.
Additionally, being able to put a serious charge into another common check, Rotom Wash, was helpful as well. Whichever it chose, Mega Swampert was seriously excellent. It was so good and so popular that it triumphantly returned to OU proper as a legitimate, terrifying part of the meta.
Fine by me.
Meanwhile, Base Swampert returned to UU once again. Its placement not threatened by
what an idiot.
as Pert's greater physical bulk was invaluable in this harder-hitting tier. Thus, Swampert resumed its Pert-like activities, setting up the rocks, tanking the hits, dishing out the roars and skulls, the usual it was so reliable at, though it used Toxic much more often this time around, as it couldn't solely depend on Scald for passive damage anymore, since Burn had been nerfed to 6.25%, and wanted to more directly threaten the likes of Latias and Hydreigon. Swampert took on Mega Aerodactyl with aplomb once again, as well as Mega Manectric, Rotom Heat, and Mega Aggron. As usual, if it did hard
that's all we can fit. We have 2 stacks of skulls. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. How many do I need, actually?
Again, Swampert wasn't flashy, but it was an important part of the tier, quietly holding.
How many do I need for trading? 4?
And utilities.
Was it 4?
Generation 7 was an immense success for Swampert, its best
that not
in
right?
many years. With the new and
Oh wait,
improved
shit,
Mega
that's right.
Speed
Wait, do they
mechanics,
not
Swampert
trade
was
that?
much more capable of slotting effectively onto Rain teams in Gen 7 BGC. Thus, during the
Does he not
2018
trade
season,
skeleton
it saw a
skulls?
good deal
Okay,
more
here it is. Why is that not in there?
usage
So I
and
need
such
4 of
teams,
each
as
then.
they were now able
Dude,
to
I have
fully make
so
use of
many.
its
We should have
destructive
no
talents
issues.
without the hindrance of its exploitable
Thank
first turn
goodness.
as it Mega Evolved. It still wasn't a world beater, but Mega Swampert was now far more legitimate a choice, more than Base Pert at least, which wasn't used, and this was evidenced by Mega Pert's placements, which are as follows. These players on screen did very well with Mega Swampert on their team.
Where's my other arrows? Hold up. Arrows.
Swampert, of course, disappeared completely for the restricted metagame of the year afterwards, but finally, Mega Pert was the prevailing choice
cool.
in the
That
BGC
should be good.
meta. Swampert joined Generation 8 in the Crown Tundra.
And it was actually
with
good this
no
time.
Mega, unfortunately. But Game Freak kindly made up for this by gifting it Flip Turn, a physical water-type switch move that elevated standard tank Swampert's utility even further. Now it could directly use its amazing defensive profile to help its teammates by safely bringing in the frailer ones it was tasked with taking the hits for. This was so excellent, Swampert was briefly used in early Crown Tundra OU to help get massive threats like Pheromosa on the field safely, though it would eventually head to the UU tier once again. There it resumed its usual activities, but with its new switch move support angle as well. It was particularly apt at getting the frail Zygarde 10% on the field to unleash its attacks. It was also as dependent a Stealth Rocker as ever, with its strong matchups against common hazard removal and Excadrill, Salamence.
If at some point I need to Enderman proof that thing. Well, actually, wait, no, I need to leave that. I mean, it's kind of annoying they steal my blocks, but I need Ender Pearls, and this is the easiest way to get it for free. I can hide from them too, so that's pretty convenient. convenient.
toxic for Yawn,
Well,
which
like once I
worked
pissed them
beautifully
off, in case like
tandem
3 or
with
4 of them
Flipper.
get pissed
Yawn
off and get
threatening
aggroed.
incapacitating sleep on Pokemon coming into Swampert tended to force awkward switches from opponents, allowing for the Swampert user to fully take advantage with hard-hitting teammates like Conkeldurr, especially since if the opponent didn't switch out of the Yawn, they of course went to sleep. Swampert wasn't a star presence, but it had a solid place in the metagame for its ability to effectively facilitate several big hitters in Generation 8 UU. Generation 9 has been a mixed bag for Swampert.
This might
On the
not
one
be.
hand,
This is
it
not
lost
looking too
Scald and
good.
Toxic, so the ability to harangue opposing Pokemon with debilitating status is no longer an
running
option.
out of
On the other
space.
hand, it kept Flip Turn.
I mean, I have plenty of bones, like here and like Space Force, but like still, dude.
New move, Knockoff. It also received Bulk Up, which is a solid boosting option, but Knockoff provides its standard stealth rocking flip turning sets with a tremendous new utility. Sadly, this amazing new move wasn't sufficient for Swampert to return to UU. It was totally outclassed by Garchomp, which is now rocking spikes in its moveset. Thus, for the first time ever, Swampert fell below UU to where it currently resides.
Okay, cool.
There it is, a solid defensive presence, doing what it always
Well
does,
done.
without
Nice.
bombast or pizzazz. Sometimes you just need something you can
Hopefully I
depend
find a
on to
mine
do the
shaft in that
rest filling job.
stupid
Most
fucking
notably,
mountain
Swampert is a
biome.
great
Actually,
check to the
I take that
terrifying
back. Not
Revel
stupid.
Room,
Good.
as
I get
well as
emeralds,
its
so I'm not gonna
general tanking
complain.
ability being nicely on display against
Damn
other
it.
popular
Oh,
Pokemon like
no.
Cobalion. It remains to be seen where Swampert will end up in Gen 9, but for now, it looks to keep on
I love how
trucking the
big this
same
room
way
is.
it
This is
always
so
has.
beautiful.
And that's it. So how great was Swampert actually? Well, it started off with 2 metagame defining stints in OU, especially in its debut generation, then played an enormously important role in UU from generations 5 through 8. A particularly impressive run considering the power creep constantly thrown at it. Its mega evolution came around in generation 6 and was a superb part of UU as well. Then in Gen 7, a confluence of changes led to it becoming a bona fide part of OU again. Currently, Swampert resides in Gen 9 RU, where it continues to provide the stalwart defensive presence it has been for over 2 decades. Swampert hasn't been much of a VGC Pokemon in its time, but it's had some solid placements, including base paired outperforming Mega in Gen 6, then Mega's redemption in Gen 7. So overall, Swampert is one of the most successful starter Pokemon of all time. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Okay,
and
cool.
As always, if you
We
like
have
the video
organized
and you want to see
everything
more,
once
be
again.
sure to subscribe to False Swipe Gaming for more weekly Pokemon content. And in the comments, I want to know, what do you think about competitive Swampert? How would you buff it for Scarlet and Violet? Whatever it is, let me know in the comments.
Oh yeah,
Also,
dude,
thank
Swampert
you
is
so much for your
amazing.
patience, for continued support
And
of
it's
our
always
videos.
been amazing.
And thank you to everyone else watching as well.
S. Oh, he just shat.
And follow my crew on these social media platforms. And that's all I got. See you next time, everyone.
Oh, I hear an Enderman. Where? Where did he go? Come on. What the hell? Oh, is little baby gonna cry?
What's up, everyone? Today we have a special episode dedicated to Pokemon's very own
Okay, he
Xenomorph,
should be close
the
to
one
death.
and only Deoxys.
Damn it.
It was formerly famed for its difficulty
Stop
to obtain
teleporting
in its
away.
first generations of existence, as it used to only be available from very rare events. It was one of the most sought-after Pokemon amongst kids worldwide.
Ow. Okay,
So
fair enough, I
its
suppose.
various forms made it even cooler. That was a rarity back in the days of Generation 3, and in those games, its form depended on which game it was in. It couldn't be changed unless it was traded to another game, and that is yet another way they get you to buy the same game more than once. And it wasn't until the amazing Delta episode from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire
What the hell?
that Deoxys could be obtained without an event. It was there that the player atop Mega Rayquaza would burst into space and fight Deoxys there.
I feel like they should have allowed Deoxys because of the Delta episode, making it available to everyone regardless of their game.
Movie, Destiny Deoxys, in which it showed off its many forms,
it.
constantly changing shape like the
That could have been a
original
Pearl,
alien from
dude.
1979.
Could have
It
been a
only
Pearl.
adds to the terror. Today we're going to be examining how all 4 forms performed in the competitive scene. And so we ask, how good was Deoxys actually? And in this video we'll be going over these competitive formats. Deoxys Normal is a hilariously dangerous Pokemon in its own right, with attack and special attack on par with Rayquaza, one of the highest speed stats in the game, and incredible offensive coverage. However, it was never ever seen in its debut generation of Ubers, because it was completely and utterly outclassed by Deoxys Attack.
Yeah, sounds about right.
That simple. If you had a choice between two offensive Deoxys forms, both of which were one-hit KO'd by a light breeze anyway, then you would choose the one that had base 180 attack and special
Whip
attack
it into my
instead of
mouth.
150. As a result, Deoxys Normal was effectively an OU ban list Pokemon in the context of Gen 3 Ubers. It was never good enough to be used over Deoxys Attack, but it was far too broken to ever be allowed in OU. Some refer to the phenomenon as suffering from success. As for Deoxys Attack, it was absolutely incredible.
Oh god.
It was ludicrously threatening to any and all teams. It was unquestionably the #1 offensive Pokemon in the tier, and one of the very best Pokemon in the tier, period. It required incredibly aggressive play to get in on the field safely, since it couldn't switch into any attacking move stronger than Fortress's Rapid Spin, but it was well worth the effort, because Deoxys A threatened quite literally everything in the game, both with its obscene power and with its nearly unmatched speed. The only faster Pokemon in the game were Deoxys Speed, which was okay but not much of an offensive threat, and meant the opponent wouldn't have a Deoxys Attack of their own, and the incredibly gimmicky Ninjask. The only way one would reliably outspeed Deoxys A without requiring a turn to set up was with the decent but rare Swift Swim Amistar while rain was up. Otherwise, there was no way of even matching its speed, barring risking a speed tie with one's own Deoxys A, and you could forget about actually outspeeding it. Even Mewtwo, one of the tier's fastest Pokemon, was easily outrun by Deoxys A, and Deoxys A didn't even need to use a plus speed nature to do it. Not only was Deoxys A mind-bogglingly powerful, it possessed a diverse array of equally dangerous sets that made it even more difficult to answer. Its go-to set was the Choice Band Berry, which possessed a monstrously powerful superpower.
Superpower, baby. Aw, yeah. I remember using that. Nothing survives that, dude.
Destroyed by Shadow
What
Ball.
was that?
The two moves formed perfect neutral coverage, which was all Deoxys needed given its unmatched strength. Deoxys also had another incredible move on its Choice Band set, the strongest priority in the game, Extreme Speed, baby. Regularly since it was so incredibly fast naturally, but it was an amazing move to have against occasional Pokemon that would challenge its speed, such as Substitute Select-Berry, Groudon, and Kyogre, opposing extreme speeds from the likes of its mortal enemy Rayquaza, and of course, other Deoxys Attack. Choice Band Deoxys A was so vicious with these three moves that it could have just used them and still be the tier's defining offensive threat. But it of course had a fourth move slot, which made it even more difficult to stop. Even more impressively, this fourth move was usually a special attack because Deoxys A was so ridiculously strong that it could use an uninvested special attack on a banned set and still succeed. The most commonly used Fire Punch, which when backed by Groudon's Eternal Sun, would absolutely fry Metagross, who was the most popular check to banded Deoxys A for its bulk, typing, and ability to trap it with
I don't think Metagross lives Fire Punch.
Fire Blast would also lay waste to other makeshift would-be checks in Fortress, full health.
Oh yeah, Fortress dies to it too.
There was usually little risk in Kyogre switching in against Deoxys to change the weather, as Ogre was deathly afraid of banded superpower. There were other options too. Rain teams often used Thunder or Ice Beam in that slot, and Rock Slide was an option as well to destroy unsuspecting Ho-Oh. However, no matter which, Deoxys A was permanently.
Doesn't it also run Thunder sometimes to kill Kyogre?
And you couldn't exactly
I think it does.
Such an
Yeah, Thunder's on there. Thunderbolt is more common, or Thunderbolt is more reliable, so I guess it depends on where you go with that.
Unmatched potential to drop everything in the game.
Subbataya is also hilarious.
And thus potentially inconsistent. As a result, several players simply changed the item to Spell Tag, keeping the set the same, most commonly with Fire Punch on Sun King. While the lack of a boost on Superpower was sometimes annoying against Groudon and Kyogre, Deoxys still hit them incredibly hard, especially when supported by spikes, as it often was. Its Shadow Ball targets were still stung quite hard, especially with Spell Tag's slight but significant extra sting. This Deoxys set didn't need a huge power boost in order to
we're gonna go link it up to the ceiling. I want to see if we can actually do that.
What made it so effective was the fact that in addition to its ludicrous strength, it now also had the element of surprise. It was already difficult enough to handle when you knew exactly what it was going to do, but when you didn't even have that, it became
I never got a new pickaxe. Shit.
Metagross and Fortress would think that Deoxys was choice locked into one of his physical moves, and would then get absolutely destroyed by Fire Punch.
Well, looks like we're going back. I need a pickaxe.
Surprise either. Deoxys would still threaten the opposing team like nothing everything else once the set had been revealed, as its ability to switch between moves perfectly complemented its power. Speaking of Deoxys A sets that switched attack, while Choice Band was the best wall breaker and revenge killer in Uber, its sub-Pattaya variant was the tier's best sweeper, and completely turned the tables on would-be checks. Groudon was decked by an invested Ice Beam, and Kyogre was fried by Thunder. The combination of these two provided perfect neutral coverage on the special side, barring Magneton, who was smashed by Deoxys' fourth move, Superpower, and the incredibly gimmicky Shedinja, which died to the spikes Deoxys attack liked so much anyway. This two-move neutral coverage was important, since one, it allowed Deoxys A to KO as much as possible once it activated its Pattaya Berry, and two, it allowed it to run Superpower in the last slot, ensuring that Blissey was unable to wall it. Late game, it was common for Deoxys to sub down to its
now
Pattaya
we can do
then
it.
outspeed and
That
one-hit
should be
KO the
good.
entire remainder of the opponent's team. With its perfect blend of speed, power, move
thank
flexibility, and
goodness.
super effective coverage,
That
it
was a close
the
one, I
ultimate
tell ya.
sweeper in a tier full of seemingly ultimate sweepers. Of course, Deoxys didn't need to sub down to Pattaya.
I'm not
Blissey
gonna dig the
effective,
usual
as it was
tunnel system that I
immensely
do.
threatening right off
I'm
the
just
bat,
gonna make like a
especially since
spiral
Ice Beam
staircase or
retained
something
crucial
leading up to the
super
very
effective
top.
from the Lati Twins.
I'll
It
go
also
steal some
taught the
fucking
teams up for its
nether
own
brick
swoop
from the
later
stupid
on.
fortress
It
if I
wasn't
have
even
to.
beholden to running Choice Band, Spell Type, or sub Pattaya. It could mix and match its offensive options as it pleased, such as running Extreme
Okay,
Speed
off we
or
go
Fire
then.
Punch
Off we
over
go.
2 on the Pattaya, and exchanging the Pattaya for another more immediate offensive boosting item like Never Melt Ice. Deoxys attack was the single most effective offensive Pokemon in a metagame famed for its astonishing levels of offensive output, and thus it defined much of the tier. Though it didn't match its offensive counterpart's level of metagame influence, the opposite side of the Deoxys coin was also thoroughly unique in the place it occupied in the tier, and it was absolutely excellent. Deoxys defense was a foreboding defensive presence between its enormous bulk, neutrality to most common attacks, and reliable healing with Recover, which packed a whopping 32 PP in advance. Thanks to pressure, Deoxys defense was effective at quickly depleting the PP of several of the common offensive moves it could switch into: Ice Beam, Thunder, and especially Superpower. However, Deoxys defense wasn't just the wall. Its utility move pool was what made it so excellent, allowing it to utilize the many free turns it was afforded by virtue of its auspicious defensive profile in order to harass the opponent in a variety of equally irritating ways. The first of its many obnoxious tools was Knockoff, which was utterly devastating for whatever Pokemon switched into. No bulky Pokemon liked losing its leftovers. Offensive Pokemon didn't care to lose their berries or Choice Band, and most of all, the Lati Twins were utterly terrified of losing their Soul Dew. Nothing would neuter them harder, and in this sense, Deoxys defense threatened them like no other Pokemon in Ubers could, especially because it was great at sponging their hits. Deoxys defense's Knockoff was one of the most effective offensive weapons in the tier, unless one both had a Choice Band Heracross.
We're gonna go explore this
and
fortress real
never
quick.
once
I just want to see
allowed
what's in
Deoxys
it.
defense a free turn. It was impossible to stop Deoxys from using the move, and the move would be effective no matter what switched in. In a similar vein, Deoxys defense was also a phenomenal user of spikes. Its reliable defensive presence allowed it to stack multiple layers throughout a match, and Knockoff's leftovers removal amplified Spike's effects further. Deoxys defense also had a major advantage over other popular spikers, Fortress, and Storm,
fair enough.
and that it was completely
you, boo.
unafraid
I'll
of
do
being
me.
trapped
I'll
by
do me.
Magneton. Deoxys defense
I don't know if
could
that's
also
actually
easily
possible.
prevent attempts at healing
Oh,
off
for
all this
God's
passive
sake.
damage
Get over
thanks to
here.
Taunt. With these moves, it absolutely destroyed bulkier Pokemon and teams who often
Oh,
could
a
not
sword.
damage
I'll
it
be
at
taking
all.
that.
And Taunt
Thank you
blocked
very
the
much,
likes of
young
Toxic
man.
as well. If paired with another spiker, Deoxys
Come on.
defense could drop spikes and use Toxic of its own.
They can
making it
drop
able
their
to cripple
skulls
Groudon and
sometimes,
Kyogre
but it's
much more
insanely
effectively.
rare if
Being
they
able to dish out
actually
so
do.
much damage while being
Like, I
so
mean, it is
active defensively
extraordinarily
made Deoxys
rare.
defense a fantastic Pokemon
I think
for
it's like
various
1 in
types of
100,000 or
bulkier
something
teams.
like
In
that. I
addition
didn't
to
see the
being a
chances
solid
listed
answer
on the
to
wiki.
Lati, it completely
I don't think it
shut down
actually
many
lists it,
variants
but
of
it's
Mewtwo.
very,
Unlike
very
Blissey,
rare. It is
Deoxys
not a
defense didn't
common
come
drop.
close to being KO'd by self-destruct. The move needed absolute max damage to even break 80%. And so Deoxys defense was a tremendous, often underrated gem in advanced Ubers. Deoxys Speed's extra speed over the attack form wasn't enough to give it a niche as an offensive Pokemon.
Piss
since it
off,
didn't
you
hit
grossed
hard
wanker.
at all. It also didn't possess anywhere near the type of bulk the defense form did. However, it did have one specific but legitimately good niche. Deoxys Speed was the advanced Uber's premier offensive lead spiker. Now you might wonder, why not use Deoxys attack in such a role? Since in addition to spiking, it could also crit with huge damage on
What the
opponent.
hell?
Simple. Deoxys attack would crumple to every attack in the game, even if you were insane enough to give it maximum bulk investment. Deoxys Speed wasn't bulky, but with investment, and it could afford to invest almost entirely in bulk since it was so naturally fast. It was bulky enough to live one big hit, such as Kyogre Surf or Groudon's Earthquake, and this made a world of difference in allowing it to mess with the opponent as much as
Okay, no, I'm not gonna fall into a
chasm.
chasm. Good.
Optimally for its hard-hitting teammate. One layer of spikes was not worth sacrificing a Pokemon over, but starting a game with a layer of spikes and a knockoff on one of the opponent's Pokemon very well could be. And that was enough of a concrete, exploitable advantage to make it worth starting down 5-6, as it would more effectively jumpstart Deoxys Speed teammates' snowball effect. Alternatively, Deoxys could go for 2 layers, which weren't a huge improvement on 1 layer, but could be effective since every percent counted when you were dealing with monsters as strong as the ones in Advanced Ubers. Deoxys could even get 1 layer and switch out and come back later. At the very worst, it would provide useful death fodder, which could be crucial to preserve the health of its important teammates. At best, it could do so while getting another layer or knocking something off, or even get the second and third layer, since it could easily take advantage of bulky Pokemon like Blissey. It wouldn't be hard to double switch in either, since Latios absolutely required Blissey to come in. Some players even took advantage of Deoxys Speed's ability to shut down bulky Pokemon like Blissey by using
they cannot see me from this distance, thank goodness.
Bulky teams wouldn't be able to
I actually feel safer on this fortress than I do, like, back on that freaking walkway that I devised. Hey, at least I didn't have to tunnel. My pickaxe probably would have broken if I had done that, honestly, or it would have come very, very, very close.
Speed lead, which could completely turn the tables on special attacking leads like Kyogre and Latios. Being able to take out a Pokemon and
I think he's just stupid.
Excellent. Overall, Deoxys Speed's niche was specific but excellent, and as such, the Deoxys forms as a whole were amongst the most defining pieces of the Gen 3.
Okay, well, I think we lost him.
The bad news, spoiler alert, after Generation 4, Deoxys Normal would never be seen.
Dude, why is there a giant Magma Cube? Really?
In Generation 4 Ubers, it had a small but
I can't go up there now
roll
because
by virtue of
apparently
its
he's not
extra
gonna
bulk
let me.
over Deoxys attack. It was not actually bulky by any stretch of the imagination, but just like Deoxys Speed, where it used its just good enough bulk to carve out a niche for itself in Gen 3 Ubers, so too did Deoxys Normal in Generation 4. Deoxys Normal's niche was based upon the following premise. Deoxys Speed was the lead in Gen 4 Ubers. Everything revolved
I'm not playing. I refuse.
Between 2 Deoxys Speed were quite messy. Deoxys attack was an excellent
out
lead
of
in its
here,
own
you
right,
little
but it had the
shits.
flaw of losing to the standard Deoxys Speed set, which would easily 2-hit KO Deoxys attack with extreme speed. This is where Deoxys
go to hell.
With some defense,
go back to hell. Oh, wait, you're already here. My bad.
Couldn't and survive these 2 extreme speeds, allowing it to take Deoxys
Okay,
Speed
well,
out
I
of
didn't get the
Shadow Ball
experience.
at its own
Whatever.
extreme
I'm not
speed,
too
ensuring
heartbroken by
Deoxys
that.
Speed would
Soul
never
Forge.
get more than
Soul
1
Forge.
layer
Oh my
of
god,
damage.
dude.
Deoxys
Okay,
Normal
what the
was
hell?
far better
What
at
the
this
fuck?
than
Oh my god, no,
specialized
go
form of
away.
Deoxys Speed because of its significantly higher attacking stats.
Dude,
Deoxys
what in the
Speed's Shadow
fuck?
Ball was far too
Wait, he
weak
can't
to
get
be
out,
even
can he?
close to
He
putting
can't
both
jump
variants
over
of
it.
opposing Deoxys Speed and extreme
Is he really
speed.
gonna be guarding
Deoxys
this from
Normal
me?
was still highly useful in non-Deoxys Speed lead matchups because it could set up Stealth Rock and Spikes, setting the stage.
I need
for
to fight these
offensively
guys
minded
one at a
teammates,
time.
just like Deoxys Speed. Essentially, Deoxys Normal played like a Deoxys Speed.
Is he gonna jump
that had
down?
an advantage against
Okay, good.
other
He jumped down
Deoxys
like a
Speed.
fucking
Being
idiot.
able to beat Deoxys Speed was enough to give nearly
Yeah, we
anything
just
in
do
the
that.
in the
It's all
Gen 4
good.
Ubers lead metagame.
Dude, what is
Ariados
this nether
was a
fortress?
testament
There's
to that.
nothing
But
even
being able
here,
to beat
bro.
Deoxys Speed while
What
also
in the
effectively
fuck?
being Deoxys
Hey, free
Speed,
Soul Forge.
now
Not
was
bad, not
effective
bad.
at the
That
way
is
you need.
3 Soul
Deoxys
Forges
Normal
now that I
was no
found.
gimmick. It saw
I'm not gonna get too
significant
cocky,
tournament
though,
usage and
obviously.
success, and was a legitimate part of the Gen 4 Ubers lead metagame. Deoxys attack was also a major part of the Generation 4 lead metagame.
It's gonna drop down
Pro's
one, right?
addition of Focus
Yes.
Sash ensured that despite
Perfect.
Deoxys attack's frailty, it would always survive 1 hit from full health, which
Fuck
was
outta
a
here,
huge
you
boon
piece
for
of
it,
shit.
giving it 2 turns
You
with
wanna
which it
fight?
could wreak havoc
You wanna
on the
fight? Oh,
opponent. Whereas
but you
its
can't do it,
speed
though.
counterpart dedicated itself
You
to
wouldn't
laying
dare.
hazards, Deoxys attack bludgeoned the opponent from
Okay,
turn
well,
1.
we've looted this
Grass
fortress
Knot,
for everything that it's
Guillotine,
worth.
Groudon, and Kyogre, superpowers Flag,
Stay away,
Dialga, and
please.
Darkrai, Shadow Ball shattered Deoxys speed, especially
What in the
non-Sash
hell?
variants, and even Sash Deoxys speed couldn't both KO Deoxys attack with 2 extreme
Anyways.
speeds and get a hazard up.
Dude,
Plus,
Blazes are
eventually
so
Deoxys speed started
obnoxious.
dropping extreme
They are
speed
one of the most
altogether.
abhorrent
Shadow Ball
mobs in the
also
game.
shellacked Mew and Giratina Origin. Extreme
Mostly
speed
because of
topped
how
everything
oppressive
up
they are. What
beautifully,
did he
providing
just jump
potentially
off,
crucial
dude? I
chip
know they're
damage
immune to
against
fall
the
damage,
many
but
choice
good
scarfers
god,
tasked with
dude.
revenge killing it. Deoxys attack's sheer power was completed
You're not a threat,
perfectly
bud,
by
sorry.
its many coverage options, making it even more dangerous. For example, Deoxys attack variants couldn't touch Fortress, but all it took was the addition of Fire Punch for the Deoxys attack user to completely turn that matchup on its head, as well as catch cocky Scizor trying to pursue or U-turn. It was a similar story with the growingly popular Tentacruel lead, who started running Lumberry for Darkrai, only to get obliterated by Deoxys attack's Psycho Boost. A move
This
which
is a
also
lot
led it
easier
to
than
break
doing
the
it the
lead
other
and
way
was
like we
also
did
massively
before.
threatening to Groudon and Kyogre. Spikes weren't Deoxys attack's main focus, but it could sometimes incorporate them into its moveset to great effect.
No fucking way!
Deoxys attack, as many Pokemon did, Deoxys attack could throw down spikes and and
Dude.
something for its team.
Oh my god.
It allowed itself to somewhat bypass its occasional.
Well, so much for 1 in 100,000.
It was still plenty threatening with just 3 moves, especially since they
Dude.
were highly customizable depending on its team.
Oh
It
my
could go with
god.
Stealth Rock as its hazard
Are
of
you
choice, but
shitting
only
me?
did so rarely. Spikes were more of
That
a
has
bonus
to,
when
no, I
using
think
the
that is
attack,
probably
as
the
you could
single
afford to go
rarest thing
without
I've
them if
ever
the
gotten in
situation
this
called
mod.
for it, to attack
Even
with
rarer
one
than the
extent,
dumb
thus
speed
rendering
potion.
it unable to set them up. You didn't want to have this situation with your Stealth Rocker. As a common threat, players of course attempted to prepare for Deoxys attack, but the nature of Uber Pokemon tends to be
What, you
that
think
they
I can't
have the
see you?
versatility
You
to
think
make
you're
this
hot
an
shit?
immensely difficult task.
Yeah, you're
Or
not,
their
bud.
strength will
Sorry.
just overwhelm you anyway. Deoxys attack perfectly exemplified this concept and reliably started off the slugfest for its fellow residents of Louisville. I mean teammates. Deoxys attack was more than just a lead though. Though
Anyways.
rarer, it also had a place on highly offensive teams as a
I
mid-game
really don't
attack.
want no trouble.
Hazards would
I
be
just
up,
want to
so
leave.
focus
I
attack
just
would
want to
be
leave. That's
rendered
all I
useless.
ask.
But Deoxys attack
Is he
didn't
gonna come
even
in here and
mind,
fight
because
me?
it could just use another
Get
amazing
away.
4th generation
Stop
item
it.
tailor-made for it. Life Orb, whose recoil hardly matters since Deoxys attack was KO'd by everything anyway. And whose
Yeah,
power boost
I'm
was
afraid your
absolutely
wither effect
stunning.
doesn't really
Life
do
Orb
much
Deoxys
damage to me,
attack
bud.
played similarly to Mewtwo with some key differences. Mewtwo
the
packed
hell?
self-destruct and was capable
Oh
of
god, what
surviving
the
the
fuck?
strong priority commonplace
Come on,
in Uber.
that's right. Come on,
Giratina
in
O's
here.
Shadow Sneak,
Ow.
Scizor's Bullet Punch, and Lucario and Rayquaza's Extreme Speed. Even if it wasn't in
Whatever,
perfect
I
health,
guess.
such
It's
as
free
after it had
experience.
taken
I guess I
Stealth
can't
Rock
complain
and
too
recoil.
much.
However, Deoxys
Well,
attack
look
was
at that,
far
we
from
cleared the
outclassed.
Nether
It had its
Fortress.
own distinct advantages.
We need to go back up this way, that's right. I didn't label it with dirt, but I know where it is. So here's what we need to do. We need to try to figure out a way to link the ceiling up to this area. Now, I don't know how that's gonna work exactly, because I don't have like a good concrete idea of how to do that. But on the bright side though, if we can do this, that will make our life significantly easier.
Higher speed. In fact, it was
Get
so
outta
fast
here.
that it often ran a special attacking boosting nature, further highlighting the difference in power between the two. It could afford to do this because it wouldn't really miss
He's
out
stuck,
on much,
go.
as it still outpaced the next fastest thing, Mewtwo. Whereas Mewtwo
He's not
was
a threat,
forced
he's
to run
fine.
the speed boosting
Well,
nature,
probably.
or it would be outrun by
Unless he
Darkrai
starts
and
shooting at me, then he's
Sky.
definitely not
However,
going to be
speed
nice.
boosting Deoxys attacks still
I
had
don't
to
want to
be
have to
respected.
kill him,
In fact,
but
it
if
was
they
a
make me do it, I'm gonna do
significant
it.
reason why Scarf, Kyogre, and
Should I
Dialga
go for
were
that? I'll go
speed
for that
boosting
later.
natures, as
That
opposed to
glowstone
special
is,
attack boosting
mighty
natures they would
tasty.
otherwise prefer.
We also have
DOA's
plenty of
huge
glowstone to
attack
trade
was
this
another
stupid
major
scammer,
wall
I mean
breaking benefit.
librarian.
Its powerful superpower
Well, it's a good thing I'm
powered
taking
Dialga
away their
and
freedom,
Beatman
otherwise
far
then it
more
would be
effectively than
I would be
Mewtwo's
getting
aura.
scammed for
And
nothing.
ensured it destroyed Blissey without setting up, while Life Orb Extreme Speed ensured that Scarf, Palkia, and Kyogre could only check it while at high health. It was even easier to bring DOA onto the field despite its frailty, now thanks to the addition of U-Turn. As such, teammates like Scizor and Jirachi allowed DOA to reliably circumvent its biggest weakness. Overall, Deoxys attack was an absolute terror. in
Well, now hold up,
Generation
hold
4
up. I think I can actually
Deoxys
figure out how to
defense
do
was
this.
not
It's gonna be a bit
completely
risky for me to
unviable
do it
in
like
Gen
this,
4
but I
Ubers, it
think
was
I
rarely
can
seen
figure
because it
out
was quite
which
difficult to
angle I
utilize
need to go
effectively.
at.
Its neutrality to
Maybe.
combos that had worked well
I'm
in
gonna have to
advance
count
did
and keep
not
these
translate
numbers
well
like
to
fresh in
Generation
my
4,
head.
which had choice specs and Life Orb around every corner, and
I
thus
think I
required
know how to
resistances
do
to
it.
the moves with enormous base power coming off enormous attacking stats being boosted
So
even
this
further.
way.
Even Blissey couldn't always get by on sheer neutral bulk anymore. The metagame simply moved at too fast a pace for DOD. Knockoff could be annoying as always, but its impact was largely diminished in the kill every turn environment of Gen 4 Ubers. Even DOD's access to spikes wasn't enough. It lacked the
So
dragon
right
resistance
here.
that made Skarmory and Fortress so effective. Deoxys defense
So you just
couldn't
keep
even
going
take
straight
on a
in
role
this
as a
spot
soul
right
breaker
here.
with taunt and recover, as that was outclassed by Mewtwo, who had gained Will-O-Wisp in Generation 4, and whose vastly higher speed made it far better against
I need
the
to figure out
popular
how many
offensive
blocks to
item.
break.
Deoxys
That's a lot of
defense was never
glowstones, so this
consistently
spot right
comfortable at
here.
switching in and actually exerting some sort of offensive pressure on the opponent.
Wait, no,
like
no,
in
no, no,
Gen
no.
3. Its lack of resistances in this
1,
power
2,
creep
3,
metagame
4,
meant it was
5,
always on the back foot, which is
6,
the most
7,
exploitable
8,
thing ever for
9,
good players using offensive teams.
10,
DOD
11,
definitely had
12,
potential, and some players explored the interesting possibilities it brought, but it never had any sort of
18,
genuine impact on the tier. And it's hard to do that when you have to recover as soon as you switch
2.
into an attack, lest you die
Okay.
immediately. And that just gives a free turn to Choice Band Scizor. Now
That's
before we get to
22.
how Deoxys speed completely defined
3.
Generation 4 Ubers, we must first explore its adventures.
Actually, wait, would this
OU.
be 23 or
Yes, in
24?
Diamond and Pearl.
Okay,
Deoxys
I
speed
need
was
to
OU
recount.
for
There's
some
just
time.
no fucking way,
Incidentally,
dude.
alongside
Why does
another
there have to be a
defining
lava
Pokemon
pocket
that
when
would
I do
eventually
that?
join it in the tier
You know what,
above,
we're just gonna use this as a
While
reference
Deoxys
point. I don't
speed's
even care.
offensive capabilities were unimpressive at best in Ubers, its power was just fine by OU standards, considering it had incredible super effective coverage and could power itself up through items. It quickly became one of OU's most defining offensive threats, and many top players thought it completely invalidated offensive teams. It was so fast, it outran the vast majority of choice scarfers. You would have to revenge kill Deoxys speed on an offensive team, since you certainly wouldn't be walling revenging it, meaning it probably got a KO before you even had a chance to force it out. And to make matters worse, revenge killing opponents were severely limited. For choice Scarfers, you were limited to Infernape, Gengar, and Azel, who were as rare in OU play as that list of options.
So this right here is
short.
26.
Priority moves would get the job done after Stealth Rocks and a few rounds of Life Orb Recoil or a superpower defense drop, but this was unreliable. Also, this was pre-platinum, meaning no bullet punch Scizor yet. Many offensive teams wound up relying on winning a speed tie with their own Deoxys speed. Some players began using Expert Belt as the item on Deoxys speed, making it even more difficult to deal with by removing.
Dude, are you shitting me? Did he actually just fucking shoot like directly at him? Like, dude.
Super effective attacks. Though it was this offensive set that completely shaped the metagame.
How did he manage to hit them?
It was impossible to stop it
squarely in the face, dude. Like, are you shitting me?
By winning a speed tie with your own DOS. After getting a Rocks, DOS would support his team.
Dude, that's so stupid.
Making the offensive monsters on a team like Swords Dance,
You know what?
Lucario, and Inferno
Fuck
even
off,
more
you little
delicious
shit.
and dangerous. No matter what it did, DOS was completely overwhelming, warping the metagame around it. As such, it was banned from OU before Platinum's release.
No, you're not getting away, bud. I'm sorry, you get to die. You get to die for your pathetic friends' sins.
Since day one. Perhaps
now they're gonna aggro when I go there. And that's kind of an issue, because I kind of don't want to fight Pigment, dude. You know how painful it is to lose 300 hours worth of work to one fucking dumbass gassed fireballing a fucking Pigment? It's not fun. It's very, very painful. And they stay aggroed on you for a while, too. Like, they stay aggroed on you for, I think, like 10 or 15 minutes, like, in-game or something like that. Now, once they despawn, they'll stop being pissed off at you, obviously, but if they hold any items, like that little shit over there, they'll be permanently pissed off at you until you kill them manually. It's very, very painful. It's very, very stupid.
Alternatively, if your lead allowed Deoxys speed to get up uncontested rocks and spikes uncontested in the first 2 turns, it was
Dude, I see him over there. I know you're under there, you little bastard.
So great is its versatility. It had a ton of options to mess with the opponent.
The issue is that I'm pretty sure that they're still pissed off at me. There's no way that they're not.
Leads with the priority
Dude, he's fucking camping, bro.
Were popular as they would bypass DOS's speed and
he's not gonna come up here. He knows that I have arrows and he knows that I have a bow. I'm pretty convinced that they made it to where their AI knows if you have a bow and an arrow, and they'll naturally avoid you more so than normal.
But it wouldn't enjoy taking a Draco Meteor. However, this type of prediction went both ways, and these attacking leads often felt pressure to use
they're
their
still
priority move on the
pissed.
second turn.
I can fight one. That's easy.
Second layer of hazard, and thus not even do what they were supposed to do. As a result, DOS often successfully
They can't get me from this section either, because it's not at a good angle, unless they come somehow from up there. But I'm pretty sure there's nothing up there. Okay, we're gonna have to kill every single one of them. I don't have a choice. I hate to do this to him. I hate to do this to you, boo.
Funnily enough, one of the most reliable leads for thwarting Deoxys S.
Okay, good. I managed to, I need to piss off this one.
Especially the Scarf variant, showing DOS's ability to adapt. Choice Scarf Deoxys speed might sound like a joke, but it wasn't used for outrunning a Groudon that had Rock Polish twice or something silly like that. With the Scarf, it would outrun opposing DOS and would thus be able to successfully use tricks before it got taunted. This would completely ruin
I'm not gonna
the
attack him
opposing
unless
DOS.
he attacks me. I don't know for sure if they're all still mad.
While the formerly Scarf DOS could switch to a self-rocking teammate like Groudon and gain the hazard advantage. Plus, when the newly Scarf DOS came back in, it wouldn't be able to
out
switch
of here, you little
moves,
shit.
meaning it would only be able to get up rocks or spikes. If the opposing DOS used self-rock,
this is why I detest Pigment so fucking much, dude. They're so obnoxious. This time I'm actually prepared though, and I actually have the weapons to actually threaten them back.
To begin using spikes to excel. It'd get 2 layers before switching out if the opponent's response was Giratina.
I need to recount this now because that stupid gas knocked me away and I lost track of my count.
3 spikes down thanks to its huge Scarfer outrunning speed and the focus sash it had taken from the opposing Deoxys S. Trick Scarf DOS was an excellent set, another testament to DOS's nearly boundless versatility and featured on many of the most successful teams in the metagame. DOS adapted in many different ways besides just its Scarf.
Fuck out of
Choice
here.
Scarf Darkrai was considered the only true method of actually preventing DOS from setting up on the first turn at all, thanks to its huge speed and Dark Void. But eventually DOS started running Lumberry to shrug off the Dark Void, and it got up rocks as planned. It made up for the lack of a focus sash by investing EVs in special defense, which allowed it to take both Scarf Darkrai's Dark Pulse and sash Rayquaza's Draco Meteor. Another popular anti-DOS lead was Tyranitar, whose Sandstorm would finish DOS DOS off after Tyranitar's Crunch brought it to its stash. But once again, DOS adapted, this time by weakening Crunch through Culver Berry. This allowed DOS to either get out both rocks and spikes, or to get rocks and then bring T-Tar down to 1 EP with superpower, depending on its team. If the T-Tar was a lung variant instead of sash,
Piss
DOS
off,
would even KO
dude.
it, turning the tables completely. Cobra was also helpful in giving the DOS user extra play in numerous situations against Darkrai. Some players denied DOS's hazards by leading off with a rapid spin user that could force taunts by threatening its own
42.
hazards.
So we're just gonna say 42. I don't even care anymore, dude. Like, I really have lost interest in caring about my count.
Fortress, then Tentacruel rose in popularity. A few players even used Armaldo, which was
49.
gimmicky, but
Okay,
such was the power of
good.
DOS, sending players plundering the depths of NU in desperate search for an answer. These Pokemon could potentially be irritating, but DOS could still deal with them. It could choose a coverage move for surprise KOs, either Hidden Power Firing Fortress or Psycho Boosting Tentacruel. It didn't even need to do this though. It could still play around them just with its standard set. It could switch to a teammate, force these Pokemon out, then double switch back.
Come on, that's right. He actually does have to die. He has an item and he's not gonna despawn until I kill him.
Rinse and repeat with spikes. Even though DOS was meant to play in an immediate rapid fire fashion, it would play with a more methodical approach.
Dude, why do they take 4 hits to kill, bro?
Slot, including relegating
what?
Stealth Rock elsewhere and focusing solely on stacking as many layers of spikes
That's
as
so
possible,
dumb.
even on non-scarf sets. In addition to making its team more efficient and getting up hazards, this allowed it another coverage move, further improving its matchup spread. DOS wasn't much of a non-lead, as it wasn't at all as threatening an offensive Pokemon. Some players utilize a lead set outside the lead slot in order to more effectively get hazards up. It was more easily able to do this because it wouldn't be facing a Pokemon specialized to
This
beat
is
it, giving it an edge, and was
65.
able to switch in easily despite its lack of defensive utility by pairing with Scarf Darkrai, who would easily sleep the opposing lead. Though the strategy was effective, it was quite specific and thus wasn't too common. However, just like
So that's
Azelf and
70.
OU, there was
Okay,
nothing
good. They're
wrong
not
with being
pissed
the
off
best
at me in
lead
this
around.
area.
Sure,
I don't think
DOS
they
could
are.
backfire if played mindlessly, but if its user utilized it well by taking into
Oh,
consideration
thank
its
goodness.
moveset
Okay, I think I figured
and
okay, I think I
matchups
figured out
in
how this works.
conjunction
So
with its
basically,
teammates, the sky was the limit. By being the
okay,
team's
let me actually get out
single
paint.
most
I'm gonna pull a
defining lead,
TDL.
which
I
the
need
entire
to
metagame
explain this to
revolved
any
around.
new
Deoxys
players that
Speed
might
was one
like
of the
come
most
across this
important
series.
Pokemon
So
in
basically,
Generation
here's how
4
this
Uber.
works.
And as
So
a
let's
whole,
say
the
that
fourth
this is
generation
you, or
was another successful
let's
one
say
for
that.
the Deoxys
Hang
War.
on.
It
Let's
can
say
best
that
be
this
summarized
is
by the
you,
Uber's lead metagame often
and a
being
gas
the
like
Deoxys
hits a
War in
pigman
one
like
form or another.
in like just
The
anywhere,
first
like
stage
they're like
of
right there
Generation
or
5
something like
OU
that.
involved testing
The
a bunch
pigman's
of
right there.
former Ubers.
Their
This
range of
included,
being
among
pissed off
others,
is
every
probably
form of
centered to
Deoxys.
where the
The
pigman
metagame was
actually got
chaotic, to
hit.
say the least.
So I would
There were
assume
so
that
many
this range
absurdly
right
broken
here
things
is
running
where the
around
pigman
that
would
it was difficult to
aggro.
figure
Once
out
all
where
of the
to
pigmen
start.
are either
Not many
dead
people actually used
or
Deoxys as normal because
they've
it was just
despawned,
unclassified
then they'll
Deoxys
stop being
attack.
pissed at
But
you.
if
There's
it
not
had
probably a
been
time
allowed to
limit,
remain
as
in
if the
tier
pigman is
after
holding an
DOS
item, it doesn't
inevitable ban,
despawn.
it
I
would've
know
just
because I've
done the
tested
same
this.
thing. So the player
But
must
in that
save
case,
himself
if you
some
kill
time
or
and
otherwise
band it
despawn all of
immediately.
them, then they'll stop being
thus
pissed.
earned the unique distinction
Basically,
of being temporarily OU and being too good for the
Don't
tier,
save,
despite
please.
not seeing
So what
any
was the
use.
70?
So that was something to tide it over as it returned to its advanced status of seeing no usage in Ubers. It couldn't reprise its
80, okay, good.
as the old extreme speed DOS set from Generation 4 had
Fucker.
completely died out. Predictably, Deoxys' attack tore through OU like butter. It outsped the Shaman Sky and Darkrai that everyone else was fighting over, and was just
Not a
about
good spot to be
impossible
hanging out,
switch
bud.
into. Even the popular bulky Jirachi on rain teams didn't enjoy
this is
eating
80.
light form
Good,
thunders
good,
or
good, good.
superpowers. Switching it in was easier than ever before, since Generation 5 not only
So
gained
80
excellent
this
new user
way.
Pokemon, but also added Volt Switch. Shocking as it may seem, Deoxys' attack was instantly banned from OU, and went on to shine in Ubers once again. The addition of Team Preview actually
13,
improved it in its
14.
role
Okay,
as a
so
focus
14
set,
blocks this
whether
way,
it was
80
using
blocks
4
that
attacks
way.
or 3 attacks with spikes. Now, if it saw
14,
the
80,
opponent was
14,
packing
80.
something that would ruin it like Tyranitar, it could simply not lead off, or it could lead off and make a more informed decision on which move needed to be made with regards to spiking versus attacking.
Right now,
For instance,
right now, 14,
superpowering the
14.
Tyranitar down to the stash to give its teammate Groudon or Kyogre an almost guaranteed win in the
90
leaderboard.
is
Having
right where this
information on the
ends.
opposing team helped players get the most out of
So that's
DOA, who was
90.
already amazingly consistent.
Cool.
It didn't have to play guessing games as a result of only being able to run 4 moves anymore. It was a fixture on hyper offense styles.
So
Beyond
this
the
right here is
random
100. Hang on,
leadoffs
I
and
need to write this down. I
focus
need to write this
Mewtwo
down.
had
So
gained
14.
everyone's attention upon receiving Side Strike, and thus DOA's Life Orb set was once again somewhat of an underrated gem, because it was uncommon relative to how devastating it could be. It was easier to provide switch-ins for it than ever before, thanks to pivoting teammates like Volt Switch Zekrom and Come Black and
110.
White 2, the new king of the tier, Scarf Genesect. Plus, one of Mewtwo's advantages over DOA, Self-Destruct, was no longer
120.
relevant as a result of the move's power nerf. Of course, Mewtwo still possessed the significant advantage of Fire Blast, but if it really needed, DOA could run Hidden Power Fire to great effect, and it had its own huge advantages Mewtwo would do anything for. In addition addition to superpower
9,
slamming
10.
Dialga, DOA's absurdly powerful Psycho Boost absolutely destroyed
So this right here
Ghost
is
Arceus
10,
with
so
a
this is
good chance to cleanly
130
KO
then.
it after Stealth Rock, while absolutely destroying Genesect, thinking they could pivot in. If it didn't
so
outright KO
130.
Genesect, it could seal the deal with another advantage of DOA's Extreme Speed, a move that also
132.
possesses great utility in finishing off weakened Extreme Killer Arceus. DOA's huge special attack advantage over Mewtwo was also huge in helping it blast through other popular bulky
15,
Pokemon like
16,
Ho-Oh,
17,
Lugia,
18,
Latias, and
19.
Giratina. Overall, Generation 5
Okay,
Deoxys
so that's
attack was
19
basically an
over.
enhanced version of its role in the previous generation. Team Preview helped it to be a better sash lead, and new pivot moves helped its leg work set wreak havoc as much as possible. If you can believe it, Deoxys Defense did not start the 5th generation in OU, because it was too busy dropping to UU. As comical as this may seem, and it really was absurd, it wasn't quite as outrageous as it sounds, at least at first. Power creep was so excessive that nobody was really thinking about DLD, while Kyurem, Staraptor, and Sunfield Victini were in the tier. Even after the most immediately broken
So
things
175
left
is
the
right
tier,
here.
it took a while for DLD
I met
to
my portal,
really
dude.
get
Holy
strong.
shit.
Everybody knew it was good. That much was obvious.
175.
And it was little more irritating than an Eviolite Chansey backed by Deoxys Defense. And if that sounds obnoxious,
78.
A, it's because it was, and B, just imagine having to play
79.
against it. However,
80.
it wasn't overshadowing the dominant strategies that rose in usage after the early
45,
stages of
86,
Yu-Gi-Oh, such as
87.
Salad
Okay,
Stand.
so
It
this
would
right
take
here
some
is
time, but it
87.
eventually
Where's
turned
90?
out that it was not as evolved that
89.
DLD
So
was
that
at
right
its
there is
best.
90.
Only
Good
once
to
it
know.
began to see
So
usage
that is
as an aggressive
190
hazard
blocks
factor
down.
on
So we need to go
offensive
that
teams.
way
The
and then that
player
way.
base
Got
realized that one
it.
of the
So
most
just dig up to
dangerous
bedrock
Pokemon
and we do this
had
again.
been under their noses all this time. In other words, Deoxys defense wasn't as good as Deoxys
190,
defense
okay,
offense. It was so
cool.
effective because it was still massively bulky even with just maximum HP.
Damn, this really
And
is
when it
far
maxed
away
its
from
speed,
spawn,
it
dude.
became
Or I guess
unfairly
from my,
easy
like,
for DLD
normal
to
area.
stack its own hazards while preventing the opponents. Answering it, or at least answering
So
it reliably,
190
was nearly
that way.
impossible. Rapid spinning away the hazards wasn't
And
an answer
then-
for multiple reasons. First, there were several excellent offensive ghosts available. Second, even if the ghosts themselves fell to the rapid spinner, they'd have denied the spinner so hard that it would be easy to finish it off with the
Really, we just need to know
before
how many
spin
blocks
could be
we need to
used.
go
For example,
over.
Chandelure wasn't perfect against Blastoise.
Oh, wait, no,
It
19
kept the
over
slow and
190
slammed it with
down.
the ball,
Whoopsies.
easily leaving the slow Blastoise in range to be
I'm just
KO'd
gonna
by
assume that
everything else
19
on
was the
Chandelure's
correct
team.
answer to
Third,
begin
DLD
with. It
continued
doesn't
to
probably
destroy
matter,
both
honestly.
spinners
It's
itself
probably
between
fine.
Rocky Helmet and Nightshade. Attempts to spin on DLD would be punished incredibly hard in just one turn, let alone the complete futility of a prolonged attempt. It was nearly impossible to stop DLD from setting up to begin with. Either faster taunts didn't really exist, and
Just
DLD
need to
could
figure out where
either
the
run
nether
newly buffed
ceiling
Magic Coat
exists.
or Mental Herb if it wanted to bypass them, though its main use was getting the one-up on opposing
Since we're
fast
close
DLD
enough to the
in
nether
what would
ceiling, I just
otherwise
need to
be
know
a
how
speed
many
fight.
blocks
Thus,
up
most
it
of the
is.
time, DLD would
So if
stack
you go
its
down
hazards
2 right
uncontested, and
here.
the spinners would take hazard damage as they switched
Portal
into
block
DLD's
1,
effective
2.
teammate, making it
Right
even
now,
more
hold
impossible
up.
for them to actually get the spin off. With multiple hazards so easily stacked, several of UU's most dangerous offensive threats became ridiculously hard to switch into, especially in conjunction with one another. Some players wanted Spike's ban as a
So
whole,
let's see
since
here,
Roserade was
190.
another
So
one
that's
of UU's
portal
most
block
dominant
number
Pokemon
1
that
and
consistently
2. I just
made
need to
its
see
teammates
this. I'm not gonna
ridiculously
put a portal here. I'm gonna leave my
However, the
portal
player base
alone.
eventually
But I'm
decided
just
that
checking this
Deoxys
to make sure
defense
I'm
was the
doing this
culprit
right.
and chose to take action against it instead.
So yes,
Roserade
this right
remains a
here is
piece of
where we would need to be
Generation 5
walking.
to this day. While DLD, though it took longer than one would
Cool.
expect from a Deoxys form that somehow
just need to figure out how
wound
many
up in
blocks
UU,
this
was
is that I'm gonna have to
finally
go.
banned. Deoxys defense didn't take long to go from BL to a genuine OU Pokemon, as it had already established itself as the new face of the hyper offense playstyles immediately in the wake of Deoxys Speed's ban in Black and White 1. The same max HP, max speed, dual hazard set from UU was similarly incredible.
Okay,
in the
cool,
tier
that
above.
makes
Starting
sense.
the game with
Dude, I
momentum,
cannot
effectively
believe
powering
we
up
actually
OU's
got a
most
Rune
dangerous
Skull.
sweepers
That
like
is
Dragonite and
insane.
Terrakion
That's
even more.
ridiculously
It also
rare,
didn't take long
dude.
for the
I have
complaints
no
about
idea how
DLD
rare it
to
actually
start
is, but it's
rolling
probably
in.
close
Its
to
easy,
like 1 in
nigh
50,000
unstoppable
or something like that.
hazard
Maybe
stacking,
1 in
while
100. It
concurrently
doesn't sound that
preventing
wiki
opposing
though.
hazards, was
I
considered
wonder
by
if
many
anyone
to
else
be
has ever
broken
gotten
and
one. I mean,
unreasonably
probably. I
difficult
can't
to deal
imagine
with,
no
for
one
the
hasn't
same
gotten
reasons
one
as
yet.
Deoxys
Come on,
Speed.
I mean,
In many
after
ways,
11 years, you'd
DLD
think
was
one
even
person at
harder
least
to
got
deal
it, I
with
guess.
as a result of its
I'm gonna
massive bulk,
assume yes, though,
allowing it to take
regardless.
hits like non-banded Tyranitar's crutch without having to dedicate its item to it. Speaking of its item, though the standard Rocky Helmet set was ridiculous enough, DLD could actually go on
10,
the offensive,
11.
threatening to actually KO several Pokemon commonly used against it. It wouldn't expect Deoxys defense to be capable of dishing out
19,
actual offense,
20.
but it had several versatile tools to turn the tables and make itself even more of an issue. DLD was too difficult to KO, so most anti-Deoxys defense options revolved around Rapid Spin. But as if Rocky
35.
Helmet and Nightshade alongside Gengar
40.
spin blocking wasn't
And it's
enough,
important that
DLD
I'm
could
actually
threaten
accurate
to
with this, 'cause
actually
I need my,
immediately
like,
KO
timing
the
to be
spinners,
perfect.
freeing it from the need to run spin blocking
45.
support. It could run Electric Gem Thunder to destroy the immensely
50.
popular bulky Starmie and put huge pressure on Tentacruel. Or it could run Life Orb and range between Psycho Boost, Hidden Power Fire, and Super Power to smash Mass Tentacruel, Fortress, and Choice Band Tyranitar respectively. DOD
55.
managed to survive in the tier longer than it probably should have been allowed to. Not until well into Black and White 2 was it
60.
suspected and at long last banned. Deoxys Defense's Generation 5 continued
65.
Its best quality was its ability to act as a nearly perfect counter
70.
to Psycho Killer Mewtwo, while easily laying down the spikes that defined the tier and shutting down opposing bulky
75.
spikers with taunt. This allowed it to shine on certain balanced teams, which usually could not
80.
switch into Mewtwo safely and were forced to sacrifice against it. Running DLD allowed them to better keep up with
85.
dangerous Mewtwo hyper offense teams, while not allowing opposing balanced teams to send in their third
90.
to match spikes. DLD's niche was a bit specific, but it was both unique and excellent.
So we're
at
about
what it did,
halfway
giving it
there.
a genuine place in the
90,
Ubers metagame
95.
and capping off a thoroughly eventful 5th generation.
Okay, now we're halfway
Deoxys
there.
Speed took a while to get
100.
going in
Oh
Generation 5
boy.
OU. It was reasonable that it would get overlooked at the beginning, given the amount of crazy new powerful toys the generation brought.
105.
However, once the metagame settled, DOS showed once
110.
again how ridiculously good it was. Its Life Orb set was decent, but not really seen in high-level play. Instead, DOS was used for its ability to fuel various hyper-offense teams. In addition to its numerous spiking sets later replicated exactly by Deoxys Defense, Deoxys Speed
So this
also
is 120,
effortlessly provided dual
good.
speeds for already monster sweepers like
25.
Volcarona and Multiscale Dragonite, catapulting them into new realms of absurdity. It was even easier for them to set up and even more difficult for the opponent to actually revenge kill them, especially since DOS was so easily able to prevent
130.
opposing stealth rock. DOS and DLD teams were usually weatherless, but they were so good they were considered on par with weather teams. Most of the time, not using weather was suboptimal, but the Deoxys forms were one of the rare
140,
exceptions.
we're
So outstanding
almost
were they
there.
in their ability
Holy
to command the
shit.
game and set perfect conditions for their team right from
45.
turn 1. DOS was complained about for some time, but it wasn't until Excadrill and Thundurus were banned that it was seriously examined
150.
as overwhelming in its own right. With these bans, the OU tier had lost 2 of its best anti-offense
That's
options in
150.
Sandrush,
Even if I go over a
Excadrill's
little, it's
insane
fine.
speed, and Prankster
155.
Thundurus' priority Thunderwave. And DOS hyper offense became even more overwhelming,
160.
completely
We're almost
taking
there,
over
just
the
a
metagame.
little bit more.
DOS effortlessly set the stage for the Scizor Rotom Block Volt turn combination to become even more absurd. Turn Choice Band Terrakion into
70.
even more of an automatic KO machine. Made Dragon Dance Dragonite downright uncounterable without a Quagsire, and so much more. As a result, sometime after Excadrill and
180.
Thundurus were removed from OU, so too was Deoxys Speed. It would wind up being the last Pokemon banned in Black and White 1. Deoxys Speed returned to Ubers and once
So this is
again
180.
completely defined hyper offense.
Fucking
Despite
ass,
being a
dude.
dedicated lead, it was just like Deoxys Attack, and that team preview really let it act as a better lead. And this is in the generation where it was speculated that dedicated leads would
Good.
cease
That
to
was so
exist.
annoying,
DOS
dude.
loved several of
190.
Generation 5's additions.
I'm gonna
It
dig
loved
down a
Rocky
little
Helmet,
bit,
which
just
let it
see if it's
actively
accurate or
punish
not.
Rapid Spin and break Tyranitar's Focus Sash, meaning it was even less strapped
I'm
to
not
Root Slot.
necessarily
It
gonna
loved the
go
buff
down there or
Magikarp and
fix it.
Mental
I just want to
Air, but
see
let
if I at least got it
potentially gain edges in early game
semi-accurately.
combat with opposing DOS. It loved the buff sleep mechanic that turned its favorite teammate, Darkrai, into even more of a nigh uncounterable monster. And most of all, it loved the monstrous new offensive threats it supported. Chief among them were many ferocious archers.
there's a gas waiting for me, dude, I swear to God.
And of course, Ghost, which provided a terrific spin blocking
better
alternative
not
to the
be.
still excellent Giratina origin. There were also others such
Where
as
the hell
Scarf
does
and
this
Mixed
go,
Zekrom,
bro?
the newly buffed Mewtwo and Rayquaza through the additions of Psystrike and V-Create respectively, and come Black and White 2, the metagame defining Scarf Genesect.
Did
Even
I miss
offbeat
the
Pokemon
ball?
Like Magic Bounce Espeon didn't stop DOS. If anyone tried that, they might just find themselves on the bad
Yeah,
end
I
of a
think I
Steel
did.
Swamp. For the second straight generation, Deoxys Speed Hyper Offense completely defined Ubers. And all in all, Generation 5 was once again a tremendous generation for Deoxys as
Did
a
I
whole.
miss it by like 5 fucking
Deoxys
blocks,
Normal
dude?
was finally given a chance to truly shine in the very
4,
early
5. Yep,
stage
I missed
of
it by 5.
XYOU. It made the most of this chance because its time in OU didn't
fine.
last
I'll just
long.
block
It
this off. I'm not gonna
absolutely
get rid of it.
dominated the tier
It might be
in the
useful,
short time
like,
it was
later or
allowed.
something,
Its
I don't know.
offensive sets were absolutely absurd. DON destroyed most of the metagame through brute force alone, which was already an issue given how instantly
Good to know that I only missed
and
it by
even the
5. I'm
few
glad I
Pokemon
checked.
that could check
That's
the
actually
combination
better
of
than I thought it
Psycho
was
Boost
gonna
and
be. I
Super
thought it was gonna
Power
be like
reliably,
fucking like
Ace
20 or
slash
30.
Mandibuzz and Scizor, could be
So now we just
easily
have to dig in a
dispatched
straight
with
line
coverage.
until we reach our
Priority moves
fucking...
weren't even necessarily
Until we
enough to
reach the
finish
thing.
DON.
That's
It
gonna
needed
take a
several
while, I'm
rounds of
sure.
Life Orb damage before it would fall into range for something like Mega Lucario's Bullet Punch. But
To be
even
fair,
this
it only
wasn't
took
enough
about
for
a stack
several
to get
reasons.
over from
One,
the base of
several
that
rounds of
shore,
Life
so
Orb
it's
damage
probably
meant
about
DON was
150 to
KOing
200
something before
blocks.
these
So we
Pokemon
just have to
got a
do what we
chance
just
to
did,
switch
but
in.
again...
Two, most priority
This
attacks
will
were
also make
incredibly
traveling
easy to
through this
switch out
route
of and
much,
absorb
much
with another
safer.
Pokemon. Even Talonflame's Brave Bird was coming off of a nearly decent attack stat. 3, even Talonflame could be foiled because it had to be healthy enough to survive DON's own priority move, Extreme Speed. That was just the all-out attacker too. Focus Sash as Stealth Rock leads were also devastating, dishing out a ton of damage if not a KO, while getting up rocks.
Usually there's no caves up this high, but don't take your chances. It's not worth the fucking risk.
Insane teammates get to work. The newly buffed Defog couldn't stop it, as DON could easily threaten every Defogger. It just went to show DON had previously been Uber for a reason. When there was no Deoxys attack around, Deoxys normal was unbelievably threatening, and so for how incredibly overpowered it was, DON was swiftly banned from OU, alongside one of its common teammates, Blaziken. Sadly, it was once again
Blaziken got banned almost instantly, along with DON.
Memories of destroying OU.
To be fair though, Blaziken plus DON is a disgusting combination in Gen 6 OU, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, maybe there's a reason they got rid of those two.
Absolutely brutal.
Why did they give Blaziken speed boost? That basically makes it even more of a perfect attacker than fucking Deoxys, because it can at least take a couple hits. Even if they have to be like resisted hits to actually not like get Blaziken killed or whatever. So eventually I should find my thing. Because remember, we went a little further in that direction whenever we made the staircase. So we should line up with this eventually. Where exactly, I don't know. We'll find out though, we'll find out. I should have, I think I sectioned myself just right. Like height-wise. If not, I can always just replace the blocks there. It should be fine.
Life Orb sets really took off in Auras, as its obscene power and useful neutral coverage against popular Pokemon allowed Deoxys.
This will be so much nicer though. It'll be significantly safer than fucking walking and getting Pigment pissed off at me.
Like Primal Groudon, Mega Salamence, Xerneas,
I think I've got enough Glowstone that I don't need to worry about if we're going for Glowstone again.
And switch-ins were in short supply.
I actually have enough for a beacon now that I think about it. And yes, there is a Glowstone beacon, it gives you night vision. I think it's fucking weird that it does that, but whatever. Cool. I'm actually, I need to make that. I need to make the fucking beacon for that, actually. I don't know where I'm gonna put all my beacons, though, honestly. Couldn't tell you for that one. Wait, do mobs get possessed if you turn on beacons? I don't think they do. I'm not gonna take any chances, though. I'm gonna go test that. Fuck it, I'm gonna test it, though.
Extreme Killer Arceus, beating them to the punch on Sucker Punch or Arceus' own extreme speed, respectively. DOA could potentially play mind games with Yveltal. If they were in a situation where Yveltal couldn't Roost or Dark Pulse because it would be KO'd by Superpower or Ice Beam, DOA could bypass its need to Sucker Punch or get KO'd by Extreme Speeding, which would 2-hit KO from such a range and cause Sucker Punch to fail. It was one of the many ways in which Deoxys' attack was yet again one of the most threatening.
I'll probably keep my Soul Forge as a backup or something.
Yet. And now we'll momentarily group Deoxys defense and Deoxys speed together, as they both started in OU and function largely the same. Many players thought their hazard stacking ways would be kept in check by Defog, but those
we're probably getting close. Maybe.
With Bisharp, whose
my pickaxe ain't gonna last much longer, and I really don't want to have to deal with that.
This meant any Defog attempt gave Bisharp a free Swords Dance, which was especially.
Yeah, I'm gonna dig down a little bit. I know it's a waste of Dura, but I just want to see. Just take a peek.
The Deal Sharp combination rocked OU and was especially dangerous not just because Bisharp was such a great Pokemon in general, but because Deoxys didn't even need it to handle Defog. They could just taunt the Defog attempt and continue stacking their hazards, providing the basis
I just need
of
to
their
see for sure
like Greninja and Mega Mawile
as to whether or not we have made it to a reasonable spot to maybe make a spiral staircase. God, no, where are we?
As it was immensely difficult to switch into for offensive teams thanks to its good power and coverage alongside unmatched speed. It could abuse the switches it forced to set up Stealth Rock, playing similarly to Sash Stealth Rock Deoxys normal. This offensive capability, in addition to its relentless hazard stacking, was what led Deoxys speed to be tested alongside Genesect and Mega Lucario. However, those two received the boost, while DOS was not considered to be overwhelming by the player base.
I don't think so, little boy.
In this moment, Deoxys speed was like Michael Jordan. It took this personally. Galvanized by this slight upon the brokenness it prided itself on, DOS
we are getting close. No fucking way, dude.
Determined on hammering into the player base the fact that it had no business being OU.
I'll seal the base of this up, but I'm not gonna mess with it otherwise. There's no point. I'll see where it is in the and when I go over there. Actually, that'd be kind of funny.
Enough was enough. Both Deoxys forms were suspected together, and at long last, the lesson was learned. Not only were they
so we are getting close. Good.
To OU in any capacity since. Several notable players proclaiming Deoxys' brokenness in OU to be as inherent.
Oh yeah, dude. Deoxys in fucking Gen 7, or not Gen 7, and Gen 6 was busted. They will never retest that shit. There's no way.
Deoxys' defense was sadly not too great in Ubers. Its lack of useful resistance.
Yeah, Xerneas kind of stuffs it, and Primal Groudon doesn't play very nice with it neither.
It couldn't reliably stomach all the Precipice blades, rain boosted Origin Pulses, Arrow Late Double Edges, and Fairy Aura boosted Moonblast flying around, to say nothing of the super effective stab attacks.
So we are indeed getting close. I saw my staircase down there, so that's good to know.
ORAS arrived.
This
DOD
is maybe a
couldn't even
little
afford to
bit,
run ton, as it was obligated to run.
Oh, and maybe I can
still
finally
not
build
be
that
rendered
tunnel that
completely
leads up
useless
to my
by
fucking...
Mega Sableye and Mega Diancie. It was basically
that leads to my staircase and my tunnel systems.
To handling both magic
At least now I know which direction is which in the nether, I suppose, so that's good.
Valuable resist by virtue of its steel fairy typing.
Eventually we will find it.
Consistent performers in the tier. Still, DOD had a good Generation 6 overall. It had gotten banned alongside DOS for the first time, finally recognized as being just as good instead of being thought of as a DOS replacement. Once again, Deoxys Speed defined hyper offense and movers from day one.
I know we're getting close. I have to be getting close.
Was nothing more than a minor inconvenience, which DOS teams were.
I got it exactly right, dude. Oh my god. And it's close to the fucking staircase too. Holy shit.
Again, come in early game.
Yes!
Momentum set by DOS. Something would
Beautiful.
Shut down by Dark
Beautiful. Now I don't have to walk in the overworld or in the underworld. I can just go in my tunnel system and I'll win.
Teams trying to clear the hazard.
And just to add salt, just to rub salt in their wounds, I'm gonna go ahead and perfectly seal up my little tunnel system too.
The heavy swinging offensive momentum DOS set in motion for the strongest Pokemon in the game was often enough
just in case they get any funny ideas.
Through team preview. It was difficult to get a defog off when Xerneas was threatening to Geomancy or Arceus was threatening to Swords Dance. The playstyle became even more vicious in ORAS once Primal Groudon and Mega Salamence joined the fray.
Can't waste any arrows though because I've only got 2.
With Darkrai, Xerneas, Primal Groudon, Mega Salamence, and Extreme.
God damn it! He fucking dived.
The so-called quote-unquote default team
no.
in the tier because it wasn't just threatening, but immensely reliable in doing so, even if one knew it was coming.
Sorry, bud. It's gonna take more than that.
To the playstyle, but
they do not want me doing this. They are not having it.
Plus, DOS teams didn't have to be the standard. There was a host of vicious threats just waiting to capitalize on DOS's momentum. Once again, Deoxys Speed was an enormous, influential part of Ubers. The 6th generation was possibly the most eventful for Deoxys as a whole, as even Deoxys Normal finally got to show its stuff. As Generation 7 did not test a single Deoxys form in OU, Deoxys Normal saw no usage throughout the generation. Outclassed as it was
nice try, bud.
Deoxys
You're gonna have to do better than that, though.
Absolutely vicious in early Sun and Moon, especially if used alongside Tapu Lele, whose psychic terrain not only boosted Deoxys attack's Psycho Boost to power levels incomprehensible to the human mind, but also brought the absolutely incredible benefit of blocking opposing priority moves. DOA was so ridiculous under psychic terrain that Lele often used terrain extended to prolong the terror. Its power was so absurd. Not only did it destroy max HP variants of Arceus, Xerneas, and Primal Kyogre, but it even did well over 50%.
Dude, like, you cannot deflect these fireballs, dude.
Of course, even a Life Orb Psychic Terrain boosted Psycho Boost still did 70% Dark type, and DOA had to contend with not just Yveltal, but a Alolan Muck. However, its Life Orb superpower still
like,
put
dude,
quite a
how am I
charge
supposed to
in
fucking
Alolan
work
Muck,
with these little shitheads fucking... Dude, they're fucking blue ballsing me, bro.
In a similar vein, Yveltal couldn't even Sucker Punch DOA if Psychic Terrain was up, meaning it had to stay out of Ice Beam range. DOA was an utterly monstrous threat in Sun and Moon, and sadly, this
dude, don't you fucking dare, you little shit.
The addition of the Necrozma Dustmane was a devastating blow, as it switched into DOA even in Psychic terrain. DOA would have to run Dark Plus to hurt MDM, but it struggled to fit it into its move pool, and it was heavily prediction reliant, not to mention it wouldn't even 2-hit KO specially defensive variants. DOA didn't become completely unviable, but for the first time ever, it fell off hard. It had to compete with Mega Mewtwo Y,
nice try, bud.
a powerful Fire Blast for MDM as well as Magearna, and also had the significant benefit of being able to take one of their moves in return.
Dude, I love it. Now that I have no arrows, they're basically just hounding my fucking location, dude. And they're not gonna get too close because they know I'm just gonna deflect their dumb fireballs right back in their face.
Deoxys' attack was tough to get used out of consistently, and this was the sad, sudden end of an era. Deoxys' defense was once again completely unusable in Ubers. It was utterly outclassed by every other spiker. Pure bulk doesn't matter much if you don't have the resist to back it up, as evidenced by all of Ferrothorn, Skarmory,
why are there 3 of them?
More useful
like, dude, I love how they... Dude, I swear to God, they must have updated the AI of these mobs to be able to detect if I don't have arrows.
Deoxys Speed was once again the face of standard hyper offense in early Sun and Moon. As always, it reliably led up and laid the groundwork for the relentless assault of Xerneas, Primal Groudon, and friends. It tended to lean towards setting up screens more than spikes, but either way, it got the job done beautifully. In every generation, generation, there is offensive power creep, and DOS benefits from its teammates constantly becoming more dangerous, just as they appreciated setting the momentum for them. In Gen 7, the threats DOS was supporting were more dangerous than ever thanks to the addition of Z-moves, as well as improved Mega speed mechanics. And of course, there were new threats like Lunala. There were some nerfs as well. Mega Salamence wasn't as strong as the previous generation thanks to Aerolite weakening its boost, while Darkrai had become completely unviable thanks to the Dark Void nerf. However, Deoxys speed persisted through the loss of its longtime favorite partner. Until Ultra Sun and Moon came out and gave defog to everything, it suddenly became incredibly easy to find opportunities to get rocks off. Battles became more gradual, more about trying to repeatedly set up and eventually maintain rocks in extended wars of attrition. This, of course, was completely antithetical to the setup and die approach of Deoxys speed. Even hyper offense teams needed some semblance of longevity to not get outclassed by all the bulky teams. It became much easier to slap Stealth Rock on Primal Groudon or the newly added Necrozma Dustmane, as they were naturally bulky and were massive offensive threats. It usually wasn't a good idea to dedicate a slot solely to getting up hazard. Players that wanted a suicide Stealth Rock lead usually went with Excadrill, whose utility far surpassed that of DOS. Excadrill wasn't much in the way of longevity, but it was far more effective as an aggressive rocker. Mold Breaker allowed it to instantly bypass Mega Stabilized Magic Bounce, and Stab Earthquake allowed it to threaten Primal Groudon and Necrozma Dustmane, potentially giving it an early Stealth Rock advantage. DOS wasn't rendered completely unviable or anything, but its usage dropped significantly, as it was quite difficult to make work.
Okay, good. Now that that's all done with, now I don't have to worry about getting fireballed into oblivion. At least not for the moment. Oh my god.
And the entirety of Deoxys did once Ultra Sun and Moon came around.
Dude, they're not letting me out. I swear to God.
Attack wasn't one of the most threatening Pokemon in the game. Halfway through the generation, Deoxys A went from being Johnny Cash in his prime to Johnny Cash singing Hurt. We can imagine little sadder than the greatest offensive Pokemon in the game no longer being able to hack it. And that's it. So how good was Deoxys actually? Well, for one thing, it's so good that it outclasses
I'm not stupid. I know you're both
Deoxys
there. Why don't you come a little closer, huh? We can play some ping pong. Even though this ping pong game is very lopsided, and I'm not allowed to deflect your balls hardly.
Have filled similar hazard stack and lead roles during their various tenures in OU. The Deoxys forms are generally a testament to the power of spikes across metagames. And if there's one thing consistent about the Deoxys form's competitive history, it's the fact that no form has ever been able to stay in OU. It has been tried multiple times, and every time they have been banned. The same thing happened when Deoxys D was in UU. Because yeah, Deoxys D was in UU. Gen 5 was a crazy time. Speaking of crazy times, Sun and Moon ended the long-term reign of Deoxys speed, and Ultra Sun and Moon did the same for even the mighty Deoxys attack, the pinnacle of pure offense. Hopefully, if the Deoxys forms return in Generation 8, they will be given some sort of buff so they can reclaim their past glory. The removal of Megas will already help in that regard, but it will be
I'm not. Well, I guess I'm actually pretty close. Never mind.
With moves like Close Combat, Expanding Force, and just for the fun of it, Decreate. Thanks for watching, everyone, and as always, if you like the video and you want to see more, be sure to subscribe to False Swipe Gaming for more weekly Pokemon content. And in the comments, I want to know what do you think about competitive Deoxys. If it comes back to Gen 8, what would you give it? Whatever it is, let me know in the comments. Also, thank you so much to our patrons for continued support of our videos, and thank you to everyone else watching as well.
Oh god, no, did he just see me? Oh no, he sees me. Oh god. No, stay away. Come on. Actually, this could be good. I could get some magma creams out of this fuckhole, out of this fucktard.
Platforms. And that's all I got.
Is he stupid?
Time, everyone.
He can't hit me, right? He can hit me, dude. Really? Get out of here, you little shit. Dude. Motherfucker. They can't get in here, right? Oh god, no. Is he actually gonna do it?
False Swipe Gaming film. Much like how John Carpenter's The Thing was a remake that actually improved upon the original, so too are we enhancing our history of one of the most iconic Generation 1 Pokemon, Starmie. And Starmie is indeed, in many ways, much like the terrifying thing from another world. Its so-called face is inscrutable. It seems to be a starfish, but it has a mysterious glowing gem in its core. And its cry in the anime isn't its own name, like most other Pokemon. Instead, when Misty first sent her Starmie out back in the 90s, we heard its now famous... In more direct connections, many Pokedex
because she's majestic, like the very ocean she comes from.
An invader from outer space, while others mention outright that it sends electric waves into outer space. it's not just a starfish. It's a starfish made from an actual star. It's like if Patrick from SpongeBob not only came from space, but had a jewel that glowed 7 different colors when not looked upon by human eyes. Can you imagine a more eldritch cosmic horror than that? And if all that wasn't enough, Starmie has repeatedly proved its hostility by relentlessly terrorizing competitive
Starmie was always
ever
very,
since the
very
first
good.
generation.
Well, until Gen 6, I guess. Well, wait, no, it was at Gen 7 that it started to have its downfall. I don't remember.
How great was Starmie actually? And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats. Starmie was one of the very best, most defining and metagame shaping forces from day one of competitive Pokemon. It was one of Gen 1's most well-rounded Pokemon, with excellent stats across the board, a terrific offensive and defensive move board, the former of which was bolstered by a tremendous critical hit rate thanks to its excellent speed, and the latter included Recover, which boasted 32 PP in the first generation.
This is such a pain in the ass. At least I'll never have to deal with gas ever fucking again.
Was excellent too, providing Starmie with a crucial resistance to ice and granting it the rare ability to resist Jinx's fearsome stab combination. So how did all these traits come together in actual battles? Well, that depended on the trainer and how they wanted to use Starmie. Because Starmie could do it all. It could function as an excellent lead.
Why didn't I just do it this way? This would have been way safer.
Jinx because unlike Alakazam, who had to run in fear of Jinx's mighty blizzard, Starmie could afford to stay in and burn sleep turns against it, meaning it actually had a good chance of waking up and being useful later in the game, thus potentially avoiding the pitfall of sleep effectively being a KO. Starmie was similarly effective against Exeggutor leads, except it actually threatened Eggy far more than Alakazam could, thanks to its own high-powered crit-happy blizzard. Wait, Exeggutor? Isn't that a grass type? Yeah, but its best grass stat was Mega Drain, which was incredibly weak and thus not used too often. The only time it was ever used was to stop Starmie from completely walling it, and Exeggutor generally preferred other moves like Stun Spore, Double Edge, or Hyper Beam anyway. The final sleep lead, Gengar, had to run in terror from Starmie since the odds of either getting crit KO'd by Psychic or missing Hypnosis were far too risky to start a game off. Against Alakazam, Starmie could absorb Thunder Wave effectively, which would let it block Exeggutor's sleep later in the game. Of course, Starmie didn't
I'm definitely done playing nice with these
fucktards. It worked just as well for this purpose mid-game. It just happened to be an outstanding lead.
Okay, good. At least now with this, I'll never be able to be threatened by these assholes ever again.
Actually threaten Starmie with any degree of safety, especially since they were tired of running into mirrors with their own Starmie lead. Of course, Starmie didn't need to absorb status, both as a lead and otherwise. As a lead especially, it became popular to bait Thunder Waves from Alakazam for his teammate Chansey to switch into, and thus become immune to sleep, and even more importantly, freeze. This leads us to another way Starmie was used to great effect. Avoiding status with bulky Pokemon like Psychic types, Chansey, and Snorlax could be quite difficult in RBY, and thus it was generally a good idea to have a Pokemon good at taking it designated for the role, as opposed to trying to have that Pokemon dance around taking it at all costs. And indeed, Starmie was one of the best status absorbers, but of course an unstatus Starmie was
okay, I think we're finally safe. What the hell?
Recovery heavy stalemates, only interrupted by Psychic.
Wow, perfect timing.
It could be a terrifying threat in its own right if its health was preserved for late game. One of the main
we actually made it. We actually fucking did it.
Against the late game RBY.
Now I will never be threatened by these tard asses ever again. And I can also ditch the fucking walkway thingy that I made. Well, actually, I'm not gonna ditch it, but I'm gonna probably just seal it up for now. Unless I have a reason to go out this way, but I'm probably just gonna seal it up.
Crits notwithstanding, meaning that even as Starmie was paralyzed by Body Slam, it didn't cease to be a check to Tauros, especially since Tauros avoided Thunder Waves like the plague and would dominate the one-on-one afterwards. Starmie was thoroughly unique in both being able to outrun Tauros and take its hits, and in conjunction with its strong special and great coverage, it was a terrifying late-game threat, plowing through other late
that looks
like
good.
Rhydon and Slowbro. Even Zapdos wasn't exactly
and a Rune Skull. Oh my god.
Good, but Starmie could take a Thunderbolt.
How much did I get, like, Netherrack-wise? I probably got a decent bit. 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna go get another stack, just so that way I have an even 8 stacks.
This Thunderbolt calc went to show just how obscenely difficult Starmie
I have my Nether Bricks. Oh yeah, I also need Nether Bricks. Wait, do I?
example came in the form of
I think I do.
Executor attempting to bait in. And
Wait, yeah, I do.
explode
I need to make a
Starmie for the benefit
staircase.
of
Never
its
mind.
teammate, Tauros. It couldn't achieve
Whatever, I
this if Starmie was at full
suppose.
health, since even the monstrously powerful explosion topped out at 96.9%. And Starmie was all too happy to liberally spam recover to keep itself at full health, both for that Executor boom and to be able to withstand the Tauros body slam and hyper beam combination. This immense hit-taking ability was another reason why Starmie was so good at taking status. It allowed it that extra turn to wake
How
up
much do I
or
have?
the ability to withstand a hit while
36
paralyzed
is
and then become
divisible.
the
Well, no,
faster
it's not.
Pokemon again.
Wait, no, yeah, it
may
is
seem
12.
paradoxical to have such a fast Pokemon be the designated paralysis taker on a team, but Starmie's huge bulk and ability to paralyze the opponent in return, in conjunction with the utterly immense longevity of a 32 PP recover that let it continuously utilize that great bulk throughout the course of a match, meant it was excellent at doing so. Remember, in Gen 1, if both Pokemon were paralyzed, Starmie would be the faster one after all. Starmie often paired with the other recover user in OU, Alakazam, to lend its team an outstanding blend of psychic power and longevity. And it ensured that even if one of them took status, there would still be another excellent
Okay,
fast
good.
psychic
That better
type on
fucking be
status
enough
and ready to
stairs.
threat the opposition.
I imagine it
Speaking
probably
of
would be.
status,
I mean, come
Starmie
on.
was outstanding at spreading it onto the opposing
Could also
team for the
maybe lure
benefit
some
of its
wither
own
skeletons
teammates.
if I
The
get, like,
aforementioned
near one, I
Thunderwave was
guess.
its go-to, as
Okay,
it
well, let's go do the
guaranteed
deed.
paralysis
We'll
on
finish
an
this up, and then
important target
I will
like
finally be
Alakazam
set, and
or
I'll be
Quincy,
able to get
making
some
it
emeralds
easier for
and some
teammates like
venom
Zapdos
sacks
to blast
freely
through.
in
For
that
early
dumb
game,
hole. What the
before
hell?
its teammate
In that dumb fucking
Executor or
jungle.
Sing Chansey had grabbed sleep,
I
it
still need
wouldn't
to find
want
the vessel. I
stand
still need to
T-Wave,
find
so
an
it could
enchant
effectively
table.
fix
Actually, I
the
need to find
risk-free
3,
freezes
right? Because I need
instead.
one for
All in
personal
all,
use, one for
Starmie was
trading,
absolutely
and then another one for an
incredible in the
infernal
first
enchanter.
generation of OU. It could
So,
fit
yeah.
on any team in a number of roles. It was guaranteed to be useful in every single game, and the
So,
payoffs for
ultimately,
utilizing it effectively were huge.
any
It
extra
is
bits that I have,
difficult
I'm actually going to
overstate
use right here and make like a
the important Starmie
pillar-esque
play in
wall
RBY
with
OU.
this.
In addition to its status as a top 6, sometimes top 5, and to some players even top 4 Pokemon, some of the best, most decorated battlers even argued that one could tell how good a player's understanding of RBY was based on how they understood Starmie's role in the metagame. You don't get much higher praise than that. Starmie also had a solid niche in RBY Ubers. Its role centered
Okay,
around
cool.
status
That looks
absorption
good.
was
This will at
largely
least show
similar
me
to
that
of
I actually
OU.
need to
Since
go
the
this way if I
spreaders
want to
of
get like the
Sleepers,
good
Paralysis,
shit,
and Freeze
get the
were
good
same,
kush.
but Starmie
And I could
also
also
put it
technically
into
use
view
this
and
as my
withstand
main
its
area
initial hits
too.
quite well, threatening it with
I don't know if
paralysis
I'd be
in
able to
return.
count the
Though
amount of
Mew would
blocks, but I'm going to
undoubtedly
assume it's
win
about
the
200
one-on-one,
blocks probably.
Starmie
We'll just
helped
say
its team
200 as a
dance around
baseline.
it. Starmie could
And then go an extra
potentially
50
even do
out,
the same against none
and put a
other
sign up that
than
says 250,
Mewtwo.
I guess.
Now, obviously, it could only do this
At least we know which
Mewtwo
direction
sets
this is.
lacking
This is
Thunderbolt, but when
south,
you're
I
facing
think.
something as scary as Mewtwo, you look for any little thing you can do against
Yes, this
it,
direction
and
is
Starmie's
south in the
ability to
overworld.
withstand
So now we
Psychic
know
and
which way it
Blizzard
went.
was invaluable against many variants, allowing it to slow Mewtwo down with paralysis.
So this
It
is
could also
south.
help its team stall
So I'm
Thunderbolt
facing
as
north right
Mewtwo's
now.
attacking
That
PP.
means that
It
that
wouldn't be
portal
able
over
to
there actually
outshield
was the
brutal damage
taiga.
from a
Huh.
999
You know, I
special
figured it
psychic,
was. I
but
mean,
it also
it was a
could
pretty
just
big
the right
taiga,
amount of damage
I think.
to be
I
able
don't
to
know.
spam recover for a
Whatever.
bit in that all-important quest to survive Mewtwo's barrage of 16 psychic PP. Of course, since so many Mewtwo ran Thunderbolt, this wasn't always common. And
I don't
Starmie
have a
had
lot
to
of food,
compete
though,
with
so I need to
fellow
go back
water
to the
psychic
overworld
type
and get more.
Slowbro for the role of attempting to stifle Thunderboltless Mewtwo, since Slowbro could also boost with Amnesia, but the role was legitimate, and Starmie could really do no wrong in Generation 1. With Generation 2's addition of Spikes and Rapid Spin, Starmie's role shifted to that of a key player in the first ever Hazard metagame. Its
I actually
very
got back my
existence
items, that's
forced
funny.
teams to adapt. Players hoping to simply stack their Spike and be done with it with no further plan would be eternally stifled by Starmie, since Spin had twice as much PP as Spikes. Plus, with Stab Psychic to destroy the most common, dangerous, and easy to fit and use Rapid Spin blocker Gengar, Starmie was regularly an immense thorn in the side of teams that relied on Spikes to get their offense running. Even the Spiker that supposedly beat Starmie, Hidden Power Bug Fortress, was far from ironclad against it. And not only did Fortress not always want to run HP Bug, but it was also an infinitely more difficult Pokemon to use than the ever splashable and consistent Cloyster. It wasn't easy to forcibly remove Starmie
Damn, this
despite
is
its
far. What
pursuit
the
weakness
hell?
either. Umbreon's pursuit was quite weak and could be recovered off, while
This is
Tyranitar's
about
threat
2,000
of a
blocks
full-powered
probably in the
crunch
overworld,
didn't
though.
come close to putting the fear of a one-hit KO in Starmie either. And Starmie Surf 2-hit KO Tyranitar back. In short, Spikes were a major part of GSC offense, and Starmie was a major part of shutting Spikes down. At first, many teams would simply accept that they wouldn't get Spikes up with their preferred Cloyster variants, many running HP Electric for massively common Cloyster mirrors, as they would simply use Cloyster to lure in and explode on Starmie. Of course, this meant that Starmie Starmie had done its job, ensure that the opposing team had not laid spikes down. These offensive teams attempted to take advantage of Starmie not being around by using offensive threats that Starmie was used to check, usually and most notably Machamp, although the occasional belly drum
I guess I can still go out and play, I
fit the
suppose.
bill. However, Starmie teams were generally quite
That'll probably be
defensively
okay.
sound. They preferred to
As long
play
as I don't
long
get too
games
cocky,
after
I'll
all,
probably
and they
be
liked
alright.
Starmie on their teams because of its ability to deny spikes.
So I have
They would
7
hardly
stacks of
instantly
Netherrack, do
crumple
I?
upon
That's
losing
pretty good.
Starmie, even against something as threatening as Machamp. Starmie's ability to deny spikes wasn't just useful for defensive purposes either. These same teams that like to take it slow did so not just to drag games out, but to find the perfect opportunity to set up their own defensive threats, which were among the most dangerous in the game, and which Starmie was outstanding at facilitating. Belly Drum Snorlax needed to have its own HP to set up, and Thick Club Marowak lacked the passive healing of Leftovers. Both were infinitely more terrifying without spikes in the picture, and thus they loved Starmie as a teammate. Eventually, offensive teams found a way to exploit the passivity that Starmie teams fell into. The offensive team was easily able to force the Starmie team into patterns, since to deviate from such patterns would be making worse plays, and the offensive team took advantage. By Cloyster luring in and toxicking Starmie, even though the damage reset upon switch out, they would put Starmie on a timer that, through timely switching and threatening Starmie out, would eventually force it to allow a spike, and from there the dominoes would begin to tumble. Even though Starmie was often paired with a Heal Bell user, this didn't solve the issue. Heal Bell had a mere half of Toxic's PP, and the Heal Bell
only had
users
4
were incredibly
PP?
passive.
Or no,
Meaning
8,
they were just another part of the predictable and thus exploitable defensive core that offensive teams now ran circles around. The defensive Starmie team could never settle into its comfortable slow pace, meaning it found it difficult to safely set up its own threats, and it would eventually lose in the long run. At first,
I need all the stairs that I can get my grubby little paws
on. Its own passivity was somehow the problem, but as Starmie teams adapted, Starmie was revealed to be quite excellent. It simply required a less passive supporting cast than before. Previously, defensive Starmie teams had eschewed spikes, electing to utilize the Drumlax Marowak combination as their offense, especially since it was believed that Starmie competed with Spikers for a team slot. But through experimentation, it was discovered that pairing Starmie with Spikes, which put the offensive team on a timer and prevented them from double switching around forever, went an incredibly long way in evening the scales. They also used other tactics such as
Thunder
Snorlax
for God's
to
sake,
lure
is
in
he
and
gonna be
destroy
mad at me,
Cloyster,
dude?
preventing it from
Please.
sticking around and continuously
tempted to hit him
relaying spikes
anyways.
all battle. As such,
Okay, no,
the
he's
Drumlax
not. Good.
Marowak Starmie
Thank
style
goodness,
slowly
dude, holy
disappeared,
shit.
giving way to the Spike Starmie stall style, which rose to become some of the most effective,
thinking that
even
that's as far as we
dominant
need to
team
go with the
styles in
fucking-
GSC metagame. Starmie's defensive profile also became more
I think that's
impressive
as far
over
as we
time,
need to
as it was
go.
a perfect Jinx
Maybe?
wall. And even if frozen, its bulk and resistance to both stabs gave it plenty of time to potentially thaw out. And even if that didn't happen, it could still waste Jinx's attacking PP even while frozen, thanks to how little it took from its attacks and the passive
Yeah, I
recovery
guess that's
of
all we
leftovers.
need.
So you may be wondering, why wasn't Starmie ever using offensive sets? Well, it wasn't difficult to wall Starmie at all, with leftovers everywhere and the metagame completely dominated by the impenetrable Special Ball Snorlax, to say nothing of its common partner Raikou. However, after a long time, it was discovered that Starmie could
Nice.
in
That
fact
looks
be an
good.
utterly monstrous offensive threat thanks to one move, Nightmare. This move brutally punished the ubiquitous use of Rest as a recovery tool. Suddenly, Snorlax, the Electrics, or even something like Vaporeon or Suicune could no longer sit on Starmie while Rest looping it. They were pressured and had to switch around, which led to a lot of Spikes damage. This set was so, well, nightmarish that it regularly caused immense trouble even for teams with multiple Starmie checks. What made it particularly obnoxious was the use of Substitute. This move had previously been explored as an alternative option on classic bulky Starmie, and it was quite useful. It absorbed Explosion in a one-on-one against Cloyster and Exeggutor, and it was incredibly useful for subbing in Zapdos' face, forcing it to waste
PP.
valuable Thunder PP. Sub even blocked Giga Drain in Generation 2, meaning Starmie completely dominated Exeggutor one-on-one. Substitute had all the same benefits on the offensive Nightmare set, while accentuated Starmie's capabilities of an offensive threat. It was even more difficult to switch around, since now you could no longer hit it directly. It would hide behind subs, repeatedly attacking you, and punishing you for trying to heal it off. It was destructive against offensive and defensive teams alike. So overall, Starmie was an incredible Pokemon in GSC OU. For the longest time, it was exclusively seen as a piece of defense, but eventually its capacity to act as a terrifying offensive threat reared its head, and made its mark on the
Nice.
metagame. And once again,
Wait.
Starmie had a niche in Ubers, though it was much smaller this time around. It was harder to fit on a team since it didn't contribute much besides the Spikes War, which was usually played by more overall consistent Pokemon. Starmie did involve several obnoxious Mewtwo and Mew variants, which was nice, but it wasn't exactly a consistent Pokemon for this choice either. One could get quite a lot of mileage out of Starmie as long as they didn't rely on it. Spinning was great, as was its ability to reliably spread paralysis for the benefit of its teammates, and if it could wall one of the Mews, all the better. It was just not something to base your team around.
I need to put one of these bricks on the outside so that way I can seal it up when I leave.
Starmie's second successful, if minor, appearance in Ubers. Starmie tore up OU once again in Generation 3.
Dude, why is it fucking raining, bro?
In advance, Starmie was first thought of exclusively as an offensive threat, and it was fairly difficult to fit on teams since EVs were no longer maxed out across the board. And Starmie was quite frail as a result, meaning it didn't bring much to a team defensively. Pokemon that could also contribute to a team's defenses while being threats were generally preferred. This was a major reason why offensively threatening but defensively limited or non-existent Pokemon
I feel like Pigmen also do double damage to your armor, dude. My armor is like significantly lower than it was before.
Exception to this rule, because man, what an offensive threat it was. EVs no longer being maxed out across the board worked in its favor. Suddenly, a significant portion of the metagame was instantly smashed by its strong stab Hydro Pump and incredible Bolt Beam supporting coverage. It was a late game cleaning machine, outspeeding and one-hit killing massive swaths of offensive Pokemon. Teams that stacked Dragon Dance Sweepers were utterly terrified of it, as the trio of Salamence, Tyranitar, and Gyarados were all crushed by it. So was their partner Magneton. Their other trusty partner, Metagross, was slammed hard by Hydro Pump as well.
I may have to go around and then, you know, back down, but that's still worth it to not have to deal with this stupid gas.
On the physical wall Starmie was paired with. If the Starmie user even let the Metagross user blow up on Starmie to begin with anyway. But even if they did, it was a favorable trade. But wait, didn't these teams have their special check Snorlax? Well, yes, but Permanent Sandstorm worked in Starmie's favor. It nullified leftovers on otherwise decent checks like Snorlax, Zapdos, and Celebi, severely limiting their capacity to withstand its hits and elevating Starmie to a massive level of terror. And if Starmie was paired with Spikes, as it often was,
fucking Rune Skull, dude. Holy shit. That's a level up trade. Oh my god.
Established itself as one of the most reliable cleaners.
That's so fucking amazing. Holy shit.
To come in and completely take over an endgame.
I cannot believe I actually got one. That's ridiculous.
Backbone. But they did need speed and power, and Starmie delivered that, especially when paired with Gengar, who loved baiting in and messing up Blissey for Starmie to take advantage of. Plus, it's not like Starmie was completely useless defensively. Despite
thank goodness, I actually figured it out beautifully.
Too, surviving a +1 Salamence hit him
yes,
all this was just done with 3 moves too. The fourth slot allows Starmie to bring a lot to its team. Most commonly, it slotted in Rapid Spin, giving its team a much needed relief
fucking losers, I tell ya.
However, it could also go 4
now they can't stop us.
Letting
we
it
win.
Through Gengar as well as something like Heracross, which thought it could take a hit. Finally, it could run Recover to great effect too. Despite its frailty, the longevity was valuable against bulkier teams that tried to.
I am gonna go ahead and deepen this by 1 so I can sprint up and down the stairs if I'm ever in a hurry.
It changed the dynamic of their one-on-one matchup a bit. If Starmie didn't have Recover, it'd have to switch out of Blissey immediately, or else it wouldn't heal off the damage it sustained from Seismic Toss. But with Recover, it could actually be quite irritating for Blissey, staying in and draining a good chunk of power points from it. And more reliably, forcing a soft boil from Blissey, allowing for a free switch in for its teammates, as opposed to having to take status for a Seismic Toss. This made its partner Tyranitar much more dangerous. Forget this Blissey talk though, not every team had one, and most of those teams that didn't have Blissey were shredded by Starmie to unparalleled degrees. Nothing limited offensive teams like Starmie did. It was a gatekeeper of ridiculous proportions. Offensive teams had better.
I was gonna say, yeah, Blissey's about your only. That's probably your best bet.
It was perhaps the single best late game threat in the tier.
Okay,
it was fast, required no setup, one-hit KO'd opposing Pokemon left and right, and could switch moves. Unlike another dangerous late game threat, Choice Band Aerodactyl. Starmie shaped the metagame so much that its increased prominence almost single-handedly changed standard Dragon Dance Tyranitar's nature from adamant to jolly, so it could outrun Starmie after a Dragon Dance. That is no joke. Eventually, though, at one of the points in the metagame where Spikes were utterly dominant, players came to recognize that Starmie could be quite an effective defensive Pokemon. Not only did it stick around nicely with Natural Cure and 32 PP Recover, it was also a rapid sprinter with a strong stab Psychic that destroyed the spin blocking Gengar that was absolutely everywhere. This was great on all sorts of teams, such as balance and offense, that just needed some.
I wonder if I can get another skull. Dude, Wither Skeletons are so scary in this.
To gain an edge over other spiking teams. Spin Starmie's spike stall became the most popular, dominant meta.
Guess it was true when they said there was hell to
If your
pay.
team lost to it, it was a bad team. End of story. Teams were forced to adapt to it. From maintaining the health of your specially defensive Toxic Protect Skarmory, to
Where are
trapping
they?
with Dugtrio or Pursuit Crunch Tyranitar, to running specially defensive Gengar, to pivoting into Jolteon, it was all about keeping spikes up in Starmie's face. Otherwise, it would eternally shut you down. But what about matchups where the opponent didn't have spikes, you may wonder? Offensive teams were still quite prominent after all. Well, it turned out that when you give Starmie actual defensive investment, it was quite a good defensive
Stupid
Pokemon.
fucking Blaze, I
Most notably,
tell
it was
ya.
a great answer to Metagross, barring Explosion. And if Metagross blew up on it, it wouldn't be exploding
You
on
little
Starmie's teammate
assholes.
Swampert, meaning
Oh
Swampert
my
was still around
God.
and healthy to handle Metagross's physical attacking teammates.
What are they
so
doing,
all in all,
dude?
it took a while to establish itself, but eventually Starmie became among the most defining Pokemon
Oh.
in Advance, whether on offense or defense, chalking
Get
up
outta
another
here.
generation for itself as one of OU's most elite forces.
They're not worth using a
Generation
fucking
4
health spot
elevated
over.
Starmie's potential as an offensive menace. With the addition of choice specs, and more commonly, thanks to Starmie's desire to switch moves and maximize the use of its amazing coverage, Life
Wow, this
Orb,
doesn't
it
even
now
link
had
anywhere, what
new
the
levels
fuck?
of power that allowed it to slam through offensive Pokemon like Metagross with even greater efficiency, to say nothing of how its speed remained incredible and allowed it to effortlessly blast through dangerous new threats like Infernape and Garchomp. It was so dangerous offensively,
I need 8
many
stacks.
players
That's
early
all I
on
want.
didn't even
That's all I
bother
ask.
with Rapid Spin. Despite the newfound dominance of Stealth Rock, they figured Starmie was too much of a KO machine to waste turns getting rid of rocks. Indeed, much of Diamond and Pearl was played at a breakneck
Once I
pace,
get 8
and
stacks
Starmie's
of
primary
Netherrack,
usage
I will
being
leave.
faster and stronger than the rest of the slew of the
My
offensive
pickaxe
threats.
is just
And though
about
its
dead
usage
again
did
now.
dwindle as offensive
We'll have
dropped
enough
to
Gyara to
speed,
get the 8
which
stack.
largely outclassed it in this role, began to take over the metagame. It did see some more use after DOS was banned, particularly with choice specs. Yachtberry Garchomp was destroying the entire tier, and Starmie Specs Ice Beam was able to KO it through the berry. Garchomp was banned at the tail end of Diamond and Pearl, and Starmie didn't have
Okay,
much
cool.
time to shift
Whatever.
because Pokemon Platinum came around and brought with it several additions that initially overshadowed it.
8
Most
stacks and
notably the
half a
Rotom
stack,
Forms and Shaven
a little
Sky.
over half a
Even
stack of
after
Nether Quartz.
Skyman's ban, Starmie was relegated
What
to
the hell?
a background role. Now keep in mind, by background role, we mean genuinely good OU Pokemon. Just one that wasn't as prominent as some of the newer, flashier toys in the tier. This was especially the case because
Please go
Latias
away.
soon joined OU,
I don't want no
and it
trouble.
usually
Please.
competed for Starmie's slot. This was not to say Starmie was outclassed. Far from it. Several teams made use of its unique talents, such as having a powerful Hydro Pump to blast through the Roto appliances everyone was using to spin block, allowing Starmie to pull off rapid spins in the otherwise hazard-littered taunt Skarmory-dominated metagame. It was just that Specs Latias Draco Meteors were a lot more instantly, directly destructive, so teams preferred it. This didn't make Starmie bad at all, just harder to slot onto a team. And this is by Starmie's high standards too. Anything less than a metagame-defining Titan seemed strange to it, but it was still a common sight in OU. In fact, certain balanced teams relied heavily on Starmie's hazard-removing abilities,
we're
so they
removing
could
the
go the
pattern
distance
and just
with
replacing it
long-term
with the
bulky
normal
Seto
stuff.
Supers like Cursed Tyranitar,
Okay,
and it was
cool.
excellent at doing so.
Now
Some
we can
players
go
also
back.
enjoyed offensive Starmie as a lead. Its fast-paced, hard-hitting nature meant it would not only dish out heavy damage, potentially claiming a KO, but it would do so while dissuading early entry hazard setup thanks to Rapid Spin. Eventually, in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Latias was banned, and
What
Starmie
the
began
hell?
to reclaim its place as a top-tier OU threat.
Hilarious.
The metagame began leaning more
this is where my
towards
torch
UU
is.
Fire, Water, Grass cores, with a particular interest in the already popular Infernape, now that its best check Latias had been banned. Starmie's classic Life Orb set sliced through these like butter, and also rose in usage
Oh my
to
God,
become
stay
one of
the
the
hell
best,
away.
most dangerous leads. Some lead variants even began using choice specs with Psychic, which would grab an instant surprise one-hit KO on the Machamp leads that had come to
Oh,
completely
I actually have a
redefine
staircase
the
that
lead
leads down here.
metagame.
What?
And also one-hit
Oh, that's
KO the
convenient.
ever-popular Scarf Tyranitar that was
Oh, that's
within,
good.
expecting to
Nice,
live on
nice,
Life Orb
nice.
Hydro Pump. Then Salamence was banned. Heatran became the most popular Pokemon in the metagame, and well, remember how Starmie wasn't a metagame-defining Titan before? Yeah, that was no longer the case. It reclaimed its place as an OU giant, famously shredding any team without a Blissey, which was many of them. Players
Okay, cool.
scrambled to check it.
Why did I never
Starmie
put away
came
my
in
Soul
against
Forge?
Heatran, they resorted to lines like pivoting into offensive Suicune and then Scarf Flygon to U-turn, praying they wouldn't get obliterated
Of
on the
course.
switch. Even
That makes
decent
perfect
grass-type
sense, I
checks like
guess.
Shaman
I don't
and specially
know.
defensive Roserade weren't exactly safe either. Starmie often let off with Ice Beam and crushed them.
I'm gonna be honest, if my pickaxe breaks, I'm completely fucked, because then I'm gonna have to dig into the diamonds I have for trading. And you don't want that.
Some unique new Pokemon came out of this Starmie Smash environment. Players who didn't want to resort to
Blue
Blissey
guy.
wound up using Pokemon like Abomasnow and Quagsire to stifle it.
No,
Of
that's
course,
tomorrow night,
offensive
never
wasn't
mind.
the only way Starmie could roll. Its dedicated defensive Rapid Spin set began popping up on bulky Spikes teams. At this time, the metagame centered largely around the Fortress
We
Stall
did
team,
it.
which had
Oh
become
my
popular in
God.
the Dragons metagame. But Starmie offered a new, more reliable alternative
Thank
for
goodness.
keeping rocks off for its teammates, thanks to its incredible one-on-one matchup against far and away the most popular Stealth Rock user in the tier, Shuka Berry Heatran. In a dynamic reminiscent of GSC Cloyster, most teams with Shuka Heatran had no way of forcing Stealth Rock to stay up against bulky Starmie. Starmie would simply come in and spin all the livelong day. Sure, Heatran could explode and take Starmie out, but then Starmie would have accomplished its task, to prevent Stealth Rock from being set. It's not like working around Starmie was easy either. Even without investment, its Hydro Pump plowed through ghosts
Oh,
and
yeah.
pursuers alike. Slapping Pastro Berry on
Rune
Heatran
Skull,
was useful,
baby.
but
And
not
then
without
I have
its
this.
drawbacks.
I have this
Started with
before
how
I got
crucial Shuka
villagers.
Berry
That's
was to
funny.
its place in the metagame at the
I didn't
time.
even know you
Starmie
could get it.
became
I wasn't
more
even like
difficult to deal
100%
with for
sure that it
Stealth
was
Rock and
possible, but I
Heatran.
guess
When
it
players
is.
started running bold
It's very
neutral Starmie
rare,
to let
but
it
it is
struggle to
possible.
spot Tyranitar's hits in those would-be perilous crunch versus pursuit games.
Wait, why am I
Not
putting
only
that in
did
there?
this remove one of the most reliable ways of forcibly removing Starmie, it also made Starmie even more difficult to deal with by virtue of increasing its bulk to the point that even Heatran's explosive
Surprised they never
wouldn't
made
take
the
it out
Wither,
for full
like,
health.
punish the
Dark
player for
Heart's
doing his
presence
battle
was also
underground.
positive for Starmie.
I'm not doing it
As
above
a
ground.
partner,
I don't
it
want my
helped
world to
remove
get
the
infected
Rotom
by blight.
appliances, so Starmie could more
I'm gonna be
easily
in this
spin.
world for a
To
long
continue
period of
the
time.
aforementioned dynamic
We're gonna have to do
reminiscent
this
of
the
GSC,
old-fashioned
Starmie
way.
spike
That
styles,
being
which
underground.
paired with
It is
Starmie
possible
or
to do it
Roserade for
too.
those
It's just
spiking
kind of a
beauty,
pain.
rose to the forefront of the metagame and became a dominant popular team genre. Eventually, the player base caught on, and there was a massive shift in the hazard metagame. If
I don't
your
have to
roster
level up
got
the
shut
Butcher
down
now,
by
I can just
Starmie,
do
like
this.
so many
Nice.
variants of Heatran did, then you needed to have some sort of support network to remove it, or you'd be up the creek without a paddle.
Now,
Though,
hold
of
on.
course, not always possible. It was generally helpful to have a Stealth Rocker with a positive matchup against Starmie, so you could actually utilize Rock's pressure and not instantly have to deal with Starmie coming in and removing them. Stealth Rock Jirachi and Tyranitar began increasing in popularity for this reason.
So wait. Okay, so enchantment table. Wait, no, that's a painting.
However, this hardly
Cactus.
slowed Starmie down at all.
Wait,
It had
what?
fully taken over the metagame. There were many
Oh, no,
players who
cactus.
almost
Okay, that
literally
makes sense.
couldn't
Painting.
not
Vessel of the
use Starmie.
Dragon.
They relied, or rather over-relied,
So it goes
on
right there.
Starmie
Okay,
to
cool.
keep
That
hazards
makes
off,
sense.
which resulted in many
Enchanting
Starmie
table,
being
Vessel
thrown
of the
away
Dragon.
almost
That makes
for
sense. That
nothing.
makes sense. That
Some
makes sense.
attributed this to Starmie having a weak place in the metagame, but this was
Rune
proven to be a
Skull,
mistake,
baby.
as demonstrated by
I'm
Starmie's
not gonna
continuous
complain about
immense
that at
success
all.
when
Do I want to
utilized
melt
with
this down
greater
into
precision
gold?
and restraint. To say nothing
I'll
of its
save it for
staggering
now. I don't know what I'm actually
astronomical
gonna do with
usage
it,
rate. All
though.
this was just in regards to defensive Starmie too. Offensive
I have
Starmie had
2 of
shifted
them
away
now,
from
what
the
the fuck?
oft-abused recoil of
Oh.
Leopard, but it remained an incredible offensive threat, just with leftovers. Perhaps even more of a threat since one could no longer play around it with chip damage
Oh, yeah, I
nearly
have
as
gold.
easily.
Wait,
In
I need
addition
to put the
being
gold in this chest,
massively
my bad.
challenging for most offense to switch into, Starmie also effortlessly used the pressure it exerted to get rapid spins off the benefits of dangerous Stealth Rock teammates like Zapdos and Dragonite. Here is the single best example of how an oppressive and offensive force Starmie was. For an incredibly long time, the most popular
Oh, yeah,
item on
actually,
the
watch this,
support
watch this.
Tyranitar
You
that
can
had
also do
become an
this.
offensive staple,
Where'd my soap
and by
go?
a significant margin at that,
Soap?
was Pastro Berry. This was almost exclusively
fuck?
for Starmie.
Where's my
Yeah, it
soap?
helped against Agility and Polion, and could also help against Gyarados, and it didn't hurt to have an offensive sweep.
Am
for
I
insurance. But those
hallucinating?
were the reasons it was the unequivocal
Did I not ever
best
oh, wait, I never
popular
made
item on
any
this
soap.
T-Tar set. No, the one reason was that it allowed T-Tar to not get completely destroyed while switching into the brutally threatening Starmie, because almost nothing else could. Eventually, Starmie's stranglehold
Hang
on
on.
the metagame
Let me show you how to make
Why?
soap.
In
Oh,
short,
wait, no.
Clefable.
You need it in a
provided an excellent,
cauldron, not a
resilient
stoked one,
answer to
though.
Starmie, surviving
I'm
even
stoked,
2
bro.
Life Orb Hydro Pump, as did a partner Pokemon Clefable was often seen with,
Soap?
especially defensive Jirachi, which
Not
rose in
soap?
popularity as an effective answer to many of the offensive teams Starmie anchored. However, Clefable did more than that. It also
Ow.
gave rise to a
Is
new
this not
form
how
of
you
Stall
do it?
team.
Does it have to be
Starmie stalls
stoked?
were all about winning the hazard war so they could remove hazards. Clefable stalls
How
largely
do you do
ignored
this?
hazards
Yep, it
altogether.
has to be
This
stoked.
increased
God
resilience
damn it,
removed
that's
the
so
need for Starmie's
stupid.
hazard removing talents on stall teams, and this made them massively difficult to deal with. As good as Starmie was, over-reliance on it could be exploited, but Clefable teams had no such problems. Starmie, of course, remained a key force on offensive teams, even if on its own it wasn't much of a threat. Its ability to remove hazards from massive threats like Mixed Dragonite and Infernape that threatened these stall teams was still invaluable.
Okay, that looks
However,
better.
what took this concept to the next level was the reintroduction of Latias to the metagame, which reinforced stall teams that ignored hazards outright and provided more direct offensive
Where'd my
competition
Potosh
to
go?
its ever-dangerous
Potosh.
spec set. Of course,
Potosh.
Starmie was once again far from outclassed, but it did increase its first dip in popularity in a long time. Until Choice Spec Starmie Starmie returned with a vengeance to remind the player base that it was more than just a rapid spin machine. It was a force to be reckoned with. Not only were Clefable and bulky Jirachi unable to withstand repeated Specs Hydro Pump, they were also completely ruined by Trick, which gave Starmie the freedom to, you guessed it, spin. Sure, defensive Latios and a newly returned Quagsire could take Hydro Pumps quite well, but they were also completely neutered by Trick. Sometimes Starmie didn't even run spin on Specs either. It just blasted the metagame apart with Hydro Pumps and coverage, since it could also shred bulky Latios with Ice Beam. It wasn't just relegated to
and it is sunny again.
Bulky set spreading paralysis with Thunder Wave, regained some former glory through their facilitation of dangerous slow
watch this.
Machamp and even Rhyperior. So
wait,
all
what?
in all, Starmie's influence on
Oh, you have to put it in a cauldron. Okay, that makes sense.
It was one of the most outstanding.
You can do 4 at a time. No way. That's really good.
Into its preferred
I'm not gonna do it obviously because it's kind of a waste. I don't know why you would need to. They need to make it have like a specific property that would make it actually more clean and off.
There was a perfect counter to it, and what's more, it wasn't Blissey, which at least was generally relegated to hard stall teams. No, Ferrothorn was one of the most ridiculously splashable Pokemon of all time, able to fit on just about any team. For Arceus' sake, Ferrothorn's Iron Bars even punished Starmie for using Rapid Spin. As if that wasn't enough, Rotom Wash becoming a water and electric type also added an excellent splashable new check to Starmie. However, early whispers of Starmie no longer being
just in case you're wondering what I'm doing, this is a butcher trade. Yeah, Lightning Rod.
Into nothingness, as Gen 5 also brought another addition that catapulted it into a new realm of terror. Politoed gaining Drizzle. Starmie's already dangerous Hydro Pumps now effortlessly slice through offensive resist, and especially defensive neutral targets, while threatening to overwhelm even bulkier resist over time. Yes, even Ferrothorn if played well. And as if that wasn't enough, Rain allowed it to run Thunder over Thunderbolt, making its coverage even stronger.
Why does he need to screw?
Capping all of this off was its potential.
Dude, that's fucked up. Why, dude? Why?
Like
Why?
Thunder, it slammed many variants of Rotom Wash, but Psyshock also meant even Blissey
goes after the chopping block.
Starmie's main issue was that it was a water-type rapid spinner for Rain teams, but there were several.
Actually, I'm just gonna put it like that so I know what's what. How many more traits does he actually take? If he doesn't take any more besides that, I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, yeah, he just does that. That's fine.
Distinguishing itself from
a battle axe. Dude, this guy is fucking. Dude, he is whack.
Generation 5
He's
was
a fucking whack job, I tell ya.
That were also naturally speedy. Garchomp, Terrakion, Latios, Thundurus, and Starmie outran and destroyed all of them. This was absolutely enormous and slugfest where KOs were traded every other turn, with one massive threat taking a KO, then either being KO'd or forced out by an opposing massive threat that was faster. Starmie gave a huge edge since it outsped such monsters without needing to resort to Choice Scarf, which meant it was much more difficult to
Technically, this is a decoration block, so we shall treat it as such.
It was a monstrous offensive Pokemon too. Even the mighty Ferrothorn struggled to withstand repeated Life Orb Hydro Pumps in rain, especially in conjunction with the many other hits Ferrothorn was tasked with taking, leaving it
bud.
overloaded by the dangerous.
That's not what I meant to do.
Was a key part of. And
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hit you, I swear. I love you, doggo. Well, I guess I'll get some dung out of that, I suppose. I still feel bad.
Was beneficial to Starmie. Not only did they switch in on each other's weaknesses, but Ferrothorn's spikes made it much harder for Pokemon like Tyranitar and Jirachi to stay out of range of Starmie's Hydro Pump. Now, as threatening as Starmie was, it was thought to only be an offensive Pokemon, and its rapid spin is somewhat of an afterthought.
Oh my god, what the hell?
Rapid spinner was largely overlooked.
Looks like he really does got this.
Thank
you, doggo.
Excadrill was
I greatly appreciate you.
Started looking for alternatives.
I love you.
As it turned out, good old bulky Starmie was quite excellent. But what about Ferrothorn, you ask? Well, that's where another new Generation 5 tool came in handy. Scald. Once Starmie got that inevitable Scald burn on Ferrothorn, it would be able to outlast and rapid spin easily. Scald's hefty
now let's hope and pray that they didn't take any additional ones.
Unable to switch into
I swear to fucking god, if they took any more, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
Once again, Starmie quickly became a staple of many styles of Sandstall.
It's so stupid that they can do that in the first place. That's so broken. I'm tempted to put like wedges here so they can't get in.
And it would effortlessly deny their hazard once Ferrothorn Ferrothorn was burned. That is, for those rain stalls that ran Ferrothorn to begin with, the Starmie variant was completely helpless from the get-go. Starmie completely sat on these teams and was a major contributing factor to their slow disappearance from the metagame. Rainstall faded and Sandstall came to dominate, largely thanks to the latter employing Starmie to dominate the former.
You know, actually, it's funny. You know how, like, the meme that says fucking born to play Minecraft but has the brain of an engineer? I think I've proven myself that I have the brain of an engineer at this point. I won't brag or anything. I'm sure someone's done better than what I've done, but I would think that my design's pretty good for the most part. Pretty good. Yes, that looks better.
Switches, lest it be given a free KO. Analytic wound up
We
being
are
a
gonna
perfect
put all of
ability for it. This
these
extra burst of power
here.
on top of life.
We are gonna grind these too.
Made Starmie even more challenging to switch into, especially in rain. Even a healthy Ferrothorn struggled to keep up with it. It was no longer just rain that liked Life Orb Starmie either. Offensive teams, both sand and weatherless, made terrific use of its beautiful combination
Nice.
of
Okay, let's go ahead and get this
rapid
done.
spin and ability to check the massively dangerous Black and White 2 newcomer, Keldeo. Indeed, being one of the few Pokemon capable of...
I'll come back in a little bit, it's fine.
In conjunction with the continued importance of hazard removal, meant that bulky Starmie continued to go strong well into Black and White 2. Eventually, however, the metagame shifted more towards Magic Guards then, whose supporting cast included Pokemon like Blastoise and Starmie. In short, entire teams who ignore hazard rather than needing them to be removed. As such, bulky Starmie's niche was...
I got all of it in one go.
And
Nice.
to make matters worse, it was generally dead weight against these teams, which loved tactics like Jellicent in conjunction with Scarf to ensure that
more
Starmie
blaze
would
powder.
never ever
Nice.
spin. As such, bulky Starmie completely...
Oh yeah, I
jumped out of
forgot
the
about
Offensive
that.
Starmie continued to be a staple on weatherless offense.
Wait,
as it
how
was
much,
utterly essential to the functioning of Stealth Rock weak monsters, both Corona and Dragonite.
How many more
but it
magma
wasn't
creams
plagued
do I
by
need to
similar
get?
issues.
Dude,
It
you need
boiled down
12.
to the
Fuck
following.
no.
Gen 5 OU, you would not spin if your opponent didn't want you to. The other spinners were bad, and Starmie was the only decent one, and it still was stifled by the common hazard setup. You could make all the jokes about tricking Ring Target onto Jellicent and getting that spin-off that you wanted.
Oh, wait a
but
sec,
not
wait a
only
sec.
would you be running a bad set, you would still be forcibly removed by Scarf Tyranitar, and then hazard...
I'm just gonna save it for brewing. If I have to get more out, I'll get more out, it's fine.
And you were essentially playing 5v6 with a team that needed Stealth Rock removed but couldn't do so. Nobody
Here, you get over here, bud. I don't want you to get possessed. I want to protect you with all my fucking, with every fiber of my fucking being.
Magic Guard friends. If that was the case, it
Dude,
did
I have
well.
so
But
many
with the
eggs.
increased
What the
prominence of
fuck?
such teams, this proved to be a risky proposition. This was the
Dude, that's
impetus
gonna
behind
fill the
Extradose's
chest up, bro. What
unban.
the
And
fuck?
indeed, Extradose's presence discouraging Jellicent usage indirectly made Starmie a more effective spinner, though it was still not without fault. It fit well on weatherless offense teams by virtue of their very nature. High risk, high reward. It ceased to be a threat and effectively became little more than a spinning machine that also prevented automatic losses to Keldeo. In this vein, players began using oddball tricks like air balloon on it to increase its efficacy in this role, giving the frail Starmie switch-in opportunities against the tier's many powerful earthquakes, maximizing its ability to get on the field to get that all-important spin-off. Starmie's role in this tier was effectively reduced to that of a weatherless offensive facilitator, a supporting Pokemon rather than the threat it had once been, in addition to the support it had offered. But that was more of a reflection of the player base than of its true viability, as a few players demonstrated its excellence with choice specs in rain. The trick wasn't to use it to compete with Tentacruel, as Tentacruel's sturdiness and reliability had eventually solidified it at a 100% required choice on rain.
There we
Instead,
go.
Starmie was to be used
that's better.
alongside Tentacruel, not as a spinner, but just as
Seven?
an all-out offensive
How many
threat,
more do we
in
have?
the same vein
7,
as a Keldeo or
14?
something. A fully unleashed spec Starmie in rain without any thoughts or need to spin.
So that's
was
12.
terrifying.
That's
The
very,
set didn't
very
take
close.
Off, but when it did appear, it was extraordinary. Whether it was ruining Gastrodon with Trick or hydro pumping pretty much everything else. So all in all, Starmie had a tumultuous relationship with the ever-fluctuating, hostile Generation 5 OU metagame. But time and time again, it proved itself an essential defense.
It's Gloom Night, baby.
It finally happened in Generation 6. Starmie, the eternal OU Titan, dropped to UU, and it wasn't hard to see why. Early XY wasn't at all hospitable to it. Everyone was enamored with the new hazard removing option, the fog, and the newly added Aegislash was the most perfect anti-Starmie spin blocker possible. Plus, as far as offensive water types went, there was absolutely no way Starmie could compete with the far faster, far stronger Greninja. As such, Starmie made his first appearance in Yu-Yu, and there it was unsurprisingly excellent. As usual, it
I'll let
picked
them
between
grow,
its
it's
offensive
fine.
and defensive sets,
We're gonna go to sleep.
depending on the team it was being slotted into.
Coolio.
Offensive teams love the blend of carrying through the opposition with
Foul
analytic life
food.
type.
I love that that's
and
not in the craft
speed
guide. You have to
tier.
actually
While defensive
accidentally
teams
do
love
it,
the
or just
ability
know
to
what it
check
is.
opposing
I
Pokemon
accidentally
and
did it in my
provide
Mia run, and I
hazard
almost starved to
support.
death because of
Strangely
it.
slept on for a while, but those who used Starmie were able to reap the full benefits of clearing opposing hazards without getting rid of their own. This was immensely useful in conjunction with bulky Starmie's most common teammates, Spike's Roserade and Mega Aerodactyl. Offensive Starmie had some competition as an offensive water-type rapid spinner with Mega Blastoise, who was much stronger and bulkier. But Starmie's higher speed, giving it the jump
I'm very
on
enthusiastic
fire-type
about
threats the
shit.
water-type slot would have liked
shit,
to have
though,
shed,
yeah.
such as Infernape and Entei, as well as not
Damn, he
taking
gave me
up its team's
2?
Mega
What the
slot,
fuck?
was
The
a significant
2-timer,
set
bro?
of advantages
Actually, the
that made it
3-timer,
easier to
technically. He
slap
must have
on
really
teams.
been
Both
constipated.
variants of Starmie were immensely consistent and a significant piece of XY Yu-Yu, and it continued in this vein when Oraz came around.
I really need to
Bulky
get him a
Starmie was
friend.
an especially
Like a
crucial
second or
piece of
third
the
one.
backbone
I need to
of
get
the same
3.
teams
One for
that came to
Upperman, one
dominate
for
the
fucking
metagame.
TDL, and
It
the
helped
other
them
one for
withstand
Ella.
opposing assaults, both direct
honor
and
them.
hazardous, and wore down the opposing team with its ever-irritating Scald as well as Toxic, allowing for prime conditions for Stoutland to clean up late game. However, Starmie's time in Yu-Yu wouldn't be much longer, for the OU player base was beginning to notice its talents again. Aegislash had been banned in XY, so that was one of the previous problems gone. Greninja had been banned early in Oraz, so that was another. Starmie rose in OU for several reasons. One, Keldeo was continuously establishing itself as one of the tier's most annoying Pokemon, and anything that could check it was good, especially since Natural Cure meant Starmie wasn't permanently crippled if Keldeo got the Scald for it. Two, yes, the fog existed, but as players had been discovering, the defoggers were, in most cases, not good, so more anti-hazard support was needed. Three, with the discovery of the fog's users not being so great, Spike stacking had become more prominent. Not only could Starmie Spin help deal with opposing spikes, but it could do so without removing its own team spikes. And while checking Keldeo, this was a great Pokemon to have on your side. As such, bulky Starmie began seeing use and eventually established itself as a legitimate piece of the tier, as evidenced by its rising uses that made it a genuine OU Pokemon.
Once I get that
It
chest
began
filled, I'll
shaping
start
the
feeding my
metagame.
chickens
Keldeo
again.
began using
But
hidden
not
power
until
grass
then.
not just for
I
it,
still
but in
need
large part
melons, but I
thanks to
think
it.
we'll
Whereas
find a
Stealthrockers
mine
needed to be able
shaft,
to bust past
probably
Starmie
in
somehow.
that mountain
Most notably,
biome.
the days of running
Hopefully
Rock
we find
Seagram with
one.
no anti-Starmie
I don't know for
plan was
sure, but
decidedly over, which was
I
significant
really
considering
hope I
how
find one
popular
soon, because
such
I need
teams
melons
had
to
been
trade the
before.
farmer.
Over time,
So,
aggressive
you know.
hyper-offense teams utilizing a strategy
Maxing
like
out all of the
Focus
villagers
Sash,
is going to be
Folklore,
mandatory.
Angle,
Well,
and
except for the
Mega
two
Charizard
that
X
need
needed
post-game stuff.
fast-paced,
The
reliable
Butcher and the
hazard
fucking
removal that wouldn't remove
Blacksmith.
their own
Oh, and also the
Stealth Rock.
Priest. I
And
think the
as
Farmer
such,
and
they
the
enlisted
Librarian are the
good
only
old
ones you can
analytic
max out before the
Life Force
post-game.
Starmie evolved to great results.
15?
Starmie
Not
was
bad.
back and a defining piece of OU once more. It reliably enabled all sorts of Stealth Rock weak Pokemon, from Talonflame to Kyurem Black. Hyper offense with Starmie became more and more niche, and the offensive set eventually faded from regular uses.
I love
But
that I
the
can
bulky
actually
variant
sleep in a
kept
normal
trucking
bed.
on, until once
So
again,
beautiful.
the metagame shifted to a
It's
more
okay. I think I'm
hazard-immune
beautiful.
state, meaning Starmie's spinning duties were no longer needed, while also not being useful against these teams, which utilize aggressive methods
I
to
need to go get
preserve
my
their own
food soon.
hazard.
I'm getting
Once
hungry.
again, the combination of Jellicent and Sub-Tyranitar was popular. As such, Starmie took a backseat in OU once again, but this time it was not entirely without niche, but it had the hardest time fitting on teams yet. That said, the Forgotten Starmie is the deadliest, and just when teams thought bulky Starmie had completely vanished, it reappeared, reliably removing rocks and supporting Talonflame in the wave of anti-hyper offense that washed over the tier in the wake of brutal change of setup features that had reshaped the metagame from its slow, hazard-immune state prior. Starmie's viability was in part an example of the cyclical nature of volatile.
Nice.
As in this
Yeah.
thing, it was excellent once again. So all in all, Generation 6 was another excellent one for Starmie, as despite its first foray into Yu-Yu, it wound up being a defining, shaping piece of OU once more. Jellicent would be nearly non-existent if it had not been for Starmie's incredible influence. With Greninja returning to OU in Generation 7, packing not just Protean, but also Battle Bond this time, and not winding up banned, there was really no chance for Starmie to be OU, especially with the increased distribution of the fog, meaning its spinning abilities were less needed than ever. Now, some players experimented with it on stall teams late into Ultra Sun and Moon, but it was a gimmick, so make no mistake, Gen 7 Starmie's home was Yu-Yu. There,
Oh my
however,
God, what
it
the
was
hell?
excellent. Once again, it ran two different variants of Rapid Spin, offensive and defensive for use on corresponding styles of teams. Its primary issue was how much competition it had. The similarly typed Latias was one of the very best Pokemon in the tier, while there were many other excellent water types, both offensive and defensive, in Primarina, Mega Sharpedo, Alomomola, Empoleon, and Tentacruel. However, as always, Starmie differentiated itself. Its greatest trait was its outstanding speed. It was the fastest non-Mega Pokemon in the tier, which vaulted it above Pokemon already considered fast, such as Latias, Gengar, Terrakion, and Infernape. This was key in not just being able to attack more, but in being able to spin more, allowing it to be as efficient as possible in supporting excellent Stealth Rock weak Pokemon like Togekiss, Rotom Heat, Kyurem, and Mega Aerodactyl. Of course, being able to attack more was not to be underestimated. Starmie's Life Orb variant possessed fierce offenses capable of dismantling much of the UU metagame, especially against frailer offensive teams. This is not to say Starmie could only threaten teams without bulk either. Quite the contrary. It possessed the capacity to crush pretty much every wall in UU that you would think could take an offensive water type in some form, from Amoonguss to Alomomola. Even the mighty Blissey didn't relish the prospect of analytic Life Orb Psy Shocks. With Stealth Rock up to take its damage threshold on a quick trip down the highway to the danger zone, Starmie was an absolute menace. In fact, it was so threatening that some players decided not to run Rapid Spin at all. This wasn't much of a problem if one's team wasn't overly bothered by rocks, which wasn't hard to do given how many threats were neutral to them, and the benefits of running another coverage move were enormous, removing one of the few ways of not at least losing a Pokemon to Starmie. Starmie wasn't required to run Life Orb to be a threat or generally useful either. It was excellent at using Cobra Berry to completely flip its matchup against its most common would-be pursuit tracker, the popular Choice Scarf Crocodile. And with analytic and special attack investment, it still hit hard. The defensive set was similarly apt at avoiding pursuit if it chose to, running Protect, which also came with the incredible benefit of scouting the intentions of another common Starmie answer, Choice Scarf Hydreigon. Bulky Starmie was also excellent because it was a spinner that could switch into the otherwise largely irritating, consistent Stealth Rock Mega Aggron and remove its rocks without fear. Whichever route it took, Starmie was an excellent, consistent piece of the UU metagame, both facilitating its teammates and being a terrific performer in its own right. While in recent years Game Freak loves to design Pokemon suited especially for doubles, Starmie might be the most singles-oriented Pokemon of all time. It's incredible that such a singles powerhouse could be so limited in VGC. While Starmie boasts a good speed tier and amazing single target coverage, that's all it has. With 2 Pokemon on the field and only 4 Pokemon per team, the archetype of revenge killers is much less powerful, because even if Starmie removes a Pokemon, it has another threat to face down afterwards that can likely take advantage of its low defensive. Volt Beam might be great, but Starmie would really love a spread move. Even its ability is hampered, since the prevalence of Protect makes it much less likely to go off. Starmie either loses out on power, utility, or bulk in comparison to other special factors and water types. What's more, that psychic typing really isn't doing it any favors. It's really just adding weaknesses. Here are Starmie's only notable placements.
How many do I got? 56? That's not bad. That's good.
All of them leaned into 2 things that set Starmie apart: its coverage and its speed tier. This is most exemplified by Andy Brophy's 4th place finish at the Australian Nationals in 2014. Andy knew Life Orb was mandatory to exploit Starmie's coverage, and the recoil didn't mean much since Starmie was such a glass cannon anyway. Starmie might not be picking up clean KOs, so Andy would frequently lead with the pure disruption combo of Scrappy and Klefki, who would soften targets up. At that point, the unmatched combo of Thunderbolt Ice Beam installed could clean up, and Starmie was able to outrun major threats like Charizard Y and Mega Mawile. It's a nice little start for Starmie, who, without major switch-ups, is not likely to ever have a constellation of VGC victories. Starmie literally
we don't have enough to do another round, sadly. Or at least I don't think I do. I think I'm just barely, I think I'm just short.
Obligatory fan service with the Isle of Armor. Just kidding, mostly. Anyway, Starmie's role was different in Generation 8. On one hand, Rapid Spin had been buffed. The 50 base power wasn't really important for something like Starmie, which had such low attack, but the fact that it provided a +1 speed boost meant that Starmie could potentially use it to outrun Scarfers and clean teams up late game. This was potentially even more significant than Spin's hazard clearing capability, as the addition of heavy-duty boosts meant Pokemon no longer needed their teammate to clear their hazards for them. Not that doing so wasn't welcome, of course, since there were plenty of other valuable items.
We're gonna go ahead and start cooking these. It's half day, so it should be done before, or it should be done somewhere around nighttime.
Which served to make it even more of an offensive menace. Another significant difference in Generation 8 was the removal of Pursuit, meaning the removal of one of the most common methods of dealing with Starmie. It settled into UU once again, and went back to doing what it had been doing best in the same tier of the generation prior, shredding through teams with its tremendous offense. At the time of Starmie's reintroduction, UU was dominated by Noivern, Incineroar, Cobalion, Zarude, and Slowbro.
I love how compact
both
my base is.
Cantonian
It's
and
literally
Galarian.
like a 100 by 100, like confidently. Minus
Minus
the chicken coop, of course. It's probably about 200-ish around that area.
And good
Give or
results
take.
were essentially guaranteed. As a result of this ease and efficacy, this very strategy was quite common. What was particularly fun about this was that those 5 Pokemon, in conjunction with most ground types, were torn to shreds by Starmie. It was an utterly ferocious wall breaker, with few Pokemon possessing the capacity to switch into it at all safely. Especially defensive Sylveon did a decent job, and Rotom Watch was a fine interim check, but neither were guaranteed. And it was pretty much them or Chansey if you wanted any degree of safety against Starmie. Pretty much everything else was going to need to do a merry little dance and pray while doing it to avoid being ripped into ribbons by Starmie's fierce attacks, especially thanks to its absolutely incredible speed tier. It blitzed past Pokemon considered speedy like Keldeo, Terrakion, Zarude, and Obstagoon. Pretty much everything really, short of Noivern, Rabombi, and Choice Scarfers. That was it, and none of those faster Pokemon switched in safely, while most slower Pokemon risked getting destroyed by one of Starmie's attacks. Facing it was a terrifying proposition. It only needed Hydro Pump, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam to do so too, meaning it could fit Recover in the last slot and heal off Life Orb recoil on a forced switch. Forget playing around it by forcing chip damage. To make things even better, Starmie fit on more balanced and defensive teams too, as it was still an excellent bulky spinner thanks to its amazing matchups against 2 of the most common stealth rockers, Cobalion and Mudsdale. Then the Crown Tundra came around and history was made, as for the first time ever, former perennial OU Starmie dropped below UU, landing in not RU, but all the way down in NU. RBY players everywhere shed a tear. However, this did not mean Starmie was bad in UU and RU. This was a paradoxical case of usage-based tiering anomaly, as it was and continues to be quite good in those tiers. It was particularly strange because the NU Starmie was considered better in UU than many Pokemon that are UU by usage, like Tapu Bulu, Crawdon, and Lycanroc Dust. This is in part thanks to Starmie's incredible speed, which remains as valuable as ever. In addition to continuously getting the jump on Pokemon from the previous iteration of the tier, like Keldeo, Cobalion, and Zarude, Starmie also critically outruns Thundurus, Styrian, and Salamence. Boasting this further is Starmie's surprising capacity to switch into some of these threats. That fighting resist goes a long way, and it exploits a Salamence who is forced to roost like little else. The list of Pokemon that naturally outspeed Starmie is limited to Crobat and Noivern, while Scarfers such as Diggersby and Hydreigon can do so as well. And they have
15? Not bad, not bad. Can I get an extra one, please?
Actually switch into Starmie at all. This allows Starmie plenty of opportunity to rip through the tier with its powerful attacks, whose coverage gives it crucial
we got one.
advantage
Oh my god,
over
oh my god, oh my
Keldeo.
god.
And let it rip
Holy
through
shit.
whippy checks like Slowking, Amoonguss, and Primarina that would stifle Keldeo hard. As a result, Starmie is an excellent UU Pokemon despite its NU status. What about RU though? Well, if Starmie was great in UU, and it was, then it was an absolute star in RU. No, we're not sorry. We made it this far in the video without making such a pun. We earned this. Anyways, Starmie's outstanding matchup against a plethora of the tier's entry hazard setters lets it bring its old bulky spin set back to great effect. It dominates the likes of Registeel, Rhyperior, Steelix, Bronzong, and Diancie. It would likely be great even if it could only run Scald, Rapid Spin, and Recover, but its 4th move slot makes it even better. It can run either Side Shock to dominate Roserade one-on-one, or it can run a buff Teleport to get its teammates.
Now that I don't have to go across that lava chasm now, I should be okay to just basically do whatever I want.
Starmie with the switch move, and it's in RU. Pokemon is truly baffling sometimes. Starmie's defensive capabilities aren't just limited to
If Starmie had a switch move back in Gen 5, it would have probably been banned to Ubers, maybe. Definitely in Generation 3
like
for
Nidoqueen,
sure.
Metagross, Lucario, Flygon, Beware, and Tornadus. Of course, offensive Starmie also terrorizes RU whenever it appears. It takes its UU set, exchanges Thunderbolt for Grass Knot in order to destroy the Gastrodon that will otherwise wall it, and then rips through the rest of the tier, slamming common bulky Pokemon like Incineroar. So no matter what Starmie does, it's a force in RU. Funnily enough, Starmie's worst appearance in Generation 8 is an NU. Putting aside the utterly bizarre concept of Starmie being an NU,
the fuck?
the Pokemon
God
that
damn it, dude.
Gen 1 Mewtwo and RBY
Dude,
Ubers,
they stole
now all the
two
way
of them.
down here. But then again, the same can be said for another NU staple, Snorlax. Speaking of Lax, NU is dominated by an incredibly bulky balance team, featuring Pokemon like Sylveon, Vaporeon, Copperajah, Snorlax, Scrafty, Decidueye, and Serena, that are in large part characterized by their love of passing Wish around. This immense longevity means Starmie struggles to break through them. It isn't just slower Pokemon that get on Starmie's case in NU either. The prominence of faster Pokemon like Talonflame, Salazzle, and Choice Scarf Rotom is particularly irritating. However, in spite of all this, Starmie continues to, maybe not excel, but to hold a legitimately good place in the tier. Against offensive offensive teams, it is downright terrifying. It effortlessly rips through staples like Mudsdale, Savali Ground, Golurk, Alolan Exeggutor, Toxicroak, and Machamp. Furthermore, its speed remains terrific, letting it act as an effective offensive check to threats like Tauros and Heliolisk, ensuring it will always have some utility, some opportunity on a game-to-game basis. So despite its inconsistency relative to its usual high standard, Starmie remains a powerful performer in NU. And that's it. So how great was Starmie actually? Well, to call it great almost seems insufficient. Here we have a Pokemon that completely shaped, defined, and impacted the OU metagame for its first 6 generations of existence, never even dipping into UU until the 6th gen. And when it finally did appear in the lower tiers, it excelled in those too. It's even had 2 appearances in Ubers, in which it helped stave off none other than Gen 1 Mewtwo itself.
I'm missing 2 of them
iconic
again. How
typing
nice.
speed,
I don't
rapid
even
spin,
know
and
how that's
immense
possible,
threat
dude.
level,
Like,
characterized
really?
by its beautiful, eternally threatening combination of stab,
It's
Hydro
so
Pump, and
annoying,
Pokemon,
dude.
have shaped the game of Pokemon itself ever since the mid-1990s. And with that, Starmie is unquestionably one of the greatest Pokemon of all time. Thanks for watching, everyone. And as always, if you like the video and you want to see more, be sure to subscribe to False Red Gaming for more weekly Pokemon content. And in the comments, I want to know, what do you think about competitive Starmie? What would you give it to make it OU again? Whatever it is, let me know in the comments. Also, thank you so much to our patrons for continued support of our videos, and thank you to everyone else watching as well. And follow my crew on these social media platforms. And that's all I got. See you next time, everyone.
It's fucking raining, dude. Really?
This video is sponsored by War Thunder. Stay tuned. When we think about iconic competitive Pokemon, Landorus T and a certain cat often comes to mind. But make no mistake, his brother Thundurus is also one of the most accomplished competitive Pokemon in its own right, as you can tell by the length of this video that you just clicked. So to tackle this monster, we here at FSG decided to enlist the help of a Thundurus expert.
What is going on, everybody? You got Blunder here. Government name.
It's Blunder.
And today we're going to be going over my guy Thundurus. It's a genie of such coolness, and it has an electrifying presence that is so intimidating that FSG had to call me over to help. Thundurus is one of Black and White's 3 forces of nature, summoning lightning so powerful that it would make Thor himself shudder.
We're gonna find out if this translated to competitive success, with Blunder covering the singles metagames for Thundurus and myself covering its many VGC appearances. And so we ask, how great was Thundurus actually? And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats.
So we start with Pokemon Black and White. Thundurus was one of the scariest Pokemon in Generation 5 right out the gate. It had several unique traits that let it pose a threat to just about every team.
111 speed
First
is
off,
wild.
It had a terrific speed tier of 111. This let it get the jump on nearly the entire offensive metagame, as it outran Pokemon that were already considered in the upper echelons of speed, such as Latios, Terrakion, and Garchomp. This meant that Thundurus was of excellent use against offensive teams, but it was also incredibly dangerous for defensive teams as well, since it had Nasty Plot to boost its already high special attack stat into the stratosphere and dominate common bulky Pokemon like Jellicent and Gliscor. The main reason it was so terrifying, though, was that it was blessed with Focus Blast for basically perfect coverage. This let it smash Pokemon that would otherwise check its Thunderbolt and Hidden Power Ice combination, even after a Nasty Plot boost, such as Ferrothorn, Tyranitar, Excadrill, and specially defensive Heatran. Many players ended up relying on specially defensive Jirachi and its 60% Body Slam paralysis chance to stop Thundurus, but Thundurus adapted and started using Lungberry, and Jirachi just became setup fodder, as did Chansey and Blissey on rain stall teams. The great thing about Thundurus was that its one set of Nasty Plot 3 attacks was tremendous against both offense and defense, meaning it never had to compromise and risk matchup in either direction. That being said, it could absolutely mix it up and find great results. Since Thunderbolt and Hidden Power Ice has such great coverage already, and Thundurus was so strong, it could sometimes get by without even using Focus Blast. For instance, when Gastrodon rose in popularity as one of the few Pokemon capable of checking standard Thundurus could simply just Grass Knot it. The same could be said for the brand new Unaware Quagsire that was a staple on stall teams at the time. Grass Knot also allowed for a safer hit on Tyranitar Tyranitar, and was unaffected by Chople Berry, which Tyranitar often ran mostly for Thundurus. Thundurus could also run Taunt and Substitute to great effect. The former was incredible at shutting down Deoxys' speed lead sets, as well as stopping Chansey's healing against Stall, while the latter could help it often achieve 2 KOs or more, as usually opponents opted to sacrifice one of their Pokemon to Thundurus before attempting a revenge kill. Thundurus made the most out of both moves' utility and was able to taunt something as fast as Deoxys' speed because it had priority on them thanks to its prankster ability, which leads us to its most infamous non-nasty plot set, Thunder Wave, which infuriated many a player. It would ruin any non-Landorus Choice Scarfer's utility for the rest of the battle, particularly maiming Scarf Terrakion, Politoed, and Tyranitar, while also being a perfect panic button counter to Pokemon with speed boosts such as Chlorophyll Venusaur and Quiver-Dance Volcarona, thus making it particularly nasty against Sun teams. Speaking of which, Thundurus was amazing on both Rain and Sand teams. Rain allowed it to run its most powerful stab move, Thunder, without
now
the
we get to go
drawback
do
of
the thing.
mediocre accuracy. Rain teams also had the option of 2 excellent spinners in Starmie and Tentacruel to alleviate Thundurus' Stealth Rock weakness. Thundurus' high speed and power meant it fit right in on fast-paced offensive Rain teams. It was crucial in breaking tougher defensive teams with Nasty Plot or checking dangerous offensive threats with Thunder Wave. It really did it all for offensive Rain and was a member almost as quintessential as Ferrothorn. As for Sand, Thundurus greatly appreciated Excadrill's unblockable rapid spin support. Its own ability to severely threaten the majority of opposing Sand teams often let Excadrill clean up against them in range, and its ability to crush Rain teams helped Sand win the motherboard. Plus, Thundurus' own high natural speed and coverage meant it could turn dangerous wall breakers such as Landorus, Garchomp, and Terrakion into their own offensive onslaught, which was an absolute godsend for the generally more slow-paced Sand teams. Thundurus was unbelievably good. And for quite a long time, many of the Pokemon Black and White player base complained of its brokenness. It was too fast, too strong, and just straight up too difficult to counter. Its straightforward Nasty Block 3 attack set was already too good, but when one mixed in all its viable support options, it was just ridiculously overwhelming. Thus, Thundurus was eventually banned from Pokemon Black and White OU. Then, Black and White 2 came out, Thundurus gained its Therian form as opposed to its original Incarnate form. Therian found itself in OU as it lost Incarnate's incredible base speed. Its 1-on-1 base was definitely still quite a good stat to have, as we'd seen this before with Landorus and Incarnate, but this Thundurus no longer outran Latios, Terrakion, Garchomp, and possibly most importantly, a brand new Pokemon, the incredibly menacing and metagame-defining Keldeo. This meant it could not threaten offense nearly as easily, and since Black and White 2 was all about offense, Thundurus was not nearly as effortlessly dangerous against the metagame as its Incarnate form was. However, it could not be discounted as a threat. Its new ability Volcarona let it block Volt Switch, which was incredibly easy given how difficult to deal with or watch to be for Rain team. Nevertheless, the real story was that it gained an absolutely staggering base 145 special attack stat, which isn't too far away from Kyogre, and Thundurus could also use agility to match its speed. While it wasn't going to be able to spray its attacks all around the battle as easily as Incarnate was, it could bypass all the aforementioned Pokemon, which was greatly rewarding, as even with a Choice Code, these Pokemon could not outspeed or boost with dangerous theory. Thundurus had less opportunities to switch in due to its worse speed, but once it got that free turn, such as against a Scarf, Earthquake, or Venusaur, it was potentially game over, given how its absolute strength would it over so much of the lane. Initially, it ran Nasty Plot alongside agility, so it could appropriately threaten defensive teams as well as offense. But as the metagame shifted away from hard stall, it became quite clear that Focus Blast was a superior bullet move, as it let Thundurus maximize the amount of matchups it could potentially win as soon as it grabbed that agility boost, which was quite a lot, given how many standard Rain and Sand teams pumped into its power and coverage. Focus Blast accuracy worked. Oftentimes, all it took was baiting the opposing Latios into losing about 45% of its health, which wasn't at all difficult with one of Thundurus' favorite partners, Keldeo, and then the entire team would be swept as a result. The substitute 3 attack set was also quite vicious, as some players preferred a more run approach with Thundurus, as opposed to an all-out sweeping set. And substitute was able to accomplish this very nicely, guarding against revenge killing, making it easy to maximize the impact of its attacks. It was especially nice against moves, but no longer status it often couldn't break the substitute. It also brought Ferrothorn's Leaf Seed, making attack stalling a lot more difficult. Thundurus' lower speed meant it didn't offer nearly as much to Sand as Incarnate could, since now it was unable to easily gain Garchomp, Terrakion, and Keldeo, and the lack of Sandwich extra to capitalize on its wall breaking didn't help either, meaning it did see much use in Sand teams. However, it was once again one of the Rain offense's most dangerous Pokemon, being one of the Pokemon that most defined that style of team's play. It was their best weapon at breaking through suffocating Sand pills, and it did so very well. Its speed was more than fast enough to outspeed most of every Pokemon that its team's pack having one agility, and next to Rain with near perfect accuracy, they could not switch into Thundurus' attacks at all. Overall, Thundurus in both his forms is one of the scariest and most important Pokemon of the 5th generation, shifting the metagame from creating its victims in fear of Thundurus.
And so we arrive to the other half of the Genie means of healthy meta. Now that we're covering both of them, good luck and prosperity will come to you. As it did.
Yes.
Thundurus.
Nice.
Landorus, but let me just say, Thundurus may be the most important Pokemon in VGC history.
I'll let this go for a little longer.
Why? You'll need to keep watching.
Okay, cool. We have 8.
From the moment Thundurus was available, it was guaranteed a spot at the top of VGC. Its legendary stats and typing would have probably been enough to make it a tier 1 threat on its own, especially in 2011's Unova Dex limited meta. It was easily the best electric type in the format. 125 base special attack tied it for 3rd highest in all of the usable Pokemon, and it could use Hidden Power Ice as a coverage move alongside Thunderbolt to create pseudo-Volt beam coverage. Thundurus could lean towards its other typing and fiddle with Hidden Power to create a much needed stat.
Oh!
Thundurus' defensive typing already made it hard to deal with for the many fighting types that populated 2011, such as Scrafty and Conkeldurr. When you put a flying stab on top of that, Thundurus became a threat that was impossible to ignore. But that's before we get to the sweetest part of the package. The thing that set Thundurus apart.
Nice.
Sure, Thundurus would be relevant long after 2011.
Full armor, baby.
Thundurus as one of the most notorious Pokemon to ever touch VGC, and maybe
half armor, but whatever.
It could contend for the title of greatest VGC Pokemon of all time. I'm talking, of course, about Prankster. Now you might be thinking, Prankster isn't even exclusive to Thundurus. Heck, even its fellow genie Tornadus gets it, and that thing gets Tailwind. While that might be true, the merit of Thundurus' electric typing gave it access to a unique combo its fellow genie didn't have, Prankster Thunderwave. As forms of speed control go, Thunderwave is one of the most reliable. While Tailwind and Trick Room serve as team-wide buffs, their limited duration means you have to...
Oh god, make it stop.
Paralysis, on the other hand, is a permanent debuff barring some strange aromatherapy shenanigans that you never see in VGC, and it was arguably even stronger speed control than Tailwind. Keep in mind that in Generation 5, Paralysis was still a 75% speed increase, and that's all before you consider the chance to lose your turn.
Wait, hold up, I want to get struck again. I want to get struck. I need to get this on camera.
Prankster taunt meant that you could often preempt any setup attempt, as well as other more out there strategies.
Come on, do it.
Even run Prankster
Do it.
disguise in your favor. With best-in-class utility and incredible offense, Thundurus was arguably the best Pokemon in VGC 2011, especially when paired with its fellow genie Tornadus. Thundurus generally preferred 2 one-time use items, either Electric Gem for a surge of offensive power, or Chardy Berry to handle the rock slides that might be
okay, you know what?
Most used both to facilitate its offensive output, and for most of the season that worked just
bummer.
fine. Offensive Thundurus was a frequent sight at any high-level tournament. Around the globe, it racked
Bummer
up
it
gold
didn't get
medals at
struck.
national championships, courtesy of Wolf Glick in the US, Francesco Pardini in Italy, and Guillermo Castilla Diaz in Spain. The best players from around the globe descended on San Diego, each with their Thundurus in tow, and that was when Ray Rizzle changed everything. A staggering 7 of the top 8 teams at Worlds had Thundurus. There was some variety in the items and moves, sure. Both Wolf Glick and silver medalist Mateo Genie opted for a substitute Thundurus and Hidden Power Flying, and Wolf rolled up with a Flying Gem. But when it came to how they were trained, they were all the same. 252 special attack, 252 speed, modest or timid. And then at the very top you have Ray, with a bold nature, only 4 EVs, 20 special attack, and all the rest dumped into bulk. While everyone else prioritizes Thundurus' ability to hit hard, Ray optimized Thundurus' utility. Ray's bulky Thundurus was
How
tailored
much did
to
we
destroy
get?
the physically
10
based
bars.
metagame,
Not
starting off
bad.
fighting moves
Pretty
and even
good.
rock slides, thanks to the Chardy Berry, allowing Ray to spread Thunderwave to his heart's content. Just take a look at this moment from the finals where his Thundurus absolutely tanks a Flying Gem boosted Acro from its fellow genie, allowing Ray to get off his Thunderbolt, winning the game, securing the second of his 3 consecutive championships, and changing the way we would play competitive VGC forever. The shift to a national dex format in 2012.
Way to go, Ray. Ray Rizzo
was
is fucking good at his shit, dude. He's the only person to ever win 3 times in a row in VGC. No one's ever done it.
And Yachiberry Garchomp, but by the same ilk, it was hard to find a Pokemon that didn't appreciate the ability to slow down opponents and shut down cheese strats pretty much at will. With the new year came new knowledge. By now, bulky Thundurus was all the rage. However, with the community's eyes open to the possibilities enabled by bulk, they were able to innovate their own own takes on the concept. The most notable of these iterations came from none other than Aaron's Cybertron Zang. While Ray's Thundurus had been designed to handle a mostly physically oriented metagame, Aaron adapted his Thundurus to fit a year that was filled with Dragon Gem Dracometers anywhere you looked. His calm, specially defensive Thundurus was designed to always live a timid Dragon Gem boosted Dracometer from Latios, pretty much the most powerful common special attack in the meta. Aaron also outfitted his Thundurus with one new tool befitting its bulk, a Citrus Berry. Aaron won the US Nationals in the Seniors Division, and his build took off like wildfire, becoming the most common spread of the year. Thundurus' moveset stayed mostly the same. In fact, Hidden Power Ice became even more popular due to the infestation of Dragon types. There was one move that started to crop up more: Swagger. Swagger was especially popular in Japan. In fact, so popular that Japanese players started to incorporate it into their in-game greetings in one simple way. Swagger
Coolio.
is
how much space
what
am I
a funny
taking
joke
up?
for now.
127. Jesus, dude.
Didn't crop up. Baris Bia Akos went top 8 at the Italian Nationals by finding a spot for Thundurus on a rain team. As befits its origins, Thundurus thrives in stormy conditions, making it a fearsome Pokemon both as a facilitator of and counter to rain. In the rain, it can handle
I need to go
grass
get
with hidden
food.
power and drop monstrous 100 accuracy
Okay.
thunders.
I'll be
Outside of
back,
rain,
I
it
guess.
slowed down
Okay,
Swift
bye.
swimmers and threatened them with its own